Chapter 4089. Grape was at a disadvantage and cried out loudly. Little Mushroom saw this and tried to stop the fight, but was also hit by the bamboo and flipped a few times. Invisible spores flew out and the surrounding cultivators felt dizzy as illusions appeared in front of their eyes. Little Mushroom felt wronged. "Stinky bamboo. You hit me? I'll fight you." Little Mushroom lowered its head and charged at the bamboo, but was pulled back by the other party's sword. Little Mushroom fell to the ground with tears streaming down its face. Grape was enraged. "You dare to bully Little Mushroom? I'll fight you too." Little Mushroom's roots danced as if it had grown countless arms and tangled with the bamboo, looking like it wanted to perish together with the bamboo. The black-robed young man's body swayed and his eyes were slightly dazed. He suddenly shook his head. An illusion? Raising his hand, he caught the bamboo in his hand. The purple bamboo emitted a purple light that enveloped the young man, dispelling the invisible spores and waking the black-robed young man up. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the surrounding cultivators were all in a daze. Obviously, they had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. Some of the cultivators were laughing loudly while others were flying around, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. The bamboo said, "Kid, don't be afraid. Master Bamboo is here. That Little Mushroom's illusion won't be able to do anything to you." The black-robed young man nodded. Yang Kai also grabbed Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom and placed them on his shoulders. He looked at the young man with interest. "How should I address you?" The young man was silent for a while before he cupped his fists. "Xiangying greets Brother Yang." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You recognize me?" Xiangying said, "Brother Yang's name is like thunder in my ears. Infamous, right?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. Xiangying frowned. He couldn't figure out what Yang Kai meant. He had heard that Yang Kai was extremely fierce, killing thousands of lightning sword pavilion cultivators in one battle and slaughtering tens of thousands of sword pavilion cultivators in the star market. He could be said to be a killing star, but now that he had seen him in person, he knew that he was different from the rumors. However, after all, he was not familiar with Yang Kai. One may know a person's face but not his heart, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. In his heart, he was very wary of Yang Kai. "I want to go get the Tai purifying divine water. Brother Xiang, do you have any advice?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. Although there were many people here, all of them had fallen into the illusion. At this moment, their minds were in chaos and they were not a threat. The only ones who were conscious were Yang Kai and Xiangying. Xiangying said indifferently, "Let's rely on our own methods." Clearly, he was unwilling to back down. The Tai divine water was also very attractive to him. Yang Kai nodded and stared at the purple bamboo in his hand. He changed the topic and said, "Brother Xiang, this bamboo is extraordinary. Are you willing to part with it?" Before Xiangying could say anything, Bamboo angrily said, "Don't even think about Master Bamboo. You're just like dead grape. You're definitely not a good person." Yang Kai was speechless and laughed. "It seems that we are not fated." He was just asking casually. Since Bamboo was unwilling, Yang Kai did not want to force him. If he really wanted to snatch it, Xiangying would not be his opponent. Ignoring him, Zhang Xian strode forward. Grape said nervously, "Master, be careful. This place is a little strange." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "It's impossible for heaven and earth spiritual treasures to not be guarded. However, even if there are dangers, we can break through them with force." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xiangying both rushed forward. The moment their figures flickered, the two of them each sent out a palm strike towards the other. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's figure shook slightly as he let out a small cry of surprise. Surprisingly, Xiangying had not been sent flying by his palm strike. "Amazing!" Yang Kai praised. Although it was only a brief contact, Yang Kai could still see that this Xiangying was extraordinary. In the other party's palm, there were several types of yin, yang, and 5 elements energy lingering around it, each of them possessing great power. Moreover, the quality of these attacks was also quite good. Impressively, they were all at the 6th grade. In other words, what Xiangying had condensed were all 6th grade heaven-opening materials. If not, he would not have been able to withstand his palm. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Xiang, are you a disciple of the Blessed Enclave?" As far as he could see, only a few people from the Blessed Enclave had the ability to condense 6th grade force. Xiang Ying stabilized his body and suppressed the rolling blood in his heart. He was full of admiration. Brother Yang is really amazing. This little brother comes from a humble background and does not come from any Blessed Enclave or Blessed Enclave. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I understand. This Xiang Ying was also a bearer. Only the power of a divine spirit could cultivate such an excellent bearer. But Yang Kai did not know which divine spirit bearer he was. He had long heard from Zhu Jiuyin that many divine spirits had secretly cultivated their bearers, allowing them to cultivate diligently and enhance their strength so that they could seize the opportunity in the land of eternity. But so far, Yang Kai only knew of Su Zhen and the others, so he did not expect to meet one here. No wonder he could collect the purple bamboo. Since he was a bearer of a divine spirit, he naturally had this ability. While speaking, Yang Kai did not stop and quickly moved closer to the white jade trough. Xiang Ying's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and a layer of blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. Obviously, he had used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed greatly as he also rushed towards the white jade trough. Now that only the two of them were competing for the Tai purifying divine water, whoever could reach the white jade trough first would have the upper hand. Naturally, he was unwilling to be left behind. But soon, he showed a look of surprise because no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to the white jade trough. Turning his head, Yang Kai also showed a stunned expression. The white jade trough was actually not too far away from the position of the two of them, only about 1,000 meters away. With the strength of the two of them, this distance did not exist and they could cross it in a single step. But strangely, no matter how fast the two of them ran, the distance between them and the white jade trough did not decrease at all. The stone trough was always about 1,000 meters away from them. Looking around, the cultivator was still trapped in the illusion and the distance between them did not change much. It was as if he and Yang Kai were still in the same place. Xiang Ying's face was solemn and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This situation was too strange and he had never encountered anything like it before. After running for a while, many people suddenly appeared around them. These people had been invisible before, but at this moment, they appeared around them like ghosts, each of them desperately trying to get close to the white jade trough, but unfortunately they were powerless. There were also some cultivator who stood still and looked at the people around them as if they were fools. Both Yang Kai and Xiang Ying were taken aback. What was going on with these people? Where did they come from? These people were definitely not the ones who were trapped in the illusion just now, because those people were still trapped in the illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Two more came. An old man laughed loudly. "Ha, it's over. I'm afraid we can't get out. I was wondering how there was no danger around such a world treasure, but it turns out that this danger is undetectable and can only be found when one steps in." Another middle-aged man who stood still shook his head and sighed, his face ashen. "What the hell is this place? I want to get out." Some people tried to run in the opposite direction, but they couldn't escape from this place. There seemed to be an invisible cage around the white jade trough, trapping everyone inside. This cage was strange and unpredictable. No matter which direction they ran in, they couldn't escape even half a step. Yang Kai looked around for a while before stopping and asking, "Mushroom, is this an illusion?" The little mushroom shook its head like a rattle drum. "I don't feel it." The black magic mushroom itself had the effect of causing hallucinations. Since it said so, it should not be an illusion. What's more, Yang Kai did not notice any trace of an illusion. If it was really an illusion, the soul-warming lotus could break it. "It's not an illusion." Yang Kai frowned and turned to ask a person not far away, "Old man, how long have you been here?" The old man was the one who spoke before. Hearing the question, he said, "Ha! I've been trapped here for 3 days. I was the first to come in, and these guys came in one after another in the past few days." Yang Kai was speechless. There were at least a few hundred cultivators trapped here. In other words, over the past 3 days, these hundreds of people had discovered the extreme divine purification water and wanted to take it for themselves. But as a result, They had fallen into the strange cage and were unable to extricate themselves. He and Xiangying were the last to enter, and the reason why they hadn't discovered these people before was probably because they hadn't completely entered this invisible cage. Only when they set foot in this place could they see these people. "Old man, did you find anything?" Yang Kai asked again. The old man sighed. "If I found anything, why would this old man be trapped here?" He looked up and shouted, "Stop running. You can't escape. This old man has been running here for 3 days and I haven't seen the stone trough. How much longer do you want to run?" Hearing this, everyone gradually stopped. Someone said, "What's wrong with this place? I can clearly feel that I'm moving forward, but why are we still in the same place?" This was something that no one could understand, which was why it was so strange. There may be a natural array here, or it may be an illusion array or a maze array. If we don't break this array, we will be trapped here forever. How do we break this array? Friends, who is proficient in array formations? This little brother knows a little, but I can't see anything. Maybe it's because I'm not skilled enough. Then what should we do? Are we going to wait for death here? The group of people were clamoring, one after another, all talking at once. It was very lively. The old man kept comforting everyone's emotions, and it was not easy for him to calm the crowd down. He said loudly, "Since none of you can break this array, then this old man's opinion is to break it with force. Let's attack together and use our strongest power. This old man doesn't believe that this damn array can withstand it." Old man's words make sense. Someone agreed. With so many of us attacking together, even if there is a great array here, we will definitely be able to break it. After we break the array, everyone will have a share of the Tai Divine Purification Water. Everyone will share it equally. Someone shouted. No one responded to this, which made him lose interest. Chapter 4090. The old man was the first to suggest that they work together to break the formation. Naturally, he would be the mediator. Everyone could only stay where they were. They could not get close to each other, nor could they move forward or backward. In this way, although there were many people here, they could not set up a formation. They could only use the divine technique to combine their strength. After the discussion, the old man was about to give an order when he suddenly saw Yang Kai's strange expression. He turned his head and said, "Young friend, you seem to have found something?" Yang Kai's eyes were full of splendor. He nodded and said, "I have some idea, but I can't understand it. I need some time." The old man's eyes lit up. "Since you have found something, why don't you tell us so that we can study it together?" Yes, one person's wisdom is short, but the wisdom of many is long. Why don't you tell us what you found, and we can solve this problem together?" Someone agreed. Yang Kai sneered. "It's my ability that I found something. Why should I tell you?" The old man's face darkened. He scolded angrily, "Young man, you are so rude." The old man beside him also shook his head. "Young friend, you are wrong. We are trapped here and need to work together to get out. Young friend, it's better not to hide anything now." Yang Kai said lightly, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you won't understand even if I tell you." The old man shook his head and sighed. "Keeping things to yourself will only harm others. This young man is really arrogant. Young man, don't run away when we get out of here. I will talk to you properly." Yang Kai ignored him. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense, silently sensing the situation. Seeing him like this, the old man no longer tried to force the issue and began coordinating with everyone. As soon as he gave the order, the power of his secret treasures burst forth, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently, creating layer after layer of ripples that spread outwards. Everyone watched anxiously. Even when the power of the divine technique dissipated, there was no change in the surroundings. The old man's face darkened. He shouted, "Again!" Another round of divine technique was displayed. The rumbling sounds were endless. The scene of hundreds of cultivator attacking together was quite spectacular. Moreover, in order to escape, very few people held back. Every attack could be said to be at full strength. The void trembled, and the universe was overturned. The aftermath of the power spread out, and rings of light trembled endlessly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours. Hundreds of cultivators were so tired that they almost vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and their breathing was unstable. They were all from the Emperor realm. Although they had their own opportunities in the great cosmological realm and had condensed a lot of yin, yang, and 5 elements power, they could not hold on for long periods of time. However, after such a long time, there was no effect at all. Many people were discouraged. The old man kept trying to boost their morale, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to let them rest for a while and recover their strength. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. They were all risking their lives to break out of this predicament and leave this place. This young man, on the other hand, was just standing there calmly and seemed to be comprehending the mystery. Who knew if he was saving his strength and waiting for the critical moment to reap the benefits? At this moment, hundreds of people suddenly rushed in together and fell into this invisible cage. It was the cultivator who had been hit by the illusion that had finally recovered. They wanted to snatch the Tai divine purification water, but in the end, they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. Like the previous cultivator, these newcomers rushed forward desperately, but they were still in the same place. They could not get close to the white jade trough at all. Everyone looked at these newcomers with pity, as if they had known this would happen. The old man explained the situation in a clear voice, and only then did they stop struggling. Now that hundreds of friends have fallen into this place, our strength has increased greatly. This time, we will definitely be able to break out of this predicament. The old man was very excited. Everyone quickly rest. We will attack together in 2 hours. Everyone cheered loudly. 2 hours later, under the old man's command, nearly 1,000 people performed the divine technique together. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. Another few hours later, nearly 1,000 people stood in the same place with pale faces, panting and looking defeated. So many of them attacked together, but they could not shake this invisible cage at all. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They really did not know how to break out of this predicament. There is no unbreakable formation in this world. This old man does not believe in heresy. Everyone take a rest. We will start all over again. Although the old man had consumed a lot of energy, he was still very motivated. Unfortunately, morale was something that could be boosted at the first spurt, weakened at the second, and exhausted at the third. After a few times, many people became pessimistic. They no longer had the same enthusiasm as before. When they attacked together for the third time, many people were just coping with it. Although the old man was angry, he could do nothing about it. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded. Yang Kai, who had been comprehending the mysteries with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered as he stared at the void in front of him and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful. So that's how it is." As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. When he took this step, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at him in shock. This was because this step had actually been taken. Before this, all the cultivators who had been trapped here, no matter how they tried to escape, looked like they were walking on the same spot. Little friend? The old man looked at Yang Kai nervously. How did you do it? Although Yang Kai had a smile on his face, his eyes were very serious. He said casually, "Space folds and extends. It seems like it is only a distance of 1,000 feet, but in fact, no matter how you run, the space under your feet will extend infinitely, giving people the illusion that they are walking in the same place. It turns out that the great Tao of space can be used like this. This world is really magical." As he spoke, Yang Kai took another step forward. At the same time, the seal in his body suddenly solidified. His seal was the great Tao of void. Now that he was trapped in this predicament, he had gained something from comprehending it for a long time, which made his seal stronger. One must know that his seal had been solidified by the Tao-e divine water. It was extremely difficult to improve it. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from comprehending it this time. Space folds and extends? The old man and the other cultivator were confused, but Xiangying frowned thoughtfully. "You won't understand even if I tell you. Just stand there and wait. Wait for me to take the divine water and you will be able to escape. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain too much. This was related to the Great Tao of Space and the Great Tao of Space. Without saying that they had cultivated it, they would not be able to understand it. Step by step, Yang Kai stepped forward. Although his speed was slow, he was indeed approaching the white jade trough. After Yang Kai had taken 10 steps, Xiangying suddenly moved the purple bamboo in his hand in the direction he had taken. Above the purple bamboo, a layer of purple light rippled, and Xiangying's figure strangely moved forward a meter. Yang Kai sensed something and turned around, just in time to see this scene. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered if Xiangying also cultivated the Great Tao of Space. Xiangying looked up at him and nodded gently. "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for enlightening me." The purple bamboo in his hand moved forward again, and a purple light rippled as his figure moved forward again. This guy did not cultivate the Great Tao of Space. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of space principles from him. The only reason he could do this was because of the purple bamboo's power. The purple bamboo gave Yang Kai a feeling that it could break through all methods. Strictly speaking, the strangeness of this place could be considered a divine technique, but it was a divine technique born from the heavens and earth. Under the purple bamboo's effect, it naturally could not affect Xiangying. Is this purple bamboo Saint Herb really so strong? Yang Kai glanced at Grape and Little Mushroom on his shoulder and suddenly felt that these two were too weak. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people, Yang Kai stepped forward one step at a time while Xiangying drifted forward like a ghost. The two of them kept moving closer to the white jade trough. Although Yang Kai was a few steps ahead, he was quickly caught up by Xiangying. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the two of them were only a few meters away from the white jade trough. Xiangying suddenly raised his hand and pointed the purple bamboo at Yang Kai, saying lightly, "Brother Yang, please excuse me." With this point, Yang Kai took a step forward but was unable to do so and instead remained in place. In that instant, Xiangying threw himself in front of the white jade trough and raised his hand to summon a jade bottle, snatching the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough. Yang Kai laughed. "If you hadn't taken action against me, I would have hesitated. But since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai shouted, "Retreat!" Xiangying was just about to take the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough into his jade bottle. But at that moment, his vision blurred and his hand disappeared. When he regained his senses, he had unknowingly returned to his original position, 1,000 meters away from the stone trough. Xiangying's face suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. He had used the purple bamboo heaven-breaking earth divine technique to approach the stone trough step by step, but how could he compare to Yang Kai comprehending the essence of this divine technique and borrowing it for his own use? One was breaking, the other was borrowing. The difference between the two was obvious. Beside the white jade trough, Yang Kai stood alone, looking down at the divine water in the trough with a grin on his face. There was no need for a container. With a single thought, Yang Kai opened his sealed world bead and carefully stored the extreme divine purification water in the white jade trough. There was a lot of extreme divine purification water, enough for dozens of people to use. After a short while, Yang Kai had collected all the divine water. The group of people looked at him with envy and annoyance. Yang Kai's actions were not even giving them a sip of the divine water. The moment Yang Kai collected all the extreme divine purification water, the white jade stone platform in front of him suddenly distorted, gradually becoming transparent and soon disappeared. The extreme divine purification water bell was born with the essence of heaven and earth. The white jade trough seemed to be solid, but in fact it was just a manifestation of the heaven and earth principles. When the divine water disappeared, so did the container. At the same time, the invisible force that had been binding everyone disappeared completely. The moment they were free, dozens of people leaped into the air and rushed towards Yang Kai, shouting, "Junior, leave the divine water behind." Chapter 4091. Since ancient times, wealth had moved people's hearts. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine, But this Tai divine purification water was extremely precious. The great cosmological realm itself was a huge natural treasure trove that no one had set foot in for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of the appearance of Tai divine purification water. It was only in this ancient land that everyone had the opportunity to find it, so it was not surprising that it attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention, Yang Kai had a transformed sacred herb on his left and right shoulders. They had long noticed the existence of Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom, but they had been unable to think too much about it when they were trapped. Now that they had escaped, their minds immediately became active. 2 transformed sacred herbs and a pool of Tai divine purification water were enough to make anyone risk their lives. Dozens of people took the lead to attack, each of them aggressive and merciless. Obviously, they were all planning to kill Yang Kai and seize the treasures. The remaining people reacted a little slower, but they followed closely behind, clamoring incessantly. Yang Kai stood in place and looked around coldly. The dozens of people pounced on him with an indifferent expression, and he snorted coldly. "If it weren't for me, you would still be trapped in that invisible cage. I helped you escape, but you don't want to repay me, and now you want to bite the hand that feeds you? Human nature is really cold. It makes me bitterly disappointed." One of them laughed and said, "Little brother, you're right. Come with me quickly. Don't pay attention to this group of ungrateful people." He was the first to pounce in front of Yang Kai, reaching out to grab Yang Kai. In that big hand, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements lingered, turning into a territory field that reinforced and restrained each other, and enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at him, instead lifting his finger and pressing it against his forehead. With a hiss, a blood arrow shot out from the back of this person's head. That person stood still in front of Yang Kai, his big hand stretched out, but as if he had been immobilized, he did not move at all. Dozens of divine technique enveloped Yang Kai at the same time. His figure swayed, and dragon shields flew around his body. The next moment, a sky full of light enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. Someone cried out in alarm, "You guys, be gentler. Don't shatter those 2 stalks of Saint Medicine." However, these words were clearly shouted a little too late. Seeing Yang Kai's figure disappear under the numerous divine technique, that person's face twitched, and his heart ached so much that it was bleeding. With such a crazy attack, how could those 2 stalks of saintly medicine still be preserved? Most likely, they had already been smashed into fine powder. The might of the divine technique gradually dispersed, and a figure appeared once again. Everyone's expression instantly changed slightly, and they exclaimed endlessly. It was Yang Kai who stood on the spot without the slightest injury, and even his clothes didn't have the slightest crease. On the contrary, the first few dozen people who had pounced over suddenly froze on the spot. Accompanied by a series of soft hissing sounds, arrows of blood shot out from the back of these people's heads, and they fell on their backs, instantly losing all signs of life. There was a bloody hole on each of these people's foreheads, piercing through their heads and consciousness, and obliterating their divine sense. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror, as if they had seen something extremely frightening before they died. A series of gasps rang out, and the figures charging toward Yang Kai suddenly froze on the spot, their gazes slightly trembling as they looked ahead. In that instant of chaos just now, no one saw clearly how Yang Kai had attacked. They only saw that these few dozen people had taken the initiative to attack, and all of them had died an unnatural death. On Yang Kai's shoulder, Pu Baixiong trembled like a sieve, and his face was ashen. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai being surrounded and attacked, he thought that he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that, after a single exchange, the few dozen people who had attacked him would all die? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in his heart, "This guy is so strong?" He was a Saint Medicine that had taken human form, and wasn't too clear about the strength of a human cultivator, but Yang Kai could instantly kill several dozen people with his own strength, so his strength was obviously not bad. Blood flowed, and the smell of blood filled the air, and the sound of heartbeats rose one after another. Dozens of people fell to the ground, causing the remaining people to be both shocked and somewhat incredulous, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn for a time. Although there were many people here, they were as scattered as sand. Previously, they had worked together to solve the dilemma, but now that they wanted to seize the treasure, they naturally had their own thoughts, making it difficult for them to work together. Among the crowd, some people carefully looked at Yang Kai's face, and suddenly their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled violently. It was him, the god of slaughter from Red Star City. Although Yang Kai had displayed great power in Red Star City and many people had seen his face in recent years, he had rarely appeared in front of outsiders, so there were not many people who knew him. Only the earliest cultivator in Red Star City had seen his face, and later people had only heard of his notoriety and never seen him again. However, this didn't mean that no one recognized him. Among the thousands of people here, there were always a few who had seen Yang Kai's fierce demeanor from afar. Before, they had been trapped in the invisible cage and didn't pay much attention to it. But now that they looked carefully, they recognized Yang Kai's identity. Suddenly, their faces turned pale and they turned to flee. As early as a few years ago, Yang Kai had killed thousands of people from Thunder Lightsword Pavilion by himself, and then massacred the entire Star City of Thunder Lightsword Pavilion. Even if there were thousands of people here, what could they do to him? If a fight really broke out, it was unknown how many people here could survive. There was great fear between life and death. Although the sacred transformation pill and Tai divine water were precious, how could they be more important than one's own life? Shwa shwa shwa. Nearly 100 people quickly left. It wasn't that these people knew Yang Kai, but rather that they had formed teams to explore and search for treasure in this land of no elders. If one person in the team recognized Yang Kai's identity, they would naturally call for their companions to leave this place quickly, otherwise, a disaster would befall them. The rest of the people didn't know why these people left in a hurry and thought that they were scared away by Yang Kai's strange means. The old man who had called for everyone to break out of this situation raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. He's just one person. There are so many of us here. Even if we all spit at him, he'll be drowned." Someone nodded in agreement. "Yes, this junior is alone. What is there to be afraid of? Those cowardly rats have already left. It just so happens that we have one less opponent." The old man put on a compassionate look as he stroked his long beard and said, "Little brother, the heavens are benevolent. If you are willing to leave behind the 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water, this old master and the others are not willing to kill you. This old master can make the decision to let you escape unscathed. What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at him lightly and said, "There are so many of you here, and I only have 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water. What should I do? Why don't all of you fight to the death first? And when there are only 2 people left, this king's treasures can be divided. That way, there won't be any problems." The old man smiled lightly. "Now that things have gotten to this point, why bother trying to sow discord, little brother?" Someone shouted, "Leave your space rings behind too. This boy must have other good things on him." Yes, this way we won't have to worry about not having enough to share." Yang Kai said slowly, "There are quite a few good things in my space ring." Saying so, he casually took out an item. A 6th grade item. Someone's breath quickened. That's a divine essence-fused stone. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine essence-fused light. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai took out another 6th grade item and played with it in his hand. Another exclamation sounded. Another 6th grade item. This should be a blood flame jade. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine burning blood flame. Another 6th grade item. Exclamations continued as Yang Kai took out 6th grade treasures one after another, and everyone's expression changed from the initial surprise to shock, and then to endless greed. In just a short time, Yang Kai had taken out more than 26th grade items, and none of them were the same, each one was different. A huge question appeared in everyone's hearts. Where did this boy get so many treasures? They had been in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, and although they had obtained some good things, they had never seen a 6th grade treasure before. But this boy in front of them had obtained more than 20 kinds of treasures, and these were the ones he had taken out, so how many did he not take out? This boy was simply a walking treasure trove. A burst of laughter sounded as the old man's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Little brother, you really have a lot of good things. This is definitely enough to share. Yang Kai nodded. I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend them. Tilting his head and looking somewhere in the crowd, he grinned. Does Brother Xiang also want to make things difficult for me? Xiang Ying stood there silently, his expression cold and resolute, not saying a word. Yang Kai sighed slightly. After several years of seclusion, the world has forgotten my name. Even a clown dares to challenge this king's dignity. Putting away the treasures in his hand, he said coldly, Don't talk nonsense. If you want treasures, come and get them yourselves. The old man shouted. Since little brother is so stubborn, then don't blame us for not showing mercy. Attack! Shwa, shwa, shwa. Figures pounced at Yang Kai one after another. Nearly 1,000 people attacked together, and the scene was spectacular. Before they arrived, one divine technique after another was already used. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, standing in place as if he was scared silly. Pu Baixiong grabbed his hair nervously and shouted, Quickly hide! Little Mushroom shrunk his neck, directly hiding his whole body under the mushroom umbrella. A world-destroying aura enveloped him, and seeing that those attacks were all about to reach him, Yang Kai suddenly shook his body, raised his hand, and pointed. A golden crow flew out from his fingertip. That golden crow was small, only the size of a palm, but it was vivid as if it was a living thing. With a cry, the golden crow spread its wings and flew toward the countless divine technique, its body covered in raging flames. The power of the divine technique slammed into the golden crow. But not only did it not shatter, the golden crow even absorbed the power of the divine technique. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4 turned into 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with golden crows, following the source of the divine technique and pouncing toward the cultivator. Many of the cultivator paled in fright. Some hurriedly retreated, while others used their power to block, forming a protective barrier around their bodies. However, the golden crow true flames were extremely domineering, and even heaven-opening cultivators were unable to block them, let alone these cultivators from the Emperor realm. Any cultivator that was pounced on by the golden crow was instantly set ablaze, turning into a fireball as they cried out in agony. One figure after another fell from the sky like dumplings, their vitality extinguished before they hit the ground. Chapter 4092. This is the Golden Crow Primordial Fire? A cultivator's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Those little golden crows were extremely lifelike and had obvious characteristics. It was difficult for anyone not to recognize them. Many cultivators were shocked and hurriedly retreated. But how could they retreat? Those little golden crows pounced over and burned them into fireballs, causing them to scream and fall. The scene was empty. More than half of the 1,000 cultivators were killed in an instant. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive all screamed in fear and used various escape techniques to escape. You want to run now? Too late. Yang Kai snorted coldly and activated the space principles. In an instant, with himself as the center, the space within 1,000 feet radius was under his control. A cultivator looked back as he fled, and then saw a scene that shocked him to his core. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open up the distance between Yang Kai and himself. It was as if he could not move forward. This scene was familiar. It was the experience of falling into the invisible spherical cage. In that invisible cage, everyone was in the same situation. They desperately rushed toward the white jade trough, but no matter what they did, they could not get close at all. Could it be that the restriction of heaven and earth had reappeared? Just as this thought popped up, a golden crow had already pounced over and covered him. After 10 breaths, charred corpses fell one after another, and their vitality was extinguished. Of the 1,000 cultivators who fell into this place, except for the 100 or so who recognized Yang Kai and fled at the beginning, the rest died without a burial place. Yang Kai slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He was neither happy nor shocked, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The restriction of heaven and earth naturally could not reappear. The reason why so many cultivators were stuck in the same place was because he had activated the space principles. The mysteries of the space folding and space extension allowed him to see another unique use of the space principles, and he benefited a lot from it. By activating the space principles, he could also use methods similar to the restriction of heaven and earth. This method was not a secret art, nor was it a divine technique. It was just a flexible use of the space principles. It was just that he had never thought of this before. This encounter had opened a window for him, allowing his attainments in the great Tao of space to take another step forward. After testing it out, he found that it was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Turning his head, Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Xiang, for your help." Previously, he thought that Xiang Ying was also tempted by the wealth and wanted to make things difficult for him. However, when those people made their moves, he found that he was wrong. Xiang Ying was mixed in the crowd, and the purple bamboo in her hand was quietly poking around. She was secretly attacking those people. However, his actions were very subtle. At that time, everyone's attention was attracted by the wealth on Yang Kai's body, so no one realized that he had secretly killed him. More than a dozen people had died at his hands. My actions were superfluous. Xiang Ying slowly shook his head and put away the purple bamboo. "Farewell, we'll meet again." His character seemed to be very proud and aloof. Previously, he had only taken action because he was not used to seeing those people bullying him with numbers. However, after seeing Yang Kai's strength with his own eyes, he knew that even if he did not take action, those ugly melons and cracked dates could not do anything to Yang Kai. Staring at his back, Yang Kai watched him leave, thinking to himself that this guy was quite an interesting person. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering where he came from and which divine spirit had chosen him as a vessel. But in any case, Xiang Ying had obtained the Saint Medicine Purple Bamboo on this trip and had a divine spirit to lay a solid foundation for him. If he could leave the great cosmological realm alive, there would definitely be a place for him in the 3,000 worlds in the future. In fact, every time the great cosmological realm opened, countless young masters would be born. There were too many treasures in the great cosmological realm, and high-quality materials that were rare in the outside world were everywhere here. As long as one's luck was not too bad, one could always obtain some opportunities in the great cosmological realm and lay the foundation for breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. However, the premise was that one had to leave this place alive. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's divine sense enveloped the surroundings, searching for the space rings left behind by the dead cultivator. Although Yang Kai had many treasures now, these people had fought in the great cosmological realm for more than a decade, so they should have obtained some good things, so he naturally could not miss them. One space ring after another flew towards him and was thrown into the sealed world bead. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and looked in a certain direction, saying in surprise, "There's still a fish that slipped through the net?" With a flick of his finger, a moon blade flew in that direction. In the perception of his divine sense, there was still a faint aura there. Obviously, someone had survived and was secretly hiding, which was a little beyond his expectations. However, the other party's concealment was not perfect, and Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful enough to give himself away. With a swish, the moon blade cut through space and slashed in that direction. Below a charred corpse, a figure soared into the sky. The crescent blade brushed past his feet, almost cutting off his legs. However, that person's expression did not change. He turned around in midair and quickly fled into the distance. His movements were extremely nimble. Yang Kai laughed. "Still want to run?" With a thought, the space folded again, and in an instant, no matter how that person ran, he could not escape. Yang Kai frowned slightly, because what he saw was that this person was not running in place, but was instead slowly moving forward. Although his speed was very slow, he was indeed moving forward. This person was affected by his space Tao and could not escape from the expanding space, but he was not as powerless as the others before him. This guy seems to have some skill. Of course, this also had something to do with Yang Kai. He had just comprehended this method and was not very proficient in using it. It was easy to bully some weak people, but when faced with a strong opponent, it would have flaws. After running for a while, that person seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and turned his head to look back. only to see Yang Kai walking towards him step by step. Knowing that he could not escape, he could not help but sigh, simply stopping and smiling bitterly. "Brother, do you want to kill me? I didn't attack you before. I was just watching the show." "Then the price you paid for watching the show was a bit high." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The person shrugged. "Who said so?" Suddenly, his face turned serious. "Brother, what do I have to do for you to let me go? Did I say?" Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at him. "Do I have to let you go?" The golden crow whistled and rushed towards that person. That person's face turned serious, suddenly forming a seal with both hands and shouting, "Immovable mountain! Asterisk roar!" Asterisk a beast roar resounded through the sky, and then a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared around that person's body. It was the power of the earth element he had condensed. The power of the earth element was rich and pure, not inferior to Yang Kai's. It was at least a 7th grade earth element. The power of the earth element twisted and transformed into the phantom of a giant tortoise, protecting him in the middle. The golden crow swooped down and crashed into the phantom of the giant tortoise, but it could not hurt him and was completely blocked. The golden crow true fire had always been successful, and this was the first time it had been blocked by someone. Yang Kai's expression changed. Divine technique Dharma idol. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This phantom of the giant tortoise had not reached the level of the divine technique Dharma idol. It should be a defensive divine technique that this person had comprehended through his own earth element, just like his dragon shield. Amidst the crackling sounds, the golden crow true fire and the phantom of the giant tortoise continued to collide. A moment later, the golden crow dissipated, but the phantom of the giant tortoise was still as solid as a rock. The person wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and squeezed out a smile. "Brother, where there is room for error, there is room for mercy." The bearer of the thick earth mystic tortoise? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had seen all kinds of divine spirits in the periphery of the land of noblemen, some in their original forms, some in human form, but he had not seen the thick earth mystic tortoise, so he assumed that it was mixed in with the crowd in human form. The defensive divine technique that this person in front of him had displayed turned into the image of the thick earth mystic tortoise, so it was obvious that he had inherited the true teachings of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Zhu Juin had once told him that the divine spirits had put in a lot of effort for their bearers. Some divine spirits had even split a part of their inner elixir's power to help their bearers condense yin and yang and the 5 elements, so that they could win the battle of spirit seizing. The nature of Zhu Juin's inner elixir was not suitable, so Yang Kai had never made this request. However, the thick earth mystic tortoise was different. It was an earth divine spirit, and the power of its inner elixir was pure earth element power. If it split a part of its power to its bearer, it could condense the power of the 7th level. These bearers, because they had a part of the power of the inner elixir of the divine spirit, could display some of the divine spirit's abilities, which were very powerful. Zhu Juin had warned him that if he encountered such a bearer, he must be careful, because no one could tell what kind of trump card they had, and if he was not careful, he would die. Yang Kai did not expect to encounter such a bearer who had obtained the true inheritance of the divine spirit so quickly. Not to mention the other abilities of the thick earth mystic tortoise, its defense was outstanding. The bearer in front of him had obtained the power of the divine spirit, so he could naturally withstand the burning of the golden crow primordial fire. That person greeted with one palm. "Fang Yu greets brother Yang. I have heard of your name for a long time, and now that I have met you today, you are indeed outstanding. I admit that I am inferior." Grape called out, "Master, this guy is flattering you." Little Mushroom, who was on the other shoulder, nodded vigorously with a look of disdain. Fang Yu said seriously, "I am speaking from the bottom of my heart, not flattering." Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the giant tortoise phantom outside his body, making a dull thud. He said in surprise, "Your tortoise shell is quite hard." Fang Yu smiled slightly. "The thick earth mystic tortoise is good at defense. Junior brother has obtained its true inheritance and inherited this ability. I have made a fool of myself in front of brother." Yang Kai praised, With this ability, I am afraid that only those divine spirits in the great cosmological realm can hurt you. Fang Yu blushed with shame. But they are still no match for Brother. Brother's space Tao is unpredictable, and the golden crow primordial fire can burn anything. It is truly fascinating. Hand over your space ring. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Ha! Fang Yu was stunned. Yang Kai stared at him without saying a word. Grape called out, "Brat, Master is asking you to hand over your space ring. Master is going to rob you." The corner of Fang Yu's mouth twitched. "Brother, I thought we could sit down and have a good chat." Chapter 4093. If you want to talk, we can talk later. Give me your space ring. You must have obtained a lot of good things from the thick earth black tortoise, right? If it weren't for the tortoise's shell, Yang Kai's hand would have almost reached Fang Yu's nose. Fang Yu angrily retorted, "Brother, how can you be like this? You have so many treasures. Do you still need my little belongings? Even if you rob me, it won't increase your wealth by much." Yang Kai indifferently said, "You have to be punished for your mistakes." Fang Yu angrily said, "I really didn't attack you." After a pause, he weakly said, "Fine. I secretly attacked you, but I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to see if there was a gap between us." He should have recognized Yang Kai long ago and heard of Yang Kai's deeds. Although he had obtained the thick earth black tortoise's true inheritance and cultivated the earth element with the power of its monster core, he wasn't confident he could beat Yang Kai by much. Just now, he had mixed in with the crowd and quietly attacked just to test how much he had grown recently. Who knew the result would be such a blow to him? Would he be able to snatch the innate spirit fruit and satisfy the thick earth black tortoise's request? Sighing slightly, Fang Yu said, "Brother, you can't kill me. My coiling stone seal can't be broken without wild force. With this seal, no one in this land of eternity can kill me." Yang Kai slowly said, "Your divine technique is indeed good, but it should consume a lot of energy to use, right? Not to mention whether I can break your shell. Even if I can't, I can still exhaust you to death, unless you have a way to escape from me." Fang Yu's face paled and he swayed. Brother's eyesight is really sharp. What Kai Yang said wasn't wrong. Although the boulder seal's defense wasn't bad, using it required a huge amount of energy. Maintaining it for a long period of time was especially taxing on his body. Even if he used all his strength, he could only maintain it for half an hour. After half an hour, he would be completely exhausted and the boulder seal would collapse. Yang Kai was proficient in the space Tao, and he couldn't escape, so stalling for time was meaningless to him. Could be said that Yang Kai's words were hurtful. Fang Yu's face withered. Junior brother admits defeat. "Brother, please show mercy." Saying so, he sighed heavily, then dispersed the coiling stone seal, and threw the space ring in his hand to Kai. Yang Kai's TSSSSS? Yang Kai? Yang Kai? If it weren't for Zhujuin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain the Tao-E Divine Water and cultivate the Yin-Yang Inverse 5 Elements Profound Universe Sutra. Seeing Yang Kai take out one good thing after another from the ring, Fang Yu was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He kept shouting, "Enough, brother. You should at least leave some for me." Yang Kai ignored him and continued to fiddle with the ring. After a while, he threw the space ring back to him. Fang Yu caught it and checked the ring. He immediately groaned and clutched his chest in grief and indignation. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Although the ring size were, Fang Yu felt like more than 10 kilograms of flesh had been cut off from his body. It was so painful. He grabbed the space ring, turned around, and left at a ridiculously fast speed. "Farewell, we won't meet again." He didn't want to run into Yang Kai again. This time, he admitted defeat. Although he lost a lot of things, he still managed to save his life. He ran for 1,000 kilometers before looking back and seeing that Yang Kai didn't chase after him. He breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. They're just worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born, and I can't take them with me when I die. I'll just throw them away. Fang Yu landed on a boulder and thought back to his previous encounter. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. They were both from the Emperor realm and he had been nurtured by the thick earth black tortoise for several years, but in the end, he found that there was still a huge gap between him and Yang Kai. Just as he was feeling dejected, he suddenly noticed that the boulder under his feet was a little strange. It looked like a blooming lotus flower with layer upon layer, and he was standing in the middle of it. He couldn't help but raise his brow and look at it with interest. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet shook, and the stone lotus suddenly closed. Fang Yu was caught off guard, and was directly trapped in the middle, unable to escape. He was shocked in his heart. It was truly a case of when it rains, the boat meets the wind. After the stone lotus swallowed Fang Yu, it immediately rose from the ground and its roots turned into 2 long legs, flying into the distance. Inside the stone lotus, Fang Yu shouted, "Immovable as a mountain." 10 days later, Yang Kai climbed to the top of a mountain and headed towards a certain place on the peak under Pu Baixiong's guidance. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Pu Baixiong jumped down from Yang Kai's shoulder and shouted, Little gourd, Master Pu is here to see you." The reason he came here was because Pu Baixiong told Yang Kai that there was also a Saint Herb here. In this elder's land, there weren't many Saint Herbs that could transform into human form, but they weren't few either. Pu Baixiong knew that there were 7 or 8 kinds of Saint Herbs, each of which was extraordinary and had different effects. Take the 2 kinds that Yang Kai obtained for example. The bunch of berries on Pu Baixiong's head had extraordinary medicinal effects. Not only did it have healing properties, but it also had the ability to improve one's cultivation. Could be said to be an extremely rare species. The mysterious rainbow mushroom had the ability to cause illusions. When the invisible spores spread out, an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to resist them. When Yang Kai fell into the fog, he was careless and fell into it. In the end, he had to rely on the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-warming lotus to keep his mind clear. There was also Xiang Ying's purple bamboo, which seemed to have the ability to break through 10,000 techniques. Not all Saint Herbs were for consumption. When plants and trees gained sentience, they could transform into human form and become Saint Herbs. At the top of this mountain there was another Saint Herb. According to Pu Baixiong, it was a gourd vine. There were 7 gourds on this vine, each of which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The quality of these 7 gourds was extremely good. With the help of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, a cultivator could condense the corresponding Tao seal. It could be said that if one could obtain this gourd vine, they would have an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. However, although Yang Kai had gone through a lot of hardships to reach this place, he couldn't detect any signs of life with his divine sense. Pu Baixiong shouted a few more times, stretching out his roots and scratching his head. "Where did this gourd go?" Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked over to a place. After looking around for a while, he said, "No need to shout." Hearing this, Pu Baixiong rushed over and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder. Following Yang Kai's gaze, he saw some traces of battle in front of him, filled with the power of the 5 elements. He immediately shouted, "Who did this little gourd fight with?" Yang Kai nodded his head and said, "I'm afraid that someone beat us to it." Previously, when he went to look for the purple bamboo, it was the same. It was only later that he found out that the purple bamboo was in Xiang Ying's hands. In the past 10 days, Pu Baixiong had instructed Yang Kai to look for those transformed sacred herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything at every place they went. Those sacred herbs were either hidden or had been snatched away by someone else. This was already the 3rd place that Yang Kai had run to, and the 3 sacred herbs, including the little gourd, were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't too sure what happened to the other sacred herbs, but the sacred herb here should have been snatched away by someone else. The traces of battle here were very scattered, which meant that many people had besieged that sacred herb. No matter how extraordinary that gourd vine was, it would have been difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. There were also many bloodstains that hadn't dried up yet on the ground, which should have been caused by the gourd vine. Pu Baixiong said in annoyance, "If we had known, we would have come over faster." "Master, don't be afraid. I'll bring you to find Aku. That fellow's place is only a 3-day journey from here. The little mushroom shrunk its neck. Don't go find Aku, right? Every time I see him, I'll be in trouble. Pu Baixiong reprimanded. Master wants the sacred herb. Who are you to tell him what to do? The little mushroom pouted angrily and turned its head to the side in a fit of pique. Yang Kai shook his head. No need. Proper business is more important. Bring me to that fruit tree. Close to 200,000 people had rushed into the elder's land, and even if there were countless casualties recently, more than half of them were still alive. These people were active in various parts of the elder's land, and if there were any good things, they would have long been dug out by them. Those sacred herbs were the best example. Yang Kai was afraid that if he delayed any longer, even the primordial spirit fruit would be taken by someone else. At that time, he wouldn't be able to report to Zhu Juin, and he and the others would be in danger. Are we going to find the old tree? Pu Baixiong replied. All right, but master, you have to be careful. That old tree is not to be trifled with, and the place where he lives is filled with danger. If you're not careful, you'll be in trouble. You just have to lead the way. Pu Baixiong immediately pointed the way for Yang Kai, and after descending the mountain, Yang Kai sped along the way. He didn't stop along the way, and from time to time, he would encounter a cultivator rushing back and forth. There were also many people fighting endlessly, and almost every moment, there would be people dying in the elder's land. After traveling for less than 2 days, Pu Baixiong said, Master, we're almost there. Do you see that mountain in front? The old tree lives on that mountain. Yang Kai looked up, and indeed, there was a tall mountain in the distance, but because it was too far away, he couldn't see it clearly. Right at this time, Yang Kai suddenly felt something, and turned his head to a direction, only to see a figure rushing towards the mountain. That person wasn't old, looking to be in his early 20s, but his chi was extremely condensed, showing that his foundation was solid. What Yang Kai cared about wasn't this person, but something on his shoulder. It was a stalk of sacred herb. There was a stalk of holy medicine that looked like a bitter gourd. Its entire body was wrinkled, and there was a face on the gourd. It was gloomy and miserable, and its brows were tightly knitted. It was as if all the misfortune in the world had gathered on its body, and it had an expression that said that it had nothing left to live for. Aku! Little Mushroom immediately cried out. Chapter 4094. Was this the Aku that Grape and Little Mushroom had mentioned before? Yang Kai's expression changed as he carefully sized up the sacred medicine Aku. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The appearance of this sacred medicine was terrible, and he did not know what magical effects it had. Right at this moment, Ku sighed heavily. I'm Ku. This long sigh seemed to want to squeeze out all his internal organs. Yang Kai only felt his mind shake, and a feeling of depression surged uncontrollably in his heart. He suddenly felt that everything was meaningless. So what if he had wasted more than 10 years in the Great Void Realm and collected unimaginable wealth? It was nothing more than a pile of dead things piled up in his space ring. So what if he had risked his life to search for the natural spirit fruit in this land of no elders? In the end, it was Zhu Juin who benefited, and he could not even eat a piece of the fruit. He had spent so much effort to jump out of the shackles of the universe and come to the outside world. He had narrowly escaped death several times, but what could he get in return? Perhaps by the time he found the world tree, the star boundary would have already collapsed, and the billions of creatures in the star boundary would have long disappeared. All kinds of negative emotions hidden in the depths of his heart surged up together with the sacred medicine Aku's sigh, almost completely drowning his mind. His figure slowly slowed down as he lost sight of the target of the battle. On Yang Kai's shoulder, Pu Baixiong covered his face with his roots and choked with sobs. I, Pu Baixiong, will change my name to Pu 99 Xiong from now on. How can I go out and meet people? Just let me die. The little mushroom sat on Yang Kai's shoulder and wailed. Why am I crying? I'm so sad. Wah! Yang Kai groaned and bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. With the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, he finally recovered his mind. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at the sacred medicine Aku with fear. This thing was really strange. No wonder little mushroom was so afraid of him before and said that every time he saw him, he felt that it was extremely bitter. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. That sigh sounded normal, but it had a mysterious power that stirred up the dark side of everyone's heart, making them unable to control themselves. The one who got Ku was a young man with a fair complexion. He didn't look much older than Yang Kai. At this moment, his face was gloomy. He punched Ku's head and gritted his teeth. "Shut up. Don't talk when I don't let you." Ku shrank his head after being hit, and his wrinkled face became even more gloomy. He sighed heavily and said, "But I'm really suffering." The young man staggered and almost fell to the ground. He didn't even look at Yang Kai and quickly left. After he left, Yang Kai heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Grape and the little mushroom also gradually recovered. They wiped the corners of their eyes and blinked blankly. They did not know why they were so heartbroken just now. "Did we meet Aku?" Pu Baixiong asked in surprise. Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at the mountain in the distance. The young man seemed to have the same goal as him. He found this place so quickly because of Pu Baixiong's guidance, so the young man should have been guided by Ku. In that case, the group of people who got the sacred medicine would definitely have those sacred medicine to lead the way. It wouldn't be long before they gathered here. "I knew it. Nothing good will happen when we meet Ku. This guy is simply a jinx." Pu Baixiong cursed. "Are you sure that the fruit tree is on that mountain?" Yang Kai asked. Pu Baixiong said, "Yes. The old tree has always been on that mountain and has never moved its nest." Yang Kai took a light breath. "It seems that we have to meet Ku." After saying that, his body swayed and he rushed in that direction. The destination was not too far away from Yang Kai, but it was more than that. It was at least 2,000 miles away. Pu Baixiong reminded him along the way, "Master, you must be careful. Nothing good will happen when you meet Ku. He didn't say anything to you just now, right?" Yang Kai said, "No, he only said that he was bitter." Only then did Pu Baixiong heave a sigh of relief. "That's good. That's good. If he said anything to you, then it would be bad." Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't want to ask. 2 hours later, Yang Kai gradually approached the mountain. Suddenly, his expression changed and he stared at the mountain. What entered his eyes was a majestic fruit tree standing on the mountain peak. The tree's crown was so huge that it covered the entire mountain peak. The innate fruit tree. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Pu Baixiong was right. The old tree had taken root here. As long as he could get his hands on one of the innate fruit trees, he could exchange it for the safety of Yueha and the others. And this was his main goal in entering the land of elders. However, what made Yang Kai a little surprised was that he actually felt a faint trace of world force coming from the mountain peak. He couldn't help but frown. Where did this world force come from? It had to be known that, in the great cosmological realm, the heaven-opening realm's small universe was sealed, so they couldn't use world force at all. If not for this, Yang Kai and the others wouldn't have been able to shine in the Emperor realm. Those heaven-opening realm cultivators would have already snatched away all the good things in the great cosmological realm. And those who entered the land of elders were all cultivators of the Emperor realm. These cultivators didn't have the heaven-opening realm in their bodies, so they couldn't use world force. But where the innate fruit tree was, there was indeed a faint trace of world force spreading out. At this time, a large number of cultivators had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 cultivators present, and all of them were looking up at the mountain peak, staring fixedly at the innate fruit tree, greed gleaming in their eyes. Among the many cultivators, some were alone, some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were in gangs. The largest group had more than 200 people, and they were obviously from the same force. Kai Yang's eyes swept over the crowd, and he saw several familiar faces. Aku and the young man he met on the way were already here, standing alone at the side with their hands behind their backs. Their expressions were arrogant, and they seemed to be out of tune with the people around them. There was also Xiang Ying, who was holding the purple bamboo and nodding slightly at Yang Kai. With the guidance of the purple bamboo, he could naturally find this place. At this moment, Yang Kai felt something and suddenly turned his head to look in a direction, only to see a short man who looked extremely strong retracting his gaze indifferently. There was a vine wrapped around the man's body, and on the vine hung 7 small gourds. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Although it was only for a moment, he clearly felt a trace of hostility. In other words, this short man seemed to be hostile to him. However, Yang Kai had never seen this person before and did not know where he had offended him. What he was concerned about was the vine on the man's body. It was obviously a sacred medicine, and should be the small gourds that Grape had mentioned before. The 7 small gourds corresponded to the power of yin and yang, and the power contained in each small gourd was different. The short man was injured and covered in blood. He should have been in a battle with someone, and judging from his travel-worn appearance, he had probably just arrived here not long ago. "Brother Yang!" A shout was heard. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Sujin walking over. The little fatty was smiling wholeheartedly, and as he walked over, he looked at Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom on Yang Kai's shoulder with great interest. When he came closer, he said, "Is this the sacred medicine?" He was the carrier chosen by Zhu Yan and had received many benefits from Zhu Yan. Although he had been cultivating in seclusion all these years, he still kept in touch with Yang Kai. It could be said that in the entire great cosmological realm, besides Yu He and the others, he was the closest to Yang Kai. "Brother Su," Yang Kai greeted. Su Zhan clicked his tongue and said, "I heard that there are only 7 or 8 sacred medicines in the land of agelessness. Brother Yang is really lucky to have 2 of them. It's really enviable. It's just luck." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Su Zhan stared at the grape on Pu Baixiong's head with great interest. "This grape, what's the effect of eating it?" Pu Baixiong flew into a rage. "Eat your head, little fatty, get over here. Uncle Pu will fight you for 300 rounds. Brandishing his roots, he was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Previously, when Kai Yang had eaten one of his grapes, he was still brooding over it. Now that he saw this little fatty having ideas about his grapes, he immediately became unhappy. "Interesting little thing." Su Jin chuckled. He would not lower himself to Pu Baixiong's level. "Brother Su, since you found this innate fruit tree, why are you still here?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Thousands of people had gathered here and were staring at the fruit tree on the top of the mountain, but no one came up the mountain. This made him a little confused. Su Zhan shook his head and sighed. "It's not that simple. You see, this mountain is calm now, but in fact, it's full of hidden dangers. It's fine if you don't enter the mountain, but once you do, great danger will descend. Many people have already entered before, but unfortunately, none of them survived." Yang Kai's heart trembled when he heard this. He raised his head and looked carefully. Sure enough, there were many corpses of cultivators on the mountain. Roughly counting, there were at least 100 of them. These people died in all kinds of strange ways. Some were turned into stone sculptures, some were burned beyond recognition, and some were covered in wounds. It was a horrible sight. They should be the cultivator that entered the mountain before, but unfortunately, they all met with misfortune. But waiting like this is not a solution. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Su Jin said, "Everyone is waiting, and no one wants to be the one to take the lead. This is a stalemate." Yang Kai understood. Most likely, the people gathered here wanted to observe for a while longer to see if there were any flaws in the dangers in the mountain that could be exploited. At this moment, a large group of people approached quickly. The person in the lead was carrying a huge saber with a ghost head. There were a lot of people, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them. They were like a torrent, rolling with an unstoppable momentum, causing the cultivator's expression to change slightly. "Di Tian," someone whispered, recognizing the origin of this group of people. At the same time, Yang Kai also saw the appearance of the person in the lead. That guy was Ding Yi. Chapter 4095. Di Tian's organization had risen in the great cosmological realm and was founded by Ding Yi. He had gathered many people over the years. The land of elders excluded those from the heaven-opening realm, and only those from the emperor realm could enter. Ditian had a great advantage because they were all from the emperor realm. Previously, in the Rainbow Tunnel, Ding Yi had led Ditian's group to block the tunnel and caused chaos, resulting in countless casualties. However, he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai many years ago and almost lost his life. Ever since then, he had been extremely wary of Yang Kai, so he had always given Yang Kai face. Whether it was on the Origin Magnetic Mountain or in the Rainbow Tunnel, he had always been kind to him. Ding Yi also had wounds on his body, so it was probably not a peaceful journey. There were less than 1,000 people at the foot of the mountain, but Ditian had brought over 2,000 to 3,000 people, which was almost 2 to 3 times the number of people here. Who wouldn't be afraid? Such a huge force could completely control the situation here. In an instant, Ditian's group had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Ding Yi carried the ghost head saber and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes focused on someone and he said angrily, "You're really looking for something by chance. You little thief, how dare you steal my sacred medicine? Now that I've caught you, let's see if you'll die." The saber pointed forward, and the target was the short man who had obtained the gourd vine. The short man frowned slightly, obviously finding it a little tricky. If Ding Yi was alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. The gourd vine's power was extraordinary. Even if there were 10 or 100 Ding Yi, it would be a piece of cake. However, Ditian had too many people. If they really fought, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a moment, the short man said, "Ding Yi, sacred medicine is extraordinary, and it belongs to the capable. Since it chose me, it means that we are fated. Why do you have to force it?" "Fated your ass." Ding Yi was burning with anger. "If you hadn't interfered, this sacred medicine would have been in my pocket. You are despicable and shameless, secretly stealing my sacred medicine, and now you have the face to say this?" The short man snorted. "You keep saying that this is your sacred medicine. Call it and see if it responds to you." Ding Yi said angrily, "Call me Grandpa and see if I respond to you." The two of them quarreled fiercely, attracting the attention of countless people. Yang Kai also showed a look of understanding. Previously, under the guidance of Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom, he had gone to look for the gourd vine. But who would have thought that someone would beat him to it? From the traces left behind, there should have been a battle, and it was a battle with quite a number of people. From the looks of it, it should be Ding Yi who led Ditian's men and fought with the gourd vine. However, at the crucial moment, the short man took advantage of the situation. Anyone who encountered such a thing would probably be filled with anger and would definitely not let it go. Ding Yi had led a group of people to find this place. He probably did not expect to encounter this little thief who wanted to steal the saint medicine. However, since he had encountered him, he naturally would not let him go so easily. "Now that the saint medicine is in my hands, what are you going to do?" Although the short man was facing 1,000 people from Ditian alone, he wasn't afraid at all. Ding Yi laughed sinisterly. "What else can I do? Of course, I'll kill you and take the sacred medicine back. In this life, no one can take advantage of me, Ding Yi." With that said, the cloak behind him shook, and the thousands of people under him immediately moved. Ditian had been established for more than 10 years, and it was established when the great cosmological realm had just opened. All these years, under the leadership of Ding Yi, Ditian's people were active in various places in the great cosmological realm. They had experienced countless big and small battles, and even resisted several waves of beast tides. At this moment, there was no need for the leader to say anything, and everyone carried out their duties. In an instant, thousands of people formed a formation and surrounded the short man. The short man's face became increasingly gloomy. "Ding Yi, the connate fruit tree is right in front of us. If we can obtain the connate spirit fruit, wouldn't we obtain more benefits than a saint medicine? Can we settle our grudges after we fight for the spirit fruit?" The short man suggested. Ding Yi pointed with his blade. "In front of the enemy, I don't care about the spirit fruit. Tell me, do you want me to kill you with one slash, or do you want me to kill you with one slash?" The short man shook his head and sighed. "Looks like there's no way to be kind. "Sai, I didn't want to kill you, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he said so, he shook the gourd vine. The 7 little gourds hanging on the vine rolled down and turned into little people in an instant. Each of them was wearing a green shirt, barefooted, and had a little gourd of different colors on their heads. One of the gourds raised his hand and said crisply, "I'm eldest baby." Another gourd squatted down and said crisply, "I'm second baby." Another gourd came over and cupped his eyes like a monkey looking at the sea. "I'm third baby." The fourth gourd stood with his arms crossed and said solemnly, "I'm fourth baby." With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 gourds flew up to the shoulders of the 4 gourds and stood on one leg. "I'm fifth baby." "I'm sixth baby." The last gourd flipped in the air and stood on top of the other gourds. He put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. "I'm seventh baby." The gourds said in unison, "We're the 7 gourd brothers." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Beside him, Su Jin's mouth twitched. "This ain't medicine. Is quite interesting." Pu Baixiong snorted. "What a trick." On the other hand, the little mushroom had stars in her eyes. She clenched her fists and said, "Gourd brothers, be careful." The 7 gourds turned their heads and chuckled at the little mushroom. Ding Yi's face darkened as he pointed his saber. "Kill this little thief for me. Don't hurt the gourds." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming number of attacks were launched toward the short man. The gourds immediately rolled into a ball. Eldest baby rushed forward and shouted crisply, "Look at my indestructible golden body." Golden light shone brightly, and a layer of golden light screen instantly enveloped a radius of 30 feet. When the countless attacks hit the light screen, more than half of them were offset by the light screen. Yang Kai's expression changed. 5th grade metal elemental. The power that eldest baby used was actually a 5th grade metal elemental power. The metal elemental power turned into a shield and was impregnable. Although there were many Dtion's people, there were not many who could condense 5th grade power. When the power below the 5th grade bombarded the light screen, it only caused ripples to appear on the light screen. Only attacks with 5th grade power could cause a substantial impact on the light screen. However, there were too many attacks, so the defense gathered by the metal elemental power could not resist them. It only lasted for a short moment before it was broken. However, this short moment of effort had won the short man a chance to live. The other 6 gourds each activated their own power. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements gathered and turned into layers of protection around the short man. After these 7 layers of protection were broken, all the attacks had disappeared without a trace. The short man snorted coldly. The gourd vine in his hand shook violently as he shouted, "Go!" 3rd baby and 4th baby immediately pounced toward the crowd. In midair, each of them took a deep breath and then exhaled. 3rd baby spat out an extremely pure water elemental power, while 4th baby spat out a blazing fire. Water and fire fused together and exploded. Among the crowd, an incomparably huge impact surged. Miserable cries rang out. Dtion's hundreds of cultivators all suffered varying degrees of damage and fell from the sky like dumplings. At the same time, the gourd vine in the short man's hand shook again. 6th baby and 7th baby turned into 2 long streaks of yin and yang that crossed each other. From a distance, it was like an incomparably huge pair of scissors that cut through Dtion's crowd. Chi-chi-chi. The sound of blood spurting out could be heard. Dozens of cultivators were cut in half at the waist. Their internal organs were exposed to the air and fell uncontrollably. There were people in mid-air who frantically stuffed their intestines back into their abdomens. However, they were unable to recover their lost vitality. All the cultivators who saw this scene were horrified. Yang Kai's expression also turned cold. He did not expect this gourd sacred medicine to be so powerful. The 7 gourds corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Each of them was at the 5th grade. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to contend against them. In just one exchange, Dtion had suffered a great loss. He had lost as many as 200 men. No wonder this short man was so calm despite being surrounded by Dtion. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Amazing, Su Jin praised. His eyes lit up as he looked at the gourd vine. Anyone who saw this thing would feel jealous. However, although the gourd vine was powerful, Dition had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, he was experienced in battle. Although he suffered a loss, he did not panic. Facing the yin and yang scissors, thousands of people formed dozens of battle formations. With hundreds of people in each formation, they pressed forward and trapped the yin and yang scissors. There were also hundreds of elites who completely ignored the small gourds and charged toward the short man. There were still 3 gourds left beside the short man. They corresponded to the power of metal, wood, and earth respectively. Seeing the enemies closing in, the short man's expression did not change. He shook the gourd vine again. Eldest baby immediately turned into a streak of golden light and rushed forward. At the front of the battle formation, a cultivator reached out and grabbed eldest baby. He chuckled. "Little gourd, you dare to walk into the trap?" He had seen eldest baby use the indestructible golden body before and thought that the gourd's main power was defense. However, Ding Yi's expression changed. He shouted, "Careful!" As soon as he said that, he saw eldest baby throw out a punch. With a loud bang, the leading cultivator was hit by a powerful force. His body flew back uncontrollably. In midair, his arm exploded inch by inch. Even the bones were shattered. What great strength! Yang Kai sighed. Metal specializes in killing. This person was too careless. Su Jin also shook his head and sighed. After sending the leader flying, eldest baby suddenly spun. His hands and feet, along with every part of his body, turned into an indestructible weapon. In the blink of an eye, he had pierced through the battle formation. Dewa's figure didn't stop. He turned into a golden drill and charged straight at him from the back. Another battle formation came from the side. The leader shouted, "Sacrifice to the inescapable net." A large net covered the sky and covered eldest baby's head. Chapter 4096. The large net was tough, and it was clear that it had been refined from extremely precious materials. Coupled with the fact that over 100 people had formed a battle formation to activate it, its power was truly extraordinary. It actually managed to trap the gourd within. No matter how the gourd tried to break free, it was temporarily unable to break free. The short man's face darkened slightly. Clearly, he had not expected Dition's group to be so difficult to deal with. Yang Kai could not help but look at them in a new light. All this time, he had thought that Dition's group was as loose as sand. Now, it seemed that Ding Yi had some tricks up his sleeve. He was actually able to gather this group of stragglers into an extraordinary force. A few more battle formations charged over, transforming into rolling torrents that crashed toward the short man. Meanwhile, the short man only had the earth-type and wood-type gourds left beside him. However, he remained calm. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed up by the battle formation torrents, he formed a seal with one hand. The 5th baby chuckled, and an earth-yellow light suddenly appeared on its body, enveloping the short man within. It formed a protective barrier that was even more sturdy than the eldest baby's indestructible golden body. The earth-type element was originally focused on defense, just like the earth-type power that Yang Kai had condensed. It was not surprising that he was able to condense the Dragon Shield's secret technique to have such power. Amidst rumbling sounds, the attacks rained down one after another, but they were all blocked by the barrier of light. The remaining wood-type gourd spun and plunged into the ground. Immediately after, the ground cracked, and numerous roots rolled and extended underground like earth dragons, causing the ground to undulate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous roots pierced out from the ground, piercing through one battle formation after another, instantly causing great damage to Dition. There was also the water baby and fire baby working together to unleash the fire and water explosion technique. There was also the yin and yang gourd brothers transforming into giant scissors that pierced through the void, weaving back and forth as they reaped the cultivator's life. The short man relied on a single gourd vine and the 7 small gourds on the vine to engage in a heated battle with Dition's group. Yang Kai gasped in amazement as he watched. The power of this gourd vine was actually so terrifying, which was something he never expected. This was definitely the most powerful holy medicine. Even though he had grapes and small mushrooms in his hands, he couldn't help but be a little envious of the short man's luck. To be able to obtain such a holy medicine, this guy's luck was really as good as the heavens. What a pity. This fellow's luck is pretty good, and his strength isn't bad either. It's a pity that he met Ditian. Su Jin sighed at the side. Yang Kai also nodded in agreement. Although the short man's performance was stunning, he was still alone after all, while Ditian had the advantage in numbers. If this continued, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. The key was to see how long the Earthchild could protect him. Sure enough, in less than 30 breaths of time, Tu Hua suddenly blushed and said in a muffled voice, "I can't hold on anymore." The protective barrier it activated was now shaking and on the verge of collapse. It had endured too many attacks. Although it was a protective barrier condensed by the 5th rank earth element, it could not withstand the endless attacks. The short man's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Dingy suddenly shouted, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." He had been watching coldly from the sidelines and did not participate in the battle. Even if his subordinates were injured or killed, he was still indifferent. It was obvious that he was looking for an opportunity to make the final decision. And now it was time for him to make a move. An incomparably scorching power suddenly spread out from the demon-headed broadsword. Ding Yi raised the broadsword in his hand and slashed down fiercely with a cold and resolute expression. The moment Ding Yi moved, both Yang Kai and Su Jin could not help but exclaim in surprise. They raised their heads to look at him because the scorching power lingering on his broadsword seemed to be somewhat unusual. Su Jin exclaimed, "7th rank fire element." This Ding Yi had actually condensed the power of the 7th rank fire element. There was a flash of brilliance in Yang Kai's eyes, and then he came to a realization. In the great cosmological realm, if one wanted to condense the power of the 7th rank, one could only rely on the power of sacred spirits. Zhu Juin had also said that there were indeed many 7th rank treasures in the great cosmological realm, but they had long been used up over the years. Yang Kai had wanted to find a 7th rank metal element treasure but could not find one. Zhu Juin's million-strong army had searched every corner of the great cosmological realm but returned empty-handed. However, not having a 7th rank treasure did not mean that it was impossible to condense the power of the 7th rank. The inner cores of the sacred spirits were at least 7th rank. Ding Yi was able to display the 7th grade fire element because he had the help of a holy spirit. In other words, this guy was also a bearer. A holy spirit had helped him to condense the 7th grade fire element with the power of its own Niden. It was not strange when one thought about it. When sacred spirits looked for their own bearers, they would naturally choose a cultivator with good aptitude and great potential. Ding Yi was a nobody before entering the great cosmological realm, but after entering the great cosmological realm, he shone brightly and created Ditian immediately. After all these years of wandering in the great cosmological realm, he had a reputation, so it was not surprising that he was targeted by a sacred spirit. And to be able to help him condense the power of the fire element, it was definitely a sacred spirit of the fire element. Yang Kai had seen at least 50 sacred spirits in the periphery of the Elder's Land, and there were only a few sacred spirits of the fire element. He did not know which sacred spirit had favored Ding Yi. Just as he was thinking, the ghost head saber in Ding Yi's hand bloomed with a dazzling light. When the chirping sound was heard, a one-legged fire bird that looked like a crane flew out from the saber. Its wingspan was 1,000 feet, and it carried the power to burn the world and crash toward the short man. "Bai Feng!" Yang Kai and Su Jin exclaimed in unison. Everything was clear now. Ding Yi was the bearer of the Bai Feng. The Bai Feng was a sacred spirit of the fire element, so it was not difficult for the power of the inner core to help Ding Yi condense the 7th grade fire element. However, Ding Yi was really impressive. His Dao Seal could withstand the impact of the 7th grade fire element. Obviously, his foundation was solid and his foundation was not bad. Otherwise, even with the help of the Bai Feng, he could not have achieved this. In the great cosmological realm, there were many rising stars who shone brightly. Every time the great cosmological realm opened, there would be countless experts of the younger generation. In the future, when they grew up, they would become giants of the 3,000 worlds. The Baifeng's fire was of the 7th grade, and the power of the Earthchild was only of the 5th grade. Naturally, it was impossible for him to block Ding Yi's angry attack. The huge Baifeng had just touched the Earth element defense when the defense shattered. The Earthchild fell to the ground, scared silly, and his eyes were blank. Seeing that the short man was about to die under the saber, who knew that he would suddenly clench his fist and smash it upward. "You're courting death." Ding Yi laughed when he felt that the situation was settled. His laughter came to an abrupt end. A ball of golden light burst out from the short man's fist, and the rich power of the golden lion fluctuated. The power of the golden lion was also of the 7th grade. The golden light was dazzling, and it turned into a huge exotic beast that crashed toward the Baifeng. "Jin Wu!" Su Jin stared. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he recognized the origin of the exotic beast. It was the image of the Holy Spirit Jin Wu. When he was brought to the Elder's Land by Zhu Juin, he was chased by Jin Wu and the other 4 Holy Spirits. As a result, he and Zhu Juin spent a lot of effort to reach the Elder's Land. He did not know what kind of enmity there was between Jin Wu and Zhu Juin, but he was the one who led the chase. Was this short man the bearer chosen by Jin Wu? Before this, Yang Kai knew that many bearers hid their identities. After all, it was beneficial to hide one's identity in order to participate in the battle of spirit seizing. Except for a few bearers who were in the open, most bearers hid underwater. Ever since he entered the Elder's Land, Yang Kai had already met several bearers like this. Xiangying was one, Ding Yi was another, Fang Yu was another, and this short man in front of him was another. These were only the ones he had met. What about those he had not met yet? These bearers were all nurtured by the Holy Spirits behind them. Each of them had their own strengths. Just by looking at the battle before him, he knew that the final battle of spirit seizing would be a fierce battle. Whether it was Jin Wu or the Baifeng, they were all veteran Holy Spirits who had lived for countless years. They spared no effort in nurturing their bearers, and even used the power of their own inner cores to help them condense the 5 elements. The strength of the 2 Holy Spirits was similar, so the power of the attacks unleashed by Ding Yi and the short man was similar as well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the huge beast and the Baifeng clashed in mid-air. Cries and roars rang out incessantly, and golden and fiery light intertwined as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Di Tian and the others were thrown off their feet, and even the thousands of spectators couldn't help but retreat. Ding Yi groaned, and his face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the technique he had just used had taken a toll on his body. The short man also took a few steps back, and one of his feet stepped into the ground. The ground cracked inch by inch with the bottom of his feet as the center. The cracks were as dense as a spider web. The moment he steadied himself, the short man's face turned ferocious. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed at Ding Yi. A great danger descended and shrouded Ding Yi. Ding Yi's expression changed drastically. Although his aptitude was not bad, he was far from being able to withstand the power of the 7th grade fire element. In order to help him fight for the Khanate spirit fruit, the Baifeng used its secret inner core to forcibly condense the 7th grade fire element for him. As a result, his Dao seal became unstable, and he was constantly under the attack of the 7th grade fire element. When he did not use the power of the fire element, he could barely suppress it. Once he used it, his Dao seal would vibrate incessantly, and his strength would decrease sharply within an hour. The Baifeng's action was pulling up seedlings to help them grow. However, to a Holy Spirit, he only cared about the spirit fruit that could help him escape. As for whether Ding Yi lived or died in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Many Holy Spirits did things this way. The short man's timing was perfect. Ding Yi's mind was shaken, and he was using all his strength to maintain the Dao seal. At this time, how could he resist? A giant all spun and pierced through the air, drilling towards his glabella. "My life is over," Ding Yi shouted in his heart, and his face was full of unwillingness. Seeing that the giant awl was about to drill into his head, A strange power wrapped around him. His vision suddenly changed, and the space around him seemed to vibrate slightly. Then the giant all disappeared. When he looked around again, he was no longer where he was before. He had inexplicably moved a distance of several hundred feet. It was this strange movement that allowed him to escape. Chapter 4097. Tracing the source of that power, Dingy looked over and saw Yang Kai reaching out a giant hand towards him, space twisting and distorting around it. Understanding that Yang Kai had saved his life at a critical moment, Ding Yi was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. Looking at the short man, Kai Yang grinned. "It's you, you bastard?" Before his voice fell, Ding Yi had already sent a palm towards the short man, causing the yuan qi in heaven and earth to tremble and transform into a giant blue hand that enveloped the world. The short man's face changed slightly as he took a deep breath and shook the gourd vine in his hand. With a series of whooshing sounds, the 7 gourd brothers flew over and landed on the gourd vine, turning into 7 small gourds. The power of the gourd vine soared, and with just a light blow, it broke the yuan qi hand. The short man did not hesitate and instead formed a seal with one hand before his figure suddenly disappeared. "Still want to run?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and urged his space principles to seal off the world. Faintly perceiving a trace of vitality, Yang Kai threw a punch in that direction. With a muffled groan, the short man's figure reappeared, but he had already rushed into the mountain, blood spurting from his mouth. Obviously, he had been hit by Yang Kai's punch and had suffered a great loss. Turning his head, he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment before his figure disappeared again. Yang Kai frowned, his divine sense unable to perceive the short man's existence. Of course, this was due to the mysterious concealment technique this guy used, but more importantly, the situation on the mountain was somewhat strange, suppressing the extension of his divine sense. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the short man to escape so easily. "Is there a grudge?" Su Jin looked at Yang Kai curiously. Just now, when Kai Yang had suddenly attacked, it had made him realize this point. Yang Kai stared at the spot where the short man disappeared and nodded lightly. Su Jin said thoughtfully, "That divine technique just now should be the Tao-breaking seal. Is this person from Ziqiong Blessed Land? But why haven't I seen him before? If he really is from Purple Jade Blessed Land, then Brother Yang will have to be careful." Yang Kai snorted, "Who cares if he's from Purple Jade Blessed Land or not? I'm going to kill him." Before entering the old land, in the colorful channel, Yang Kai had been attacked by the Tao-breaking seal. If he had not strengthened the seal with Tao-E divine water, he would have suffered a big loss at that time. At that time, although he searched for the first time, he could not find the trace of the attacker. He still learned the information of the Tao-breaking seal from Chu Huashang. He didn't expect to see this divine technique again in this place. In other words, it was most likely that the short man was the one who had ambushed them in the colorful channel. Moreover, the various methods and information he had displayed were consistent with Yang Kai's guess. First of all, this guy was proficient in a secret technique that could conceal his aura and figure. At that time in the colorful channel, Yang Kai was unable to find any trace of him. This point had been confirmed. The short man was also proficient in a secret technique that could conceal his aura and figure. Once again, there was no hatred for no reason, and no kindness for no reason. Yang Kai didn't know why he had ambushed him and wanted to kill him, but if this grudge was extended by Jin Wu and Zhu Juin, then it made sense. Jin Wu and Zhu Juin had a deep grudge against each other. As the bearer of Jin Wu, the short man must have received instructions from Jin Wu before he entered the Elder's land. Jin Wu wanted him to think of a way to kill himself inside and cut off Zhu Juin's future. Su Jin was a little troubled. "Brother Yang, if that person is really a disciple of Ziqiong Blessed Land, I'm afraid I can't help much." Although there was competition between the Blessed Land and Blessed Land, there were also good relations between them. The Divine Cauldron Heavens and Ziqiong Blessed Land had a good relationship. If the disciples of the two families met outside, even if they didn't support each other, at least they wouldn't make things difficult for each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to answer to their masters when they returned. Yang Kai said, I won't make things difficult for Brother Su. Sujin sighed, but he didn't have any intention of persuading him. After pondering for a moment, he said, if it's really a matter of life and death, Brother Yang, you must be careful of this thing. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Sujin playing with his identity token in his hand. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he nodded slightly. For a disciple of the blessed land like Sujin, the identity token wasn't just a symbol of status. There was a high possibility that it sealed a divine technique of his master. For a disciple of the blessed land who went out to train, this identity token was sometimes a life-saving trump card. For Sujin to remind Yang Kai of this, it was already very kind of him. At this moment, Ding Yi came over to express his gratitude. If it wasn't for Yang Kai using the great Tao of space to move him away at the crucial moment, he would definitely have been hit by that Tao-breaking seal. In his state at that time, if he was hit, his seal would definitely be at risk of collapsing. Yang Kai's simple help was a life-saving grace to him. I can't thank you enough. Brother Yang, if there's anything you need me or DT for, just let me know. I won't refuse. Ding Yi was extremely heroic. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, what are you all standing there for? Go in and find that guy. I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. His face was ferocious, and it was obvious that he hated that short man. Among the 2,000 to 3,000 DT cultivators, there were hundreds of casualties, but there were still a lot of them. Under Ding Yi's order, they rushed into the mountain. Yang Kai said, this mountain seems to be a little dangerous. Tell your men to be careful. Ding Yi was stunned. He had just arrived here and fought with that short man, so he really didn't know about this. He quickly reminded his men. Everyone received the order and immediately became cautious. When the thousands of people who were gathered here saw that DT's men were moving, they naturally couldn't hold back and rushed into the mountain. Brother Yang, I'm going too. Let's meet at the peak. Sujin clasped his hands and walked up the mountain. He didn't know whether that short man was from Ziqiong blessed land or not, but he couldn't travel together with Yang Kai. Otherwise, if Yang Kai got into a conflict with that short man, he wouldn't be able to help either of them. After thinking about it, it was safer to travel alone. Yang Kai nodded and said, take care. After Sujin left, he stepped forward. As soon as he stepped into the mountain, he frowned, because this place was very strange. It was actually the same as the fog created by the little mushroom, which had the effect of suppressing divine sense, making it impossible for him to detect things too far away. Although he didn't know what mysteries this mountain had, he was sure that it was definitely dangerous. The deaths of those who entered this place before was the best proof. On the other side, Xiang Ying carried the purple bamboo and walked towards the peak of the mountain step by step. He looked at the old tree at the top of the mountain with a calm expression. 3,000 feet away, another young man was walking quickly. Someone turned to look at him and saw the saint-level medicine Aku squatting on his shoulder. He chuckled and said, what is this strange thing? It's so ugly. Aku looked up at him with a bitter expression and said, you're quite handsome, young man. You have the looks of a long life. That person laughed and tugged at the corner of his companion's clothes. He said, this ugly thing can actually talk. With a crack, a bolt of lightning came and hit the person who spoke. The power of the lightning was extremely strong. No one knew where it came from, and there was no trace of it. Under the violent power, this person was directly blasted into pieces. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh flew all over the sky. His companion beside him was stunned. His body suddenly froze on the spot, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. If that lightning had been slightly off course, he would have been the one to die. Aku looked at him and said deeply, you're quite handsome too. Just as he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning struck this person's body, and this person was also beaten to the point where not even his bones were left. The cultivators around were all shocked. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all instinctively moved away from Aku and looked at him as if he was a monster. Aku looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. I'm so bitter. The cracking sounds were incessant. Previously, everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain and didn't realize the danger on the mountain. However, after stepping into the mountain, it was as if they had triggered some invisible restriction, and danger came one after another. The bolts of lightning that were born out of thin air had terrifying power. An ordinary cultivator couldn't withstand it at all. One bolt of lightning would usually take away a life. Yang Kai was also taken care of a few times. He had been vigilantly looking around. Although his divine thoughts were suppressed, he could still use them. It was just that the range was very small. Even so, he couldn't detect how the lightning was formed. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late. He could only resist it. Fortunately, his body was sturdy, and he was fine after taking a few bolts of lightning. He was just beaten until his whole body was numb and his clothes were tattered. "Be careful of that cloud of fog," Pu Baixiong suddenly shouted. He and Little Mushroom sat on Yang Kai's shoulders and were also vigilantly looking around. Now that they discovered something, they immediately warned him. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw a mass of gray mist drifting over, enveloping the dozen or so people not far away. Those people didn't pay much attention to it, but when the cloud of gray fog floated away from their location, a hair-raising scene appeared. More than a dozen white skeletons were left behind, scattered all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen lives were strangely buried here. Not a single sound could be heard. After the cloud of fog swallowed the flesh of more than a dozen people, it floated toward another group of people. It was only at this moment that someone cried out in alarm, "This isn't fog, it's insects." The cloud of gray fog was actually made up of countless tiny insects that couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. Seeing the cloud of insects floating toward them, some people in the group immediately attacked in panic, bombarding it with divine technique. The cloud of insects broke apart, turning into more than a dozen streaks, breaking through the group of people in an instant and burrowing into their bodies through their nostrils. In an instant, these people trembled like sieves and screamed continuously, as if they were enduring great torment. However, it only lasted for a moment before the screams stopped. Flesh and blood disappeared, and the living creatures turned into dried bones. The cloud of insects grew much stronger and gathered together again, charging toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Only now did he realize how dangerous this mountain was. The lightning that appeared out of thin air was one thing, but if he had some means, he could still resist it. However, this cloud of insects seemed to be even more powerful than the lightning. It was simply impossible to guard against. Chapter 4098. The insect cloud silently flew towards Yang Kai, wrapping him up as his golden crow true fire ignited the insect cloud. In an instant, a series of crackling sounds filled the air as the insect cloud turned into a cloud of fire, burning the insects to ashes one by one. Along the way, there were many dangers. Not only was there the bombardment of thunder and the insect swarm, but there were also many unimaginable dangers. The ground suddenly split open, revealing an abyss that swallowed the cultivator and then closed, silently taking their lives. Some people didn't even know when their companions disappeared. When they turned around and saw that they were all alone, they immediately felt their blood run cold. Thousands of cultivators rushed into the mountain, and in less than an incense stick's worth of time, they had lost 20 to 30% of their cultivators. Moreover, the further up the mountain one went, the greater the danger, and the more frequent the crises became. Yang Kai was hit several times, but thanks to his solid foundation, he was able to survive. However, the other cultivators were not so lucky. Whether it was the thunder or the insect swarm, they were not easy to resist. When they were halfway up the mountain, the number of people decreased sharply. Those who still had the courage to continue either had great confidence in their own strength or had the mentality that they couldn't return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Thus, they gave it their all. Xiang Ying and the young man who obtained Aku were far in the lead. As for Su Zhen, he was a little behind. It was not that Su Zhen's strength was inferior to the two of them, but everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. The purple bamboo in Xiang Ying's hand was enough to destroy all kinds of methods, and with a tap of it, it was enough to annihilate the thunder and scatter the insect swarm. The young man who obtained Aku also had extraordinary means. Yang Kai suspected that he was a bearer chosen by a sacred spirit, but this person did not reveal himself. So Yang Kai couldn't figure out his background. And this was only what was on the surface. How many bearers were lurking in the water? After all, Yang Kai had seen more than 50 sacred spirits before, and each sacred spirit had its own bearer, so there were at least 50 bearers. The short man was still nowhere to be seen, and Yang Kai had no idea where he was. As Yang Kai moved forward, he looked left and right, searching for him. A spot of light suddenly lit up not far away. When the light first appeared, it was very weak, but in the blink of an eye, it became as bright as day. An extremely terrifying aura came from the light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the lightning snakes danced wildly and spread out with the light as the center. Pu Baixiong exclaimed, "Be careful!" Yang Kai had already reached out to grab the space in front of him, and as the space principles fluctuated, he suddenly raised his hand. With a loud bang, a thunderstorm exploded high up in the sky, enveloping an area of 300 meters. Even the void within that area collapsed, forming a huge black hole. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly thanked his lucky stars. Fortunately, he sensed that something was wrong and moved the thunderstorm to midair. Otherwise, if it really exploded in front of him, even his half-dragon body would not be able to withstand it. Exhaling softly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the mountain peak with a puzzled expression. Previously, when he was at the foot of the mountain, he had sensed that there was a subtle aura of world force permeating the mountain, and as he moved forward, this feeling became clearer and clearer. This made him feel a little confused. In the great cosmological realm, even the strength of divine spirits was greatly suppressed, and the small universe in the heaven-opening realm's body was completely sealed. Logically speaking, it was impossible for something like world force to exist. But it just so happened that there was one here. Where did this world force come from? Yang Kai could sense that the source of this world force was the old tree at the top of the mountain. What surprised him even more was that this world force was very mixed, as if there was more than one kind, but countless kinds of world force gathered together. "Grape, are you sure this is an innate fruit tree?" Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. Pu Baixiong sat on his shoulder, his two legs formed from roots swinging as he casually said, "What innate fruit tree? I don't know, but if you want to find a fruit tree, I know there is a fruit tree here." Yang Kai was speechless. From the foot of the mountain to the top, it was only a distance of 3,000 feet. Normally, any cultivator could cover this distance in an instant, but in this mountain, it took more than 2 hours. The first to rush to the top of the mountain was Xiang Ying. When he reached the top, he was not in a hurry to snatch the spirit fruit. Instead, he stood under the tree and looked up with a stunned expression. The second was the young man who had obtained Aku. As soon as this guy came up, Xiang Ying moved away from him without a trace. The reason was that the cultivator who went up the mountain with this guy had all died an unnatural death, which was an ominous sign. The third was Su Zhen. Yang Kai was the fourth to rush up, followed by Ding Yi and Di Tian's group. Behind them, the scattered cultivator finally reached this place after going through all kinds of hardships. There was no trace of the short man, but Yang Kai could feel that this guy was hiding somewhere. It was just that the suppression of spiritual sense in this place was too strong, making it difficult for him to find him easily. Everyone looked at this fruit tree in a daze. The crown of the tree was huge, covering the sky and the earth. On each of the branches there were many spirit fruits. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They were sparkling and translucent, overflowing with light and color, beautiful and magnificent. "This is..." Su Zhen looked at the tree and the spirit fruits in front of him in a daze. As if remembering something, a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. "This is not the primordial fruit tree," Xiang Ying suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. He did not notice it at the bottom of the mountain, but when he saw this fruit tree, he knew that something was wrong. This was definitely not the primordial fruit tree, at least not the primordial fruit tree that those divine spirits were looking for. Because those divine spirits had said that there was only one spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree, and that one could only be plucked. Every time the land of the ancients opened, this would happen. After the spirit fruit was plucked, the primordial fruit tree would disappear. And that spirit fruit was the key to whether they could escape or not. There were more than 100 spirit fruits on the tree in front of them. There were thousands of them. Spirit fruits hung on the branches one after another, attracting the attention of others. Moreover, from those spirit fruits, faint traces of world force were emitted. The source of the world energy that Yang Kai felt before was actually from these spirit fruits. The fact that the spirit fruit contained the power of the world was simply unimaginable. Ha ha ha! There are so many spirit fruits. Each of us can pluck a few. Ding Yi laughed heartily. Although there were 4,000 to 5,000 people rushing into the mountain, there were only a few hundred people who succeeded in reaching the peak. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit fruits on this tree, so even if the hundreds of people divided equally, each of them could get a few pieces. Although they did not know what these spirit fruits were for, judging from their charm, they were extraordinary. However, with such a precious treasure in front of them, no one dared to act rashly, lest they attract the attention of others. Ding Yi did not care about this, and ordered one of his men, "Go, pluck one and taste it." That person's face turned bitter, and he could only bite the bullet and walk forward. He leaped and landed on a tree trunk. When he looked down, he saw that everyone below was looking at him eagerly, and no one had the intention to attack him. Only then did he feel relieved. He knew that the people below probably wanted him to be a pathfinder. If there was no danger in plucking the spirit fruits, they would probably fight for them in the next moment. Secretly praying, he raised his hand to grab a spirit fruit. It was cool to the touch, but there was nothing unusual about it. Just as he was about to pluck the spirit fruit, a sudden change occurred. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the man suddenly disappeared. Ding Yi's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Where did he go?" Yang Kai also looked dignified. His eyes were fixed on the person just now, but he did not notice how the person disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, which was really strange. Seeing this scene, many people rejoiced. There was obviously a huge risk in plucking the spirit fruit. Fortunately, they were not in a hurry to snatch it just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering now. A trace of relief flashed in Suzhen's eyes, and there was a bit of fanaticism. He laughed loudly. "Sure enough, there really is such a thing in this world. I thought it was just a legend." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him. Suzhen came from the Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, and his background was extraordinary. Whether it was knowledge or experience, he was much better than his peers. After all, the inheritance and heritage of a cave heaven had existed for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Many secrets that ordinary people did not know were recorded in these cave heavens. Yang Kai had previously obtained a lot of information about the great cosmological realm from Suzhen. Looking at him now, he seemed to recognize this strange fruit tree and should have seen some related records before. "Little fatty, what do you know? What the hell is this thing? Where did my people go?" Ding Yi was worried about the safety of his subordinates and hurriedly asked. Suzhen glanced at him and was not annoyed. He had always had a good temper. He smiled slightly and said, "Leader Ding, don't worry. Your people are not in any danger for the time being. They were just eaten by this fruit." Ding Yi's expression changed. "Eaten by the fruit? That's not dangerous?" Suzhen chuckled. "It's good that there is no danger, but whether he can escape will depend on his own luck. If he can escape, he will have a great opportunity. If not, what will happen if he can't? Naturally, he will be trapped in the fruit for the rest of his life." Ding Yi said seriously, "This fruit can trap people? Leader Ding, don't underestimate this fruit. This fruit is very famous." Suzhen chuckled. Aku's master said, "Brother, may I ask what this fruit tree is? And what is this fruit?" This was what everyone wanted to know. With such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be a headache if they could not figure out its origin. Learning from the mistakes of others, no one dared to make a move on the spirit fruit again. Suzhen did not hide anything and said with a serious expression, "If I'm not mistaken, This should be the legendary 3,000 world tree. 3,000 world tree? Everyone was surprised and looked at each other. Everyone present, except for Suzhen, had not heard of this before. Chapter 4099. Suzhen said, I once saw some scattered records in an ancient book in the sect. Although the records weren't complete, I'm sure this is the 3,000 world tree. Everyone, please take a look. Are there 3,000 fruits on this tree? With his reminder, everyone hurriedly looked at the spirit fruits. Everyone present was extraordinary. With a single glance, they knew the number of spirit fruits. There were exactly 3,000, no more, no less. Suzhen's expression was solemn. The 3,000 world tree bears 3,000 world fruits. Each fruit is a world, corresponding to the 3,000 great paths. Each world fruit is a small world with its own system, just like the small universe in the body of a heaven-opening realm. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. The fruits were only the size of a fist, but they were small worlds. This was beyond their imagination. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. His attention was on the spirit fruits just now, so he didn't realize the key point. Now that he heard Suzhen say this, he couldn't help but wonder if this 3,000 world tree was the world tree mentioned by giant god Ada. The great battle in the astral plane had shattered the laws of heaven and earth. The astral plane was at risk of collapsing at all times. Although many great emperors worked together to maintain stability, the astral plane couldn't hold on for long. Yang Kai once asked Ada about it, but Ada didn't know much. He only told Yang Kai that this world tree was the key to reshaping the laws of heaven and earth in the astral plane. However, he hadn't heard anything about the world tree since he entered the universe world. He didn't expect to find something in the land of the ancients. If this 3,000 world tree was the thing Ada mentioned, then it was the key to the survival of the astral plane. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but burn. He was secretly thinking about how to uproot this 3,000 world tree. One fruit, one world. Someone murmured. So, that brother just fell into the world within the fruit? That's right. Suzhen nodded. This is his opportunity. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Suzhen said that the person was eaten by the fruit. Falling into the world within the fruit meant that he was eaten. If he can comprehend the mystery, then he can escape and the world fruit will be his. But if he can't, so what if I can't comprehend it? Dingyi asked in a low voice. I'll be trapped in there for the rest of my life, and I'll never be able to get out. Suzhen replied. These words sent chills down everyone's spines. No one knew what the world inside the fruit was like. If one was really trapped inside for the rest of their lives, it would not be a good ending. What are the effects of this world fruit? Another person asked, Brother, since you recognize this item, you must know its effects, right? Suzhen chuckled. The effects of the world fruit are amazing. It's something that only exists in legends. It's a divine item that can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator break through to the first tier. What? Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone looked at Suzhen in disbelief, wanting to see if he was joking. But Suzhen's face was filled with fanaticism. How could he be joking? Help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Are you serious? There's such a divine object in this world. Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is extremely difficult. Can this fruit really help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm required many years of accumulation. Every time one advanced by one stage, it would take countless amounts of time and resources. Moreover, there were many restrictions and it would not be limitless. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the heaven-opening realm, even if they had plenty of time and resources, they would only be able to advance by 2 or 3 stages at most. 2 stages accounted for 90% of the time, and there might not even be a single cultivator who could advance to the 3rd tier in several thousand years. After all, the heaven-opening pill was artificially refined. The more such a spirit pill was consumed, the less effective it would be for the cultivator, until it had no effect at all. Of course, if one had the opportunity to obtain a naturally occurring heaven-opening pill, they would not have such concerns. There were many miraculous things in this world, and there was a type of heaven-opening pill that was naturally formed and extremely rare. This heaven-opening pill did not have any side effects, and anyone who obtained it could use its power to advance their own cultivation. However, this naturally occurring heaven-opening pill was extremely rare, and it would often be fought over by various blessed paradises the moment it appeared. An ordinary cultivator would not have the chance to obtain it. Beside the 3,000-world tree, several hundred cultivators were in an uproar, clearly shocked by Su Zhen's words. Su Zhen said solemnly, "I didn't really believe it at first, but after seeing these world fruits, I have no choice but to believe it. Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is nothing more than expanding the mini-cosmos world in one's body, perfecting the power of that mini-cosmos world. Looking at these world fruits, every single one is a mini-cosmos world. If one can ingest and refine them, the benefits to a heaven-opening realm cultivator are unimaginable. It's only natural that they can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Zhen's words were not wrong. The world fruits were filled with world might, forming a mini-cosmos world of its own. If a heaven-opening realm cultivator ingested and refined them, it would indeed help them expand the mini-cosmos world in their body, perfecting the power of their mini-cosmos world. For a moment, everyone's eyes burned with desire as they looked at the world fruits one after another, drooling. These were divine objects that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by a single grade. Everyone present had benefited greatly from the great cosmological realm. It could be said that as long as they could leave safely, it would not be much of a problem for them to advance to the heaven-opening realm in the future. If they could obtain a world fruit in advance, they would be able to advance to the 4th stage from the 3rd stage, the 5th stage from the 4th stage, and the 7th stage from the 6th stage. How many years of bitter cultivation would a single world fruit save? Even if they did not consume it themselves, if they sold it, it would definitely cause a great deal of competition among heaven-opening realm cultivators. But don't get too carried away, everyone. One figure after another disappeared mysteriously. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people were gone. Some of the remaining cultivator were still observing silently. Some hesitated, wondering if they should risk it all. After all, Su Zhen had said before that entering the world within the fruit had its risks. If they succeeded, they would pluck the spirit fruit, but if they failed, they would be trapped for life. There was no other possibility. Xiang Ying and the young man who obtained Aku also chose a spirit fruit and entered the world within the fruit. Ding Yi pointed his blade and shouted, "Brothers, the opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. I won't force you. Those who are content with mediocrity can stay, but those who want to soar, come with me." After saying that, he was the first to rush over. He found the spirit fruit at the highest point and grabbed it. His figure disappeared instantly. Di Tian and the others followed closely behind, each choosing their own target. Some shook their heads and sighed, going down the mountain. After all, not everyone had Ding Yi's courage. Su Zhen did not move, and neither did Yang Kai. Both of them wanted to find out the grades of these spirit fruits. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, neither of them found anything. After a while, Su Zhen shook his head and said, "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Su, take care." Chapter 4100. As he spoke, he secretly sent a voice transmission. What will happen if 2 people choose the same spirit fruit at the same time? He had been staying here, not only to distinguish the grade of the spirit fruit, but also to see this. Unfortunately, there were so many people just now, but none of them entered the world within the fruit together. They all chose different targets. Su Zhen's eyes flashed slightly, and he instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. He replied, "Brother Yang can try." He obviously didn't know what the consequences would be. After Su Zhen disappeared, Yang Kai set his sights on a certain world fruit. He grabbed it and disappeared without a trace. After a cup of tea, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was the short man who obtained the gourd vine. At this moment, he stared at the 3,000-world tree in front of him with a fanatical expression and laughed. World fruit. There's such a divine object in the land of eternity. This person had been hiding nearby and only showed up now. He walked slowly to the fruit tree and shook the gourd vine, trying to grab a fruit. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't get it. The fruit grew on the tree, and although it looked easy to pick, it was unusually strong. The short man tried several times but failed. He could only sigh. It seems that I have to go into the world within the fruit. As he spoke, he grabbed one of the fruits. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A great danger shrouded him, and a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Freeze! The space around him suddenly froze, and his body froze on the spot. The world fruit was within reach, but he couldn't move it at all. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure slowly emerging in midair. He was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into an ambush? He was cautious by nature. If not, he wouldn't have hidden until now. Who knew that when he confirmed that everyone had entered the world within the fruit, there was still someone outside who had deceived his detection. That voice should be the carrier of Zhujian Yang Kai, who had made a name for himself in the great cosmological realm. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had no enmity with Yang Kai. It was only because of Jin Wu's instructions that he set up an ambush in the colorful passageway. He thought that he would definitely kill Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was only slightly injured? Only then did he realize that Yang Kai lived up to his reputation. Previously, in order to deal with Ding Yi, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. It was obvious that Yang Kai held a grudge against him. That guy had been hiding his whereabouts all this time in order to plot against him. In a split second, the short man had already understood everything. Although he was panicking in his heart, he did not panic and hurriedly used his mind to communicate with the gourd vine that was wrapped around his body. The 7 small gourds hanging on the vine faintly emitted a 7-colored brilliance. Yang Kai appeared from the void and strode towards the short man. He stretched out his hand and a huge crescent blade was formed. He coldly looked at the short man not far away and shouted, "Cut!" The moon blade pierced through the air, slicing through the void as it slashed toward the short man. This person was Jin Wu's bearer. Previously, he had plotted against him in the colorful passageway. Since the enmity had been formed, it would not end until one of them was dead. Yang Kai naturally would not be merciful. He had the shadowless gauze, so it was not difficult for him to conceal his presence. Just now, he seemed to have fallen into the world within the fruit, but in fact, he did not touch the fruit at all. Before that, he had already activated the shadowless gauze to hide his presence. After waiting for a while, the short man indeed exposed his whereabouts. This guy also had a method of concealment and obtained a sacred medicine like the gourd vine. If he did not take this opportunity to get rid of him, he would definitely be a problem in the future. Moreover, Yang Kai was also envious of the gourd vine and the 7 small gourds. Pu Baixiong and the small mushroom were sacred medicines and their value was inestimable. However, to Yang Kai, the gourd vine was undoubtedly more attractive. The 7 small gourds on the vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, and were all of the 5th rank. If he could snatch the gourd vine, it would mean that he would have an endless supply of 5th rank power to use in the future. He did not need it, but those in the star boundary did. He would kill without mercy. The moon blade whistled through the air and slashed in front of the short man in an instant. Just as the man's head was about to be separated from his body, the 7 small gourds wrapped around his body suddenly shone brightly. A rainbow-colored light lingered around him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, forming a solid layer of protection outside his body. With a boom, the moon blade slashed down, but it only cut a hole in the rainbow-colored protection, causing the man's body to tremble slightly. It did not cause much damage to the short man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the short man had already broken free from the restraints of the law of space. He turned his head and glared at Yang Kai, saying resentfully, "I'll kill you sooner or later." Yang Kai snorted coldly and punched out. On the peak of his fist, a small black dot flashed and disappeared. Collapse. The violent fist energy tore apart the rainbow-colored protection. The short man grunted and spat out blood. He grabbed at the world fruit with a panicked expression and instantly disappeared. Yang Kai strode over. When he turned his fist into a palm strike, he hit empty air. The short man had already rushed into the world within the fruit. Yang Kai did not hesitate and grabbed at the fruit as well. The short man had already been injured by him, so this was a good opportunity to take his life. Yang Kai naturally would not miss this opportunity and was determined to kill him. What made him feel at ease was that when he grabbed the world fruit, he clearly felt a suction force coming from the fruit, pulling his body into a bottomless abyss. It seemed that even if two people chose the same world fruit, they could still enter together. He could not help but feel a little curious and expectant. What exactly was the world within the fruit like? He activated his power to protect himself and was secretly on guard. In what seemed like an instant, Yang Kai suddenly arrived in a strange world. Looking around, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He saw that he was in a huge bubble at this moment, and there were even more bubbles around him. They were so densely packed that there was no end in sight. This entire world seemed to be composed of countless bubbles. What surprised him was that the world chi in these bubbles was abnormally abundant, and this world actually had its own world principles, and they were the kind that was relatively complete. With just a glance, Yang Kai realized that if he cultivated in this world, if he wasn't hindered by his aptitude, he could definitely reach the heaven-opening realm. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This was just a world within the fruit, but it could actually allow one to reach the heaven-opening realm. The world fruit was truly extraordinary. No wonder it could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly break through. This should be a low-grade world fruit because Yang Kai could sense that the third stage of heaven-opening realm was the limit here. This feeling was very vague, but he was certain of it. But before he could investigate anything else, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw a figure that appeared distorted under the folding of the bubble's membrane. The figure broke through the bubble's bubble and rushed into another bubble. It was the short man. Yang Kai and the other party had rushed into this world one after the other, and their positions were about the same. The other party had just taken a punch from Yang Kai, and his aura was weak at this moment. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? He shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after the other party. With a bang, Yang Kai felt like he had hit a mountain, and his momentum was immediately halted. He saw stars and felt a lump in his throat, and tears were about to flow out of his eyes. On his left and right shoulders, the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong were rolling around, crying out in pain. Yang Kai shook his head and took a step back. Looking up, he could not help but feel a little speechless. The thing in front of him was actually the thin film of the bubble. It was this thin film that had blocked his teleportation and prevented him from smoothly chasing after the other party. Raising his hand, Yang Kai grabbed the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong and threw them into the small sealed world before tearing open the thin film in front of him and rushing into the next bubble. Strangely enough, this thin film cut off his space principles, making it impossible for him to teleport, but it could not stop his tearing force. However, after Yang Kai rushed into the next bubble, the torn gap automatically closed. At this moment, Yang Kai had no time to think too deeply about this matter. Locking his eyes in the direction the short man had escaped, he broke through layer after layer of the thin film and chased after him. After a short while, Yang Kai laughed, "The heavens are helping me," because in his field of vision, when the short man broke into the next bubble, a raging fire suddenly burst out from the bubble, burning him up and making him jump up and down, making him look quite miserable. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, there was a loud crack and a bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to stagger. Looking around, Yang Kai's face changed as he saw that the bubble he was in was filled with countless lightning snakes that gathered together into a thunderstorm in the blink of an eye, causing him to feel numb all over and shiver uncontrollably. These bubbles also contained many dangers. At first glance, there seemed to be no difference between the bubbles, but after breaking into them, one would realize just how mysterious they were. 10 breaths later, Yang Kai rushed out of the lightning-filled bubble, and the short man also broke free at the same time. He clearly noticed that someone was chasing him from behind, but he didn't look back at all and simply fled. Yang Kai held his breath as he shuttled back and forth between the bubbles in pursuit. This chase went on for an unknown distance, sometimes closing the gap between them, sometimes distancing themselves. Yang Kai gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If it weren't for these strange bubbles with his space principles, wouldn't it have been easy for him to chase after this person? However, these bubbles could cut off his teleportation, causing him to feel quite resentful. A few days later, Yang Kai stopped, panting in exhaustion. Dozens of bubbles in front of him, the short man also sat down and sprawled out on the ground. After a few days of chasing, whether it was Yang Kai or the short man, both of them were a little exhausted and had to stop to rest. Yang Kai crazily stuffed spirit pills into his mouth and shouted, "Run! Run as fast as you can! When this king catches you, he will definitely let you taste all the torture in the world." The short man struggled to get up and stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, gasping for breath. "What will it take for you to let me go?" Yang Kai sneered. "Let you go? Do you think it's possible? Not to mention that you attacked this king and tried to kill this king. As a bearer, there will be a life and death battle between you and me. Instead of waiting for trouble in the future, it's better to deal with you here and now." Chapter 4101. Seeing that Yang Kai was not going to give up, the short man was furious. "Yang Kai, don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to fight a meaningless battle and let others take advantage of me." Yang Kai laughed sinisterly. "Killing you is not a meaningless battle. If you want to live, it's simple. Leave your gourd vine behind and I won't chase you." The man surnamed Go said angrily, "Then come and chase me. Let's see who's faster, you or me." If he had not been punched by Yang Kai, he would not have had to flee so pathetically. With the gourd vine in his hand, why would he need to fear anyone in the great cosmological realm? It was just that the punch from before made him feel really uncomfortable. If it were not for the protection of the gourd vine, he would have been smashed to pieces by that punch. The two of them continued to quarrel as they recovered. Obviously, neither of them wanted to let the other rest in peace. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai got up, tore open the membrane in front of him, and rushed forward. The man surnamed Go was shocked. He did not care that the spirit pill in his stomach had not completely dissolved and hurriedly fled. In the following dozens of days, the man surnamed Go could be said to be living a life worse than death. Yang Kai's recovery ability was obviously much stronger than his. Often, before he could recover much of his strength, Yang Kai would be full of energy and would chase after him, forcing him to flee in panic. The injuries on his body did not receive effective treatment and recuperation. Not only did he not recover much, but they also showed signs of worsening. He knew that this could not go on. If this continued, Yang Kai would catch up to him one day. At that time, he would not even have the strength to fight back. Over the past few days, the distance between Yang Kai and him was constantly closing. At first, there were still dozens of air bubbles between them, but now there were only a few air bubbles left. Could be said that they were very close. Along the way, he had also been constantly exploring the mysteries of this world in an attempt to comprehend the mystery of this place and then take the world fruit. Unfortunately, after so many days, he still did not gain anything. Not only him, but Yang Kai was also the same. This entire world was made up of countless bubbles. Each bubble was similar in size, and there was no difference at all. Although Yang Kai had chased the man all the way and forced him into a difficult situation, he was secretly anxious. After all, so many days had passed. Who knew what was going on outside? If they missed the closing time of the land of the ancients, wouldn't they be trapped here for the rest of their lives? At that time, he would not be able to leave, and he and the others would most likely suffer as well. Therefore, Yang Kai spared no effort in his pursuit. Only by getting rid of this guy as soon as possible could he explore the mysteries of this place. After another round of meditation, Yang Kai didn't have time to recover all of his strength. He got up, tore through the bubble's membrane, and charged toward the man surnamed Go. This time, the other party didn't run away. He just sat there cross-legged and looked over coldly. There was a trace of determination in his ferocious gaze. Yang Kai grinned. How could he not know that this guy had no choice but to fight with his life on the line? This was what he wanted to see. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed through several bubbles and arrived at the bubble where the man surnamed Go was. After several dozen days, this was the first time the two of them were facing each other at such a close distance. Condense! Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and activated the space principle, immediately sealing the space inside the bubble. This way, the man surnamed Go would not be able to escape easily unless he broke through the space barrier. If the other party really did so, it would definitely give him an opportunity to take advantage of. It seems that you and I can only meet in life and death. What a pity. I didn't want to send you on your way so quickly, but you forced my hand. The man surnamed Go didn't panic. Instead, there was a sense of certainty in his voice. Saying so, he let out a long breath and slowly stood up. As he stood up, his originally somewhat dispirited aura began to soar. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "It's still not certain who will send who on their way, so don't boast so early. It won't look good on you later." The two men's gazes collided and sparks flashed. In the next moment, the two of them attacked at the same time, as if they had discussed this beforehand. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent a series of moon blades whistling forward, covering a large area and shattering space wherever the moon blades passed. The man surnamed Go formed a series of seals with his hands and sent a giant all spinning through the air. Tao Breaker Seal. This divine technique was specifically designed to counter Tao seals and was extremely powerful. Yang Kai had suffered a loss once before, and Ding Yi had also almost lost his life to this technique. Having already seen it twice, Yang Kai was naturally prepared. He divided a part of his concentration to stabilize his Tao seal, not allowing it to move. At the same time, with a slight thought, the moon blade he sent out whizzed back towards the Tao Breaker seal, strangling it. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, the Tao Breaker seal disappeared. The moon blade did not lose any of its power and once again struck towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go let out a roar as golden light filled his entire body. The power of the 7th stage metal elemental force surged, turning him into a golden man in an instant. He swung his fists and smashed them into the crescent blade, shattering it. The metal element was mainly used to attack and was very aggressive. Yang Kai's face was filled with envy. He had almost completely condensed the power of the 5 elements, and now he was only missing the metal element. He was secretly annoyed. Why wasn't the divine spirit looking for him Jin Wu, but Zhu Jiuyin instead? If it was Jin Wu, he could use the power of his inner core to condense the 7th rank metal element. Once the 5 elements power was completed, he would be half a step into the heaven-opening realm. He only needed the yin and yang elements to enter the heaven-opening realm. Unfortunately, it was fate. Since Zhu Jiuyin had found him to be the bearer, Jin Wu would not let him go. This was the root cause of this battle. After breaking the moon blades, the man surnamed Go's momentum did not falter. His short figure was like a bull as he charged at Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 4102. The 7 Gourd brothers were all extraordinary and could summon the power of the 5th stage. An ordinary cultivator was no match for them. After all, there were not many cultivators who could summon the power of the 5th stage and could not resist the power of the 7 Gourd brothers. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. The power of the 5 elements he could summon was at the 7th stage at the very least, so how could he be afraid of the 5th stage? The 7 Gourd brothers rolled down the gourd vine and assumed different postures, looking majestic. Before they could announce their names, the man surnamed Go suddenly shook the gourd vine again. The gourd vine pierced straight through and under Yang Kai's stunned gaze. It pierced through eldest baby's back and came out from his chest. Strangely enough, although eldest baby was pierced through by the gourd vine, he was not injured at all. The gourd vine did not slow down and passed through second baby, followed by third baby, fourth baby. In the blink of an eye, the 7 gourd brothers were strung together like a gourd. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. He thought that the 7 gourd brothers were the man surnamed Go's final trump card. But who knew that there were more variables? Without any hesitation, he activated all of his strength. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the might of a dragon filled the air. The black dragon spear seemed to transform into a giant dragon as it pounced towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, as if he was looking down at an ant. He shook the gourd vine and met the black dragon spear head-on. With a loud bang, Yang Kai only felt a terrifying force hit him head-on, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. Even the giant dragon phantom on the blue dragon spear dimmed from the impact. Yang Kai hit the bubble and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened. The power of the heaven opening? In that instant of contact, he actually felt the rich power of the heaven opening from the gourd vine. This power was far beyond the man surnamed Go's own power, and it was also beyond his current power. He suffered a great loss in just one exchange. At this moment, the 7 small gourds that were pierced by the gourd vine turned into 7 colored lights that surged into the gourd vine, causing the gourd vine to change colors and become extremely gorgeous. The power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and fused within it, reinforcing and restraining each other, turning into a cycle that evolved into endless profundities. When a cultivator reached splitting the heavens, they had to condense the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements to create a world within their body. Only then would they be able to unleash the might of the world without any external help. This was also the biggest reason why splitting the heavens were above the Emperor realm. Yang Kai himself had not cultivated to this level, but he had seen others advance to split the heavens with his own eyes. When Bai Qi had broken through to the 5th stage, he had been observing from the side. At that time, it was fortunate that he had given Bai Qi some heaven and earth source liquid. Otherwise, Bai Qi would have already died. The scene of that day was still vivid in his mind, just like what he saw in front of him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and merged, reinforcing and restraining each other. The 7 small gourds on the gourd vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Just like how a cultivator could condense the power of the 7 elements, this gourd vine could actually evolve the power of splitting the heavens. Moreover, it was the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. After all, each of the small gourds displayed the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. The arm holding the gourd vine began to bleed profusely. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, knowing that the other party was going all out. Success or failure would all depend on this move. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In the next moment, the gourd vine tore through the air. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous ones, giving Yang Kai a feeling that it had surpassed the low-rank heaven-splitting strength and had reached the mid-rank. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shouted, "Golden crow casts sun." A loud and clear bird cry rang out as a golden sun slowly rose from behind him. In an instant, it emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura surged from the sun. Golden crows were dancing and frolicking in the sun, causing the expression of the man, surnamed Go, to change slightly. He had long heard that Yang Kai had comprehended a divine technique Dharma idol, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Even though they were enemies, he could not help feeling admiration for this young man. This kind of talent was truly extraordinary. When the first elder of the Scarlet Star sect saw the Golden Crow cast Sun Divine Technique Dharma idol, he had said that with this Divine Technique Dharma idol, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he had the qualifications to compete with a low-rank heaven-splitting strength. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of this Divine Technique Dharma idol was. Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust the great sun at the tip of his spear, sending it crashing towards the gourd vine. Chapter 4103. Yang Kai had the golden crow casting sun divine technique aspect, while the man surnamed Go had the gourd vine's heaven-splitting power. Both of them could display power on par with a low-rank heaven-splitting master, so it could be said that they had met their match. In the world inside the fruit, the great sun shone brilliantly as the gourd vine pierced through the heavens and shattered the void. The collision of the two was like the collision of two stars. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out and the surrounding bubbles burst one after another, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot as he poured all of his strength into this spear attack. But how could the man surnamed Go not do the same? Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the heavens and earth changed color as countless void cracks appeared in the world inside the fruit. Obviously, this world could not withstand the impact of this violent power. Yang Kai coughed up blood as he was sent flying backwards. The great sun was annihilated. The man surnamed Go coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face suddenly paled. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body as the seven-colored light on the gourd vine dimmed and 7 new gourd fruits were formed as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. This collision resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses. Neither Yang Kai nor the man surnamed Go was able to gain the slightest advantage over the other. As soon as he landed, Yang Kai urged his strength to get up, but unexpectedly, he was unable to do so. The blow just now had exhausted almost all of his strength, and at this moment, whether it was his physical body or his Dao seal, they had both reached their limits. If he tried to force himself, it might leave behind some irreparable damage. Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that this battle would end up like this. He secretly reflected that he could not underestimate the heroes of the world. This man surnamed Go was not famous before, but now he possessed such terrifying strength, and this was only a divine spirit bearer, so what kind of amazing abilities did the others have? Of course, this guy's ability was based on the gourd vine. Fortunately, he could not get up, and the man surnamed Go was also lying there motionless. This guy had forcibly stimulated the heaven-splitting power with his emperor body, so the damage he suffered was not much better than Yang Kai's. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk the bubbles in the world continued to burst as if a chain reaction had been set off by the impact of the two people's strength. They could not be stopped at all, and the rate at which they were bursting was becoming faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, all the bubbles had burst, leaving only a palm-sized bubble floating in the air. This bubble was heaven-splitting fruit had not been noticed by Yang Kai or Go. They had chased after each other and broken through countless bubbles, but they had never seen this one before. When the other bubbles burst, it became extremely unique. Yang Kai blinked his blood-red eyes and stared at the bubble, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he realized that this bubble should be the key to this world fruit. If he could refine this bubble, he might be able to obtain this world fruit. At this moment, he did not even had the strength could Kai. Yang Kai had only crawled a few steps when he suddenly felt something tighten around his ankle. Turning his head, he cursed in his heart. His attention had been attracted by the bubble, and he had completely forgotten about Go. The other party had actually used the gourd vine to wrap around his ankle, and in the next moment, Yang Kai was pulled behind Go by the gourd vine, tumbling several times before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai had been relatively close to the bubble, but after being pulled by Go, he was now even closer to the other party. Obviously, Go had also realized the uniqueness of the bubble, and at this moment, he also began crawling towards it. What made Yang Kai feel lucky was that although he had been pulled back by the gourd vine, he had not suffered any damage. Obviously, Go did not have the extra strength to deal with him, otherwise, he would not have let him go so easily. Yang Kai was furious and chased after him with all his might. At this moment, the two of them wriggled forward like two maggots, approaching the bubble little by little. Go's injuries were obviously more serious, and he was soon overtaken by Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "Wait until I get this world fruit, then I'll come and take your dog life." Go's face darkened, and he did not say a word as he swung the gourd vine in his hand again. Yang Kai was dragged back again. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he cursed as he raised the black dragon spear in his hand and poked at the gourd vine. With a cry, the 7 gourd vines on the gourd vine all grew eyes and stared at Yang Kai pitifully, saying in unison, "You're hurting us!" Yang Kai ignored them and poked with all his strength, finally breaking free from the gourd vine. Go shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourd vines on the gourd vine rolled down and turned into the 7 gourd brothers. However, at this moment the 7 gourd brothers were also dispirited. It was obvious that the collision with Yang Kai just now had caused them to suffer great injuries as well as Yuan Qi. The 7 gourd brothers were lying on the ground. Eldest baby said weakly, "I am eldest baby." Second baby said, "I am second baby." Third baby said, "I am third baby." The 7 gourd brothers announced their names, one by one, and huddled together like a mountain, saying in unison, "We are the 7 gourd brothers." Go was furious. "Shut up, all of you. Hold him back." The 7 gourd brothers immediately hugged Yang Kai, grabbing his hair and arms. It was unknown which one of them ran to Yang Kai's side and hugged Yang Kai's leg, assuming a posture that prevented him from moving forward. Yang Kai was speechless as he watched Go slowly approach the bubble. With a thought, he summoned Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. Grape asked in surprise, "What's going on?" He and Little Mushroom were taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai after entering this fruit world, so they knew nothing about what had just happened. As soon as they came out, they saw the 7 gourd brothers making things difficult for Yang Kai and couldn't help feeling surprised. Little Mushroom grabbed her mushroom cap with both hands and asked weakly, "Gourd brothers, what are you doing?" How could the 7 gourd brothers have time to pay attention to her? All of them were crawling onto Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai called out, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and help get them away." It rushed to the man's large hand and struggled to pry open his palm, grabbing the 7 gourd vines. With a light shake, the 7 small 7 gourds that were entangled with Yang Kai and Pu Baixiong turned into 7 streaks of light and rushed into the 7 gourd vines. In the next moment, 7 small 7 gourds appeared on the 7 gourd vines, each of them saying, so tired, now I can have a good rest." After saying that, they all closed their eyes and quietly hung there without moving. Although they were sacred medicines and had strong vitality, they had been driven by the man surnamed Go to fight Yang Kai. They had consumed a lot of energy, so they had to take a good rest. Chapter 4104. Without the restraints of the gourds, Pu Baixiong regained his freedom and lay on Yang Kai's body with his arms and legs spread out. He laughed and said, "Stinky brat, you took advantage of me. You also got the gourd vine. Let me tell you, these little gourds have delicate skin and tender flesh. They taste delicious. If they can be stewed, what are you going to do?" As he spoke, Pu Baixiong was shocked, because he was suddenly caught in Kai Yang's hand, and his eyes were staring at the top of his head. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, how could he not know what Yang Kai was planning? He quickly covered his head with his roots and shouted, "Stinky brat, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. I just helped you." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "One, just one. You have so many grapes, it doesn't matter if you lose one." Regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he reached out and plucked a grape from Pu Baixiong's head and threw it directly into his mouth. The pure medicinal power exploded in his mouth, and Yang Kai felt that his exhausted body was suddenly greatly nourished and his strength quickly returned. Yang Kai had tried the effect of these grapes before and knew that its medicinal power was extraordinary. If not, he would not have had such thoughts about Pu Baixiong. Although the man surnamed Go was knocked unconscious by the small mushroom, who knew when he would wake up, it was better to recover his strength as soon as possible. Pu Baixiong held his head with both hands and sat on Yang Kai's chest and cursed, "Little heartless brat, Uncle Pu saved you for nothing." While cursing, his roots danced and swept Yang Kai's body, but with his strength, how could he hurt Yang Kai? In less than half an incense stick's time, Yang Kai was full of energy again. Although he had not fully recovered, he had at least recovered 60% of his strength. The effect of the grapes was still working, and with his own recovery ability, it would only take a few days for him to return to his peak. Pu Baixiong stood up and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to make any more noise. He timidly glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he didn't intend to settle accounts with him, he flattered, "Master, that gourd vine is good stuff. Don't miss it." There was no need for him to say this. Yang Kai had suffered a great loss before. It could be said that the reason why the man surnamed Go could fight him to such an extent was because of the power of the gourd vine. While the man's strength was not bad, there was still a gap between him and the current Yang Kai. He called Little Mushroom over and took the gourd vine from her hands. Yang Kai waved it casually, and the 7 gourds on the vine said in unison, "Don't be noisy, we're sleeping." Pu Baixiong said from the side, "Master, this gourd vine is very particular. Whoever holds the vine will be able to control these 7 little things." "You don't need to refine it?" Yang Kai was surprised. Pu Baixiong thought deeply and said uncertainly, "There's no need, right?" Yang Kai thought about it and felt that it was as Pu Baixiong said. The gourd vine didn't need to be refined to display its power. After all, it was a saint medicine, an existence of the same nature as Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. How could something like this be refined? This also explained why Little Mushroom was able to make the gourds return to the vine after obtaining it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. This gourd vine was a great killing tool. Now that he had obtained it, his strength would soar by a large margin. However, this was still an external force. For a cultivator, their own strength was the foundation. Although Yang Kai was happy, he didn't let it go to his head. For him, the greatest value of this gourd vine was the 5th grade strength it contained. With this saint medicine in hand, it meant that he would have an endless supply of 5th grade strength to use in the future, and he could continuously create 5th grade splitting the heavens. This thing was priceless. If this thing was taken out into the outside world, it would definitely be a treasure that could suppress the destiny of a region. Couldn't be exposed easily, otherwise it would definitely lead to a fatal disaster. Carefully putting the gourd vine into his sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that his sealed world bead could accommodate it. Only then did he relax and directly plant the gourd vine in his medicine garden. Although the sealed world bead was also a world of its own, its world principles were not perfect. It could accommodate ordinary living creatures, but it couldn't accommodate heaven-opening realm existences because heaven-opening realm cultivators had miniature universe worlds inside their bodies. Forcibly accommodating them would only cause the sealed world bead to become unstable, and in serious cases it might even break. Grabbing Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom, Yang Kai put them on his shoulders and stepped forward, arriving next to the man surnamed Go in a flash. The sound of his snoring was endless. This guy was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Although Little Mushroom wasn't good at frontal conflict, she was still the human form of the profound colored illusory mushroom. If he didn't find a way to save her, it wouldn't be surprising if this man surnamed Go slept for a year or so. Yang Kai leaned over, took off the man's space ring, and searched it carefully, but he couldn't find an identity token. He had used the Tao-breaking seal time and time again, so Su Jin had even suspected that he came from Purple Jade Blessed Land. If this was the case, then he must have an identity token on him. This identity token was not only a symbol of identity as a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land, but it was also likely to contain the divine technique left behind by their masters. If their life was in danger, this divine technique would be triggered. How could Yang Kai not be careful? However, there was no identity token on him, which meant that this guy wasn't a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land. Being able to use the Tao-breaking seal was probably taught to him by Jin Wu. Just like how Zhu Juyin had taught Yang Kai the reverse yin-yang 5 elements profound universe, it was very likely that Jin Wu had a bearer from Purple Jade Blessed Land many years ago, so it wasn't surprising that he knew about the Tao-breaking seal. After confirming that there was no danger, Yang Kai slammed his palm down, his strength surging, and with a muffled groan, the sleeping man surnamed Go exploded into dust, not even his bones remaining. Since the other party had tried to take his life, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't show any mercy. After dealing with this man surnamed Go, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the only bubble. If his guess was correct, this bubble was the key to this world inside the fruit. Chapter 4105. He had been a little worried that he had spent too much time in the world within the fruit and was in danger of falling into the land of immortality. Now, it seemed that this worry was unnecessary. No wonder he had taken the lead before the others had come out. The time in the world within the fruit was different from the outside world. He had spent more than a month in the world fruit, but only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. Letting go of Tion's cultivator and patting his shoulder, Yang Kai said, "Be careful when you go down the mountain." The cultivator was a little bewildered, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He thanked Yang Kai and went down the mountain again. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the fruits on the tree. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, his figure blurred as he pounced in front of a fruit and reached out to grab it. However, he didn't fall into the world fruit like last time. Instead, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the fruit. No matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't hold his hand tightly, let alone touch the world fruit. He tried a little harder, but the world fruit actually bounced him back. Seeing this, Pu Baixiong scratched his head and said, "Master, didn't that little fatty say that only one person can enter the world fruit? Everyone only has one chance to obtain the world fruit. Now that you've already obtained one, how can you enter again? There's no harm in trying." Yang Kai was a little unhappy. Although he had obtained a world fruit, it was only a low-grade world fruit. It could only help the cultivator reach the third grade to split open the heavens. Such a fruit wasn't very valuable, so he naturally wasn't satisfied. Unfortunately, it was just as Su Jin had said before. Everyone only had one chance. He couldn't even touch the world fruit now. He tried a few more times, but he still failed. Yang Kai didn't give up and walked around the world tree in circles. There were so many fruits hanging on the tree, and he had only obtained one. How could he give up? Not to mention the extremely rare high-grade world fruit. Even if he could obtain a mid-grade one, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up as he stopped and looked up with shining eyes. Pu Baixiong was speechless. "Master, what do you want to do now?" Yang Kai ignored him and instead took him and the little mushroom into the small sealed world. Immersing his divine sense into the small sealed world and communicating with Meng Hong and the others for a while. After a short while, with a thought, two figures appeared in front of him. They were Meng Hong and Lang Qingshan. Both of them raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with infatuation. After a while, Meng Hong said, "This is the 3,000 Worlds tree. That fruit can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly advance by one stage." Although he was born in the Great Moon Prefecture, the Great Moon Prefecture was not a big force. He had never heard of a thing like the 3,000 World Tree before. It was an existence that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, this is the 3,000 Worlds tree, and the fruit is the world fruit. However, the world inside the fruit is dangerous. If you fall into it, you may never be able to escape. Brother Meng, please consider it carefully." Meng Hong shook his head and said, "With such a lucky chance placed before my eyes, if this Meng doesn't risk my life and take a gamble, then what's the point of cultivating? Just stay at home and embroider." His eyes were full of eagerness. Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, his journey had been smooth sailing. First, he met Yang Kai and followed Yang Kai to Red Star City. Although he suffered a setback emotionally, he gained back what he lost. He broke through and stood up, condensing the 5th grade fire element. Over the years, he had condensed the 3 powers of earth, metal, and water. The remaining materials of the wood element had also been collected. He only had to wait for the time to refine them in the future to have hope of advancing to the 5th grade heaven-opening realm. However, He also knew that all of this was relying on Yang Kai's protection. The 5th grade fire element was given to him by Yang Kai, and the other materials were also collected in Red Star City. If not for Yang Kai's support, he would not have been able to achieve so much. He engraved this kindness in his heart, but it was also as heavy as a mountain. He had been thinking about how to repay this kindness. Now, the fruit hanging all over the 3,000 Worlds tree was an opportunity. Yang Kai did not know what he was thinking. Seeing that he could not persuade him, he did not say anything more and only reminded him to be careful. Meng Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will definitely return safely." After saying that, his figure flashed and rushed toward a world fruit, directly rushing into the world within the fruit and disappearing. At the side, Lang Qingshan was dumbfounded. Although he had heard Yang Kai explain the various miracles of the world fruit, hearing about it was one thing and seeing it with his own eyes was another. "Master, what should I do?" Lang Qingshan asked. "Go in, and bring me in as well." Yang Kai smiled. Lang Qingshan was puzzled at first, but then he suddenly understood. Yang Kai threw the sealed world bead to him and said solemnly, "I don't know if I can go in smoothly. If I can't, summon everyone else. At that time, we will work together to decipher the mystery of the world within the fruit." "Yes." Lang Qingshan took the sealed world bead and responded solemnly. He turned his head to look at the fruit tree and said, "Master, which fruit should I choose?" "It's up to you, it depends on your luck." As Yang Kai spoke, his figure flashed and entered the small sealed world bead. His mind penetrated the small sealed world bead and observed the situation outside, secretly praying. He had tested before and found that he could no longer approach the world fruit with his own strength, let alone enter the world within the fruit. However, there were still dozens of people hidden in the small sealed world bead. Did those people count as having entered the world fruit? Yang Kai was not sure before, but after seeing Meng Hong enter the world within the fruit successfully, he was sure that those people hidden in the small sealed world bead did not count as having entered the world fruit. This way, he could also hide in the world fruit and let others bring him in. This was a trick that only Yang Kai could use. There were many people hidden in the small sealed world bead, and each of them had a chance to enter the world within the fruit. If everything went well, he would be able to harvest at least dozens of world fruits. With so many world fruits, there would definitely be mid-rank ones, maybe even high-rank ones. However, all of this was just his own conjecture. Whether it was true or not, he could only wait for Lang Qingshan to verify it. Under Yang Kai's close attention, Lang Qingshan's eyes locked onto a world fruit. His figure leaped and like a rock spreading its wings, he pounced towards the fruit and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan was already inside the world within the fruit. In the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him, was dumbfounded and asked in astonishment, "Qingshan, what happened to you?" Lang Qingshan was puzzled and replied, "Master, please instruct me. Look at yourself." Yang Kai quickly reminded him. Lang Qingshan released his divine sense and scanned himself, then froze on the spot. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Scabby Head approached Yang Kai and asked. The others also looked puzzled, wondering what had happened in the outside world to make Yang Kai so surprised. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and waved his hand. The scene of the outside world immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned when they looked at it. Immediately after, Scabby Head laughed out loud while holding his stomach. "My lord, could that dumb guy be Lang Qingshan?" Yang Kai nodded. "It should be him." Scabby Head laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. "How did it become like this?" Someone asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. His figure flickered and he got out of the small sealed world bead and came to the world within the fruit. He was full of vigilance. After all, he had entered the world within the fruit once before and picked a world fruit. Now that he had entered again by cheating, he didn't know if there would be any abnormalities. There was indeed an abnormality. The world principles of this world within the fruit were corroding his body. Yang Kai could clearly feel some unexpected changes in his body, but it didn't push him out. He scanned with his divine sense and sighed. Sure enough, Master. Lang Qingshan's voice sounded from the side, sounding uncertain. Yang Kai wanted to nod, but he couldn't. He could only respond. Master, why are you? Why am I? Lang Qingshan's voice sounded a little flustered. It should be caused by the world principles of this world. Once you leave this world, you will naturally return to normal. Don't worry too much, Yang Kai comforted. In the small sealed world, the group of people stared at the scene outside in a daze. There was no sign of Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan in the scene, only two swords. The two rusty iron swords looked like scraps that had been left in a corner for many years. However, the faces of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were still on the surface of the two swords. They looked very funny, especially Lang Qingshan, who had a sad look on his face, almost catching up to Aku. Master has also become like this, Scabby Head said in surprise. Could it be that as long as you enter this world, you will become a sword? What a strange world. Outside, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. The world inside the fruit he had entered before was made up of countless bubbles and had no effect on the cultivator's body. But the world in front of him now caused him to transform into a sword. It seemed that the worlds inside each of the world fruits were different. Fortunately, he had entered this world safely with the help of the small sealed world. As a rusty sword, he had no hands or feet. Yang Kai tried to sense his own strength, but he couldn't mobilize it at all. He tried to walk around, but the rusty sword that he had transformed into bounced forward. This is a little troublesome. On the surface of the sword, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Lang Qingshan looked at him anxiously, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a series of knocking sounds were heard. Lang Qingshan was startled. Master, someone is coming. Yang Kai turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. He was speechless. A sword is coming. Not far away, a rusty sword that looked similar to them was bouncing toward them. It didn't take long for it to reach them. Lang Qingshan took a step forward and said, Brother. Before he could finish, the rusty sword suddenly jumped up high and slashed at Lang Qingshan's head. In this battle, although he had put in a lot of effort, he hadn't managed to break any of the swords. All the benefits had flowed into Kai Yang's body, all for the sake of allowing him to advance to a silver sword. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smiled. Let's go, Qingshan. Let's take revenge. Previously, when they were chased by that silver sword, the two of them almost died in this world. Now that Yang Kai had the qualifications to compete with him, he naturally had to get back at him. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the top of a valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains on three sides. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of long swords of different grades were busy working. The clanking sounds were endless. When the two of them came here last time, they realized that these swords seemed to be mining a type of mineral. The mineral was very special. The energy that it contained could allow any sword to grow tremendously. The one that was guarding this place was a silver sword. He had 50 black iron swords and over 200 bronze swords under his command. As for those rusted swords, there were thousands of them. To Yang Kai, this valley was a huge piece of meat. If he could destroy this valley, his power would definitely skyrocket again. Lang Qingshan's advancement to a silver sword would also be set in stone. Master, what should we do now? Do you need me to lure some of them away? No need. Yang Kai looked straight at the only silver sword at the bottom of the valley. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. I will go take care of it. You be careful. As soon as he finished his words, he leaped down from the top of the valley. The wind whistled and the blade shone with a cold light. The silver sword that was guarding this place seemed to have sensed something. The sword tilted and looked up. An old face appeared on the sword and shouted angrily, Bastard! You still dare to show yourself? Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had met him before and escaped from his pursuit. Naturally, he would not forget Yang Kai's face. The swords in this world all had their own consciousness. However, the lower the grade, the lower the consciousness. Those rusted swords could not communicate at all. At the level of a silver sword, their intelligence was more complete. As he spoke, the old silver sword turned around and faced Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. "Old dog, don't be so arrogant. This time, I will take your life." Bringing with it a ferocious momentum, it slashed down towards the old silver sword. With a hong sound, the old silver sword was sent flying several tens of meters. Kai Yang also felt dizzy, but fortunately he had already anticipated this, so he quickly recovered. Without losing any of his momentum, he continued to charge forward. There were guards beside the silver sword. They were a few black iron swords and a dozen bronze swords. At this moment, they all rushed forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his sword and attacked crazily. After a series of clanking sounds, the black iron swords and bronze swords exploded. Streams of energy flew out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body, increasing his strength again. Seeing this, the silver sword shouted angrily, "Get out of my way!" In this world of swords, every increase in grade meant a huge increase in strength. Those black iron swords and bronze swords were no match for Yang Kai. They would only be courting death if they forced their way forward. They would also strengthen Yang Kai's strength. Naturally, the old silver sword did not want to see this scene. After ordering his subordinates to retreat, the silver sword faced Yang Kai. The two silver swords immediately turned into two white lights, causing sand and stones to fly. At the same time, Lang Qingshan also broke into the valley. Those black iron swords in the valley saw this and naturally swarmed forward. Lang Qingshan did not bother with them at all. He jumped around in the valley, looking for those bronze and rusted swords. He killed them one by one and devoured their strength to strengthen himself. In an instant, the valley was divided into two battlefields. One was the life and death battle between Yang Kai and the pale silver sword. The other was Lang Qingshan leading countless long swords in circles in the valley. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had just been promoted to a silver sword. Logically speaking, his sword was not as strong as the old silver sword, and his blade was not as sharp. After all, the old silver sword had been promoted for a long time and had been at this level for a long time. In a battle between the two, Yang Kai should be at a disadvantage and not be his opponent. But in fact, the two silver swords were evenly matched. Most of the time, Yang Kai even had the upper hand because Yang Kai knew how to change, and the old silver sword's moves were too rigid. With a crisp cracking sound, fragments flew everywhere. The expression on the old silver sword's face was one of horror. Yang Kai's slash had almost cut him in half. He had been pretending to be weak, and had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. He had wanted to trick Yang Kai, but who knew that Yang Kai's battle instinct was extremely strong. He had seen through the danger at the most critical moment and avoided the fatal blow. This had put him in an extremely awkward situation. Yang Kai also fell to the ground. On the sword body, there was a huge gap that was extremely terrifying. It was just a little bit more and it would have broken. This time, it was a lose-lose situation. In the next instant, the two silver swords flipped over and charged towards the nearby black iron bronze swords at the same time. At this moment, whether it was Yang Kai or the old silver sword, they no longer had the capital to fight with the other party, so they could only first kill the lower-level existences to repair themselves. A white light came from the sky and blocked the old silver sword's path. On the sword, Lang Qingshan's face was cold and resolute. Yang Kai and the old silver sword had been fighting for such a long time. Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 swords and successfully promoted himself to the silver sword. At the crucial moment, he came to help Yang Kai. The old silver sword's face turned ashen. He froze on the spot and did not dare to move. After a while, Yang Kai returned. His sword body was still a little damaged, but after absorbing a lot of energy, it was no longer in danger of being damaged. "Be careful of its sword aura." Yang Kai stared at the flickering sword aura on the old silver sword and warned Lang Qingshan. The sword aura was too powerful. If he had not dodged in time, he would not have ended up well. Master, be careful too, Lang Qingshan said. He leaped and slashed at the old silver sword. At the critical moment of life and death, the old silver sword was not willing to wait for death. He immediately fought with Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai came from the side and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, even if the old silver sword could still emit sword aura, the outcome would not be good. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Kai found an opportunity and slashed at the huge gap. A crisp sound was heard. The old silver sword was broken into 2. Rich light gushed out from the broken sword and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai looked at himself and saw that the damaged parts on his sword body recovered quickly. There was a silver luster and it was more stable than before. Killing an opponent of the same level was obviously a huge gain for him. Not only that, after devouring the essence of the old silver sword, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had something else. His heart skipped a beat. On the tip of the sword aura was emitting. Ha ha! Yang Kai could not help but laugh. Yang Kai was envious when he saw the sword aura that the old silver sword used. We're going to battle, Lang Qingshan said excitedly. Yes. He had been absorbing the energy in the ores for the past few days, but the results were minimal. Yang Kai finally realized that absorbing ores alone would not work if he wanted to increase his strength quickly. If he really wanted to stay here for many years, it would indeed be a long-term plan. However, he was in a hurry to solve the mystery of this world and obtain the world fruit. How could he waste time? It was faster and more practical to kill beings of the same level. The 3 silver swords were equivalent to years of accumulation of ores that he had devoured. Chapter 4108. This was also a mountain valley, but it was several times larger than the one Yang Kai had plundered. Along the mountain walls, there were many mine shafts, and many different colored swords could be seen weaving in and out of them, mining for ores. 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, and countless ores were piled up in front of them, absorbing energy. Yang Kai stood on the hillside with Lang Qingshan beside him. Behind them were hundreds of miscellaneous soldiers. Although they had hundreds of swords, they were completely incomparable to the enemy's formation. In terms of numbers, the enemy was 10 times more than them. If they were to really fight, the hundreds of swords on their side would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the enemy's teeth. Master, the silver sword in the middle should be the strongest, and the ones on the left and right are slightly weaker. Looking at their colors, the silver sword in the middle should be able to absorb sword rays, said Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai nodded. Lang Qingshan was right. The 3 silver swords had different strengths and weaknesses, and it was obvious from the color of their colors. The one in the middle was indeed stronger, and its color was deeper than Yang Kai's. Although the other 2 silver swords were not as strong as Yang Kai's, they should be stronger than Lang Qingshan. Of course, this was only judging from the toughness of the sword and the sharpness of the blade. If they were to really fight, it was hard to say who would be stronger. Yang Kai had just leveled up to silver sword, and he had already cut down a sword that could absorb sword rays. He had relied on his years of battle experience. These silver swords were guarding a corner, and they relied on the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. Although they were not bad, it was hard to say how much they could perform in a fight. Master, please tell me what to do, asked Lang Qingshan in a serious tone. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and observed for a while. He then said slowly, Qingshan, do you have the confidence to deal with the silver sword in the middle? The 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, which gave Yang Kai a chance to break through one by one. The one in the middle was the strongest, and if he were to really fight with it, it would take a long time to determine the winner. However, if he could kill the other 2 swords and then deal with it, it would be much easier. Yes, answered Lang Qingshan in a deep voice without hesitation. Then be careful. I'll help you after I kill the other 2 silver swords. Yang Kai warned, turned his head, looked at the hundreds of swords he brought, and ordered, "Charge!" There was a limit to the strength of these several hundred soldiers. Rather than that, it was better to use them as a distraction. Even if they were all wiped out, Yang Kai would not feel the pinch. The hundreds of swords were submissive, and the 20 or so black iron swords that were leading the group all had a terrified expression on their faces. They all had their own intelligence, so they naturally knew what would happen if they rushed over. Seeing this, Yang Kai turned his sword and shattered the 2 black iron swords in front of him. He said coldly, "Go down or I'll kill all of you." This act of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had some effect. Although the remaining long swords looked uneasy, they were intimidated by Yang Kai's majesty and did not dare to delay any longer. Under the lead of the black iron swords, they rushed down the valley. As soon as he moved, the long swords in the valley immediately sensed it. The 3 silver swords also stopped devouring the ore's energy and looked over. "Master, I'm going!" Lang Qingshan shouted and went straight for the strongest silver sword in the middle. He charged all the way and was unstoppable. Now that he was also a silver sword body, long swords that were lower than this level could not compete with him at all. He opened up a path in the enemy's army, leaving behind countless broken swords. Seeing that the attention of the swords in the valley was attracted, Yang Kai moved slowly. He did not rush down the valley directly, but ran towards another mountain peak. Clanking sounds could be heard at the foot of the mountain. The hundreds of swords on his side were broken one by one. Rays of energy flowed and entered the bodies of the killers, strengthening their strength. Looking at the situation, the entire army would be wiped out in less than half an hour. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he did not care and quickly arrived at the mountain peak. Looking down, a silver sword was watching the battlefield below, oblivious to the danger that was already above its head. Yang Kai leaped up and slashed at the silver sword. The wind whistled, and on the tip of the sword ray was like the tongue of a spirit snake, full of murderous intent. When the silver sword realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai slashed at the hilt of the sword, and the sharp sword ray broke the body of the sword, shattering it into pieces. With just one strike, Bai Yingjian had lost his life. Of course, the battle in the valley attracted its attention, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, the biggest reason was the contribution of the sword ray. It was originally slightly weaker than Yang Kai, so it would not have a good ending if it was hit by the sword ray. Even if Yang Kai was hit by the sword ray, he was almost cut into 2. Yang Kai did not stop, and after destroying the silver sword, he immediately rushed to the other silver sword. Behind him, a thick light entered his body, making Yang Kai's sword ray more condensed and powerful. In the valley, chaos ensued. Countless long swords blocked the way. Yang Kai swung his sword, and the sword ray flickered, reaping the lives of those long swords. Everywhere he passed, the wind screamed and the cranes screamed. Behind him, rays of light followed, creating a dazzling brilliance. Seeing Yang Kai so fierce, the silver sword was obviously frightened. It did not dare to stay in the same place, and rushed toward the silver sword in the middle, obviously wanting to seek protection. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? Putting all his strength into it, the sword ray suddenly grew. After he killed the first silver sword, he obtained the power of the sword gleam. However, the sword gleam was only 3 inches long. After he killed the second silver sword, the sword gleam grew by 2 inches. Along the way, he killed countless other long swords. At this moment, the sword gleam was 6 inches long. At this moment, with all his strength, the sword ray grew by another inch. But even so, the distance between him and the silver sword was getting farther and farther, because there were too many long swords blocking his path. There were black iron swords, bronze swords, and even rusted swords. Although they were not Yang Kai's opponent, they were able to obstruct his advance. Moreover, the continuous attacks made Yang Kai's sword tremble. Many ants could always bite an elephant to death. In just a short while, Yang Kai's body had some grain-sized cuts, but after killing the enemy swords, these cuts quickly healed and repeated. In the small sealed world, Scabby Head and the others had been paying attention to the scene outside, and at this moment they were all shocked. If Yang Kai could not stop the silver sword, Lang Qingshan would be in danger after it converged with the one in the middle. Lang Qingshan was not the opponent of the silver sword in the middle, and at this moment, he was surrounded by danger. If it were not for Lang Qingshan's rich combat experience, he would have been dead by now. However, although they were very worried, there was nothing they could do to help. Yang Kai could not even activate the small sealed world at this time, so he could not release them. Even if he could release them, with the strange rules of this world, they were just rusted swords, unable to play the slightest role. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Seeing the silver sword getting farther and farther away from him, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. Raising his sword, the tip of his sword suddenly lit up and he slashed out, shouting angrily, "Die!" On the tip of the sword, a sword ray suddenly shot out and turned into a stream of sword chi. Wherever it passed, it destroyed hundreds of swords in an instant and slashed directly onto the body of the silver sword. After unleashing this attack, Kai Yang fell to the ground, the silver light on his body becoming incomparably dim. This strike had drained all of his strength. In the small sealed world, someone's face turned pale. "It's over!" Scabby Head's eyes lit up. "What's over?" "Master won." Many people didn't know why he said this, but they understood in the next moment. Rays of light suddenly shot into Yang Kai's body from all directions, causing his dull luster to regain its former luster. These rays of light were the energy from the swords he had just killed. Yang Kai's strike just now had drained him of his strength, but he had also killed a lot of enemies, so he was instantly replenished. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "Sure enough, when I obtained this sword light," Yang Kai had thought that since there was sword light, would there be sword chi after cultivating it to a certain extent? Now that he had gone all out, he had really managed to produce sword chi, but his foundation was still too weak, so a single sword chi had drained him of all his strength. The countless long swords around all looked over in horror, but none of them dared to move forward. The sword chi just now had really frightened them. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped forward, arriving in front of the silver sword. This silver sword was cut by his sword chi, but it didn't shatter immediately. However, the sword was now covered in cracks, as if it would shatter with a single touch. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of it, the silver sword wanted to get up, but the slightest movement would cause fragments to fall off. Yang Kai didn't show any mercy, cutting it into several pieces with a single slash. Another stream of dense energy flowed into his body. In a flash, Kai Yang was brimming with energy. Furthermore, he was even stronger than before. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was in imminent danger. He was being beaten up by the strongest silver sword, causing him to jump up and down. There was already a gap between them, so Lang Qingshan didn't dare to face it head-on. Instead, he often circled around it. As a result, the already disadvantaged situation became even worse, and there were many cracks on the sword's body. If this situation continued, if Yang Kai didn't go to help, Lang Qingshan would die here in less than half a cup of tea's time. At this critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Qingshan, back off!" Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan left the battle circle, and Yang Kai came out from behind him, facing the enemy's sword. Half an hour later, along with a crisp cracking sound, the last silver sword shattered. Yang Kai's body was in tatters, but he stood on the spot, bathed in energy, and the damaged parts were quickly repaired. This silver sword was originally stronger than Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had killed 2 of its companions and many of its subordinates, and directly grew to a level where they were evenly matched. Their strengths were similar, so how could it be Yang Kai's opponent? Even though it fought with its life on the line, it still couldn't avoid following in its companion's footsteps. The information he got from the spies was not wrong. In less than an hour, an army of swords appeared in Yang Kai's vision. It was strange. In this strange world, the swords that had strongholds would usually stay in a corner and would not move easily. They would only look for another stronghold if all the ores in their stronghold were mined. The army of swords in front of him should be on the way to find a new stronghold. However, after Yang Kai took a glance, he was suddenly stunned and frowned slightly. The number of silver swords in this army seemed to be a little too many. In the army of swords, it would be considered good if there were 6 or 7 silver swords. However, Yang Kai saw that there were at least 30 to 40 silver swords. Such a ratio was really frightening. One must know that Yang Kai's army of 100,000 only had 50 silver swords. However, even so, Yang Kai was not too worried. In this half a year, his army had participated in countless battles, big and small. There were even a few chaotic battles between the army of 100,000. It should not be a problem to take down the enemy. To be safe, Yang Kai still sent a message to Lang Qingshan with a silver sword, asking him to be vigilant. After a while, the battle started. Therefore, the information from the spies was more timely. The army of 100,000 had already set up an ambush nearby. When the army of swords walked into the ambush, 50 silver swords under the lead of the silver swords rushed out from all directions and rushed towards the center. What followed was an intense hand-to-hand battle. The sword lights of the silver swords flickered as streaks of silver sword chi filled the air. The black iron swords and the bronze swords fell like straws. In such a battlefield, they had no power to fight back. Every second there would be swords being shattered. Pure energy would surge out from the swords, nourishing the slayers and increasing their strength. Yang Kai looked down at the entire battlefield. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze. Although the army of swords was not ordinary, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It was impossible for them to be a match for him. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. After an hour, the army of swords was left with 30%. They kept shrinking the defensive circle and resisted with difficulty. Lang Qingshan was in the middle of the army, commanding and coordinating the situation. He had the demeanor of a general. After another 30 minutes, the army of swords was left with less than 10%. The defensive circle shrunk again. Lang Qingshan naturally did not hold back. He mobilized his army to attack crazily, hoping to take down the enemy in one go. At this moment, a golden light suddenly spread out from the center of the defensive circle. This golden light was very weak at first, but in the blink of an eye, it was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted. When he looked down, he saw a layer of golden light fluctuating from the center of the defensive circle. It spread out crazily and instantly covered an area of 1,000 feet. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He saw that in the midst of the enemy army, a golden sword was rising slowly. The sword halo fluctuated and spread out like ripples. As the ripples spread out, all the long swords that were covered by the ripples stopped fighting. On the surface of the swords, pairs of eyes stared at the golden sword. Their faces were filled with worship, as if they were looking at their king. Yang Kai also fixed his eyes on the golden sword. Although it was only the body of the sword, he could feel his heart beating wildly. Golden sword. There was actually a golden sword in this world. This was something he had never encountered before. Up until now, the strongest he had encountered was only a silver sword. He looked at Lang Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, do you see that sword?" Lang Qingshan smiled bitterly. "That golden sword's power is unparalleled. I did not do my job well. Please punish me, master." He had lost a lot in this battle. He had just counted the numbers. Out of 100,000, there were only 70,000 left. He had lost 30,000 in this battle. Furthermore, he had lost more than 10 silver swords. Yang Kai's forces had shrunk by 30%. This made him blame himself. Yang Kai said, "This battle's defeat was not because of the battle. It was because the golden sword was too strong. But it could fly. Interesting. Even though Yang Kai had trained to the peak of the silver sword, he could not fly for a long time. At most, he could only jump. But the golden sword was not only terrifying, it could also fly. As for the loss of his men, Yang Kai did not care at all. This was the world of swords. What he did not lack the least was military strength. 100,000 was the number he had purposely maintained. If he was willing, he could have accumulated at least 500,000 or more in this half a year of war. So what if he lost a little bit of military strength? Could be replenished very quickly. However, the existence of the golden sword allowed Yang Kai to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Since he had the golden sword, it meant that he could also advance to that level. And after advancing to that level, he might be able to peek into the mystery of this world. The key was, how could he advance? What was the mystery behind this? He had already tried to kill a silver sword of the same level, but it did not have any effect on him. Since he did not rely on this method to advance, could it be that he needed to comprehend something? But as a sword, what the hell could it comprehend? After a few days, the army occupied a stronghold. This stronghold was not small at all. There were 20,000 soldiers and more than 10 silver swords. The leader was about the same as Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. They had all trained to the peak of the silver sword. After a great battle, this stronghold was breached. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and defeated the leader. However, they were not in a hurry to kill him. On the surface of the leader's sword, a middle-aged man's face appeared. He looked terrified and uneasy. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "If you can answer me, I will not kill you." That silver sword was like a drowning person who grabbed onto a straw. He quickly said, "Say it. How can I advance to a golden sword?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. That silver sword was stunned. He did not expect Yang Kai to ask such a question. However, he still answered honestly, "With the golden liquid, you can advance to a golden sword." Golden liquid? Yang Kai was suspicious. "What is that? Where can I find it?" That silver sword said, "There might be golden liquid in the gold mine." Gold mine? Yang Kai was stunned. In a flash, the golden sword was already close to the battlefield. With a turn of the sword, a golden sword chi slashed towards the dense sword formation. It covered a large area and couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. This golden sword chi was extremely sharp, and no one below the golden sword could block it. "Don't even think about it," Lang Qingshan roared. On the surface of the sword, his face was cold and resolute. Behind him, more than 30 silver swords charged forward with him as the leader. This was a team specially built to deal with situations like this. Every silver sword in the team was trained to the peak. As long as they had the golden liquid, they would be able to level up. Streaks of silver sword chi slashed out from these silver swords, turning into more than 30 streaks of light, and clashed with the golden sword chi. Boom! Boom! Although the silver sword chi couldn't compare to the golden sword chi, more than 30 streaks could still weaken its power. Boom! Boom! The silver sword team led by Lang Qingshan slashed again and again. After 3 consecutive slashes, a total of nearly 100 silver sword chi were shattered by the golden sword chi. However, more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, and its luster was much dimmer than before. There was no more time to continue slashing out sword chi. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan led the silver swords behind him to scatter. He didn't dare to face the golden sword head-on. Even though more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, it was still not something that these silver swords could block. Once they were hit, they would be crushed into pieces. Just as the golden sword chi was about to slash into the group of swords, another golden sword chi slashed out from the sky. This golden sword chi directly slashed at the first sword chi, causing it to crumble. However, the remaining power didn't diminish as it blasted into the group of swords. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords were shattered. Thousands of streaks of light flew out and rushed into Yang Kai's body. The injuries on Yang Kai's body were slowly mended. The golden sword chi that came later was naturally slashed out by him. It shattered the enemy's sword chi, stopped its plan, and mended his own body at the same time. With this, Yang Kai's strength immediately surpassed that of the golden sword. Without hesitation, he attacked again. On the surface of the golden sword, a face appeared to be shocked and angry. It felt that its opponent this time was extremely sinister and cunning. How could he come up with such a sinister idea? It didn't have time to curse and could only respond to Yang Kai's bombardment. However, Yang Kai was nourished, but its sword body was still damaged. The power it could use was not as strong as it was at its peak. This time, it was completely at a disadvantage. In the next few hours, the golden sword tried to repair its body many times. For the second attack, it absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. For the third attack, which was the one just now, it also absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of swords, causing them to shatter on the spot. Now that Yang Kai's 700,000-strong army had retreated from the battlefield, there were only about 150,000 of the enemy's army left. At the very most, it could still use the purple lightning 5 times. As long as they could avoid these 5 attacks, they would be able to clinch victory. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative to attack. After giving Lang Qingshan a look, he left him alone to restrain the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai charged into the enemy's army. The enemy's formation was in chaos. Although the 100,000-strong army seemed to be a lot, none of them could really fight. Yang Kai's gold sword auras slashed out. Each of the sword auras could reap countless swords, shattering them into pieces. As expected, even though the swords were shattered by Yang Kai, the energy that escaped from their bodies did not flow into Yang Kai's body. Instead, it was absorbed by the purple gemstone. The purple glow on the purple gemstone was getting brighter and brighter. Qingshan, be careful. When he felt that it was about time, Yang Kai slashed out again. Hundreds of swords were shattered on the spot. After the hundreds of light rays flowed into the purple gemstone, the purple glow finally reached its limit. The enemy's commander shook his sword, and a purple lightning struck out towards Lang Qingshan, who had been tangling with him. Lang Qingshan was already prepared. When Yang Kai shouted that sentence, he had already escaped from the battlefield. He did not escape to any other place. Instead, he dashed towards the enemy's army in an attempt to use the energy of the swords to wear down the purple lightning. At the same time, Yang Kai had already clashed with the gold sword. Once again, they were fighting in a circle. Kachacha, wherever the purple lightning passed, countless swords were shattered. Countless streams of light flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of swords were shattered again. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was shining with a purple glow. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer be bothered to tangle with the enemy and quickly escaped. In the next moment, the gold sword slashed down with a purple lightning. Yang Kai turned around and ran. The gold sword turned into a gold light as the purple lightning chased after it. "Master!" Lang Qingshan suddenly shouted. Yang Kai looked to the side and realized that he was charging towards him. His eyes lit up as he understood his intention. His body swayed and he also charged towards him. 2 gold light rays pierced through the sky. Each of them was chased by a purple lightning bolt. The 2 of them were very close to each other in an instant. Chapter 41:14. Without an opponent, the purple gem was of no use to him. Yang Kai stood still as he recalled his encounters in this world of swords. He couldn't help but sigh. This world was much more dangerous than the previous bubble world. In this world, one could be crushed to pieces at any time. He secretly rejoiced that he could use the small sealed world to enter this world. Otherwise, if Lang Qingshan entered this world alone, he might have been trapped forever. Many of the thrilling battles were won by him and Lang Qingshan by working together. Putting everything else aside, it was almost impossible for one person to defeat the final golden sword by himself in this last battle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry about Meng Hong. This guy also entered a world of fruits. He wondered what was happening to him now. He had stayed in this world of swords for a full 2 years, so a few days should have passed in the outside world. Yang Kai stood still and waited for a long time. On the surface of the sword, his brows slowly furrowed. He looked at Lang Qingshan and asked, "Qingshan, do you feel anything?" Lang Qingshan replied, "No. Master, do you feel anything?" Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink. The biggest problem was that he didn't feel anything. He thought that after this final battle, he could leave this world and obtain a world fruit. Who knew that until now, there was still no movement. He and Lang Qingshan had raised their strength to the limit of this world. They had also spent a lot of effort to kill the last powerful enemy. It was certain that there were no more opponents in this world. Why couldn't they leave? Where was the opportunity to leave this world? Thinking back to the last world, he had fought a heaven-shaking battle with the man surnamed Go. He had displayed power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm, shattering all of the bubbles and leaving behind a crucial one. Only then had he found an opportunity. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He asked, "Where's the army?" "Please follow me, master," Lang Qingshan said and quickly led the way. The 700,000 soldiers were evacuated from the battlefield and settled on a plain, so as to not provide any help to Huang Jinjian. It was about 1,000 miles away from here. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived at their destination. Yang Kai slowly descended, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stared at him. Their eyes were filled with worship. These hundreds of thousands of swords were elites who had followed Yang Kai all the way to the north and south. Although there were no more golden swords, there were still plenty of silver swords. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he activated the power of the purple gem on his sword hilt. The purple light shook slightly and turned into a circle of ripples that spread in all directions. As the ripples spread, the long swords shattered one after another, and the sound of cracking could be heard incessantly. Countless rays of light rushed towards Yang Kai, making the purple gem on his sword hilt even brighter. Soon, the purple gem's light reached its limit. At the tip of Yang Kai's sword, the purple light flickered, and the purple lightning showed signs of reappearing in the world. The terrifying aura made Lang Qingshan retreat a great distance. The purple light was dazzling, and it was enough to unleash the purple lightning. After all, the gold sword only needed to expend tens of thousands of sword energy to unleash this attack. At this moment, more than tens of thousands of long swords shattered. However, Yang Kai wasn't satisfied. He desperately suppressed the eruption of the purple lightning and activated the power of the purple gem. Crack, crack, crack. The number of shattered long swords quickly reached 100,000. The aura coming from Yang Kai's sword had far surpassed the gold sword's aura, and it made Lang Qingshan's heart skip a beat. The purple light was still fluctuating, and the long swords continued to shatter. 150,000, 200,000. Soon it was approaching 300,000. Half of the army of 700,000 was shattered in an instant. Yang Kai's sword was trembling non-stop, and fine cracks appeared on his sword. It was obvious that he was under great pressure, and once he couldn't take it anymore, he would immediately be shattered into pieces. Lang Qingshan wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare to disturb Yang Kai, for fear of causing an accident. As the 400,000 swords shattered, more and more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's sword, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. When the 500,000 swords shattered, along with a crack, A crack appeared on the purple gem on the sword hilt. At the limit, Yang Kai could no longer suppress the majestic power in the sword. He turned the sword around and slashed the sky. Slash! Purple lightning gushed out from the tip of the sword and gathered into a ray of purple light that shot into the sky, causing the universe to tremble and the void to shatter. A hole appeared in the sky. Yang Kai's body tilted, and he fell from the sky. His entire sword was shattered, and it was dim. The attack just now had exhausted all of his power. However, his gaze did not move as he stared at the hole in the sky. After a while, he looked happy, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Before his laughter died away, a force enveloped him, and he slowly disappeared under Lang Qingshan's stunned gaze. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan's vision turned black. When he came back to his senses, he was already under the 3,000 Worlds tree. Yang Kai was standing in front of him, holding a glowing world fruit in his hand. He was out. Lang Qingshan couldn't help but sigh in relief. When Yang Kai swallowed the power of 500,000 swords, he was really afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand it and would explode. However, now it seemed that his master was right. The opportunity to leave that world was the purple gem. As long as he swallowed enough power and slashed with a powerful enough attack, he would be able to break through the world and return. He had the same thought as Yang Kai. There were no enemies in that world, and even if he had the purple gem, it would be useless. Who knew that it would be the key? Staring at the world fruit in Yang Kai's hand, Lang Qingshan's expression changed. Master, is this a middle-grade world fruit? Yang Kai couldn't stop smiling. Yes, this is a middle-grade world fruit. The world fruit he had previously obtained was only a low-grade one. It could only allow a cultivator to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky. It wasn't very valuable. After all, it wasn't difficult to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky if one worked hard. However, this middle-grade world fruit was different. Soon, Yang Kai found the trick. These bugs, he named them beast-taming bugs for the time being. They could be used like secret treasures, but they were one-time use secret treasures. After they were used, they would turn into a white light that shrouded the monster wolves. At this time, it was time for the owner's divine sense to fight with the wolf's divine sense. If the owner could suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would pour into the monster wolf's body and subdue it. If the owner could not suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would collapse and the beast-taming bug would die. Even the cultivator would be injured. Scabby Head suffered a loss. He used too many beast-taming bugs at one time. As a result, he could not control them. 2 of the white light exploded, causing blood to flow out of his nose and his face to turn pale. Time passed slowly. Originally, the 3 of them were besieged by dozens of monster wolves. But with the help of these beast-taming bugs, the situation immediately turned for the better. After an incense stick worth of time, half of the dozens of monster wolves had died, and the remaining half had been subdued by the 3 of them. Scabby Head gasped for breath and could not help but feel a sense of relief. Previously, in the sword world, although he had been observing Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's experience through the small sealed world bead, he had only been watching from the sidelines. Although he often trembled with fear, after all, he had never experienced it himself. Now, after experiencing it, he realized that these sword worlds were not so easy to explore. If it were not for his master understanding the mysteries at the critical moment, they would have been doomed in the first battle. Master, is this the beast-taming world? Lang Qingshan asked. Yang Kai nodded. From the current situation, it seems so. However, whether it was true or not, they would have to explore it for a while to know. A few days later, their previous guess was confirmed. This was indeed the beast-taming world. In this world, there were countless large and small groups of monster beasts. The strength of Yang Kai's trio was greatly suppressed, so if they wanted to win, they could only rely on the strength of their monster beast subordinates. The monster wolves they had subdued before were just the most ordinary monster wolves. Among the groups of monster beasts there were even monster kings. Relying on the white beast taming insects in the cloth bag was impossible to subdue. Yang Kai tried several times, but the white light would shatter. It was not that his divine sense could not suppress the other party, but that the white beast taming insects could not withstand the collision of the two divine senses. Yang Kai guessed that there should be higher-grade beast taming insects above the white beast taming insects that could deal with these monster kings. Not only him, but the dozen or so people he released also felt the same. Lang Qingshan was stunned. What's going on? Yang Kai was also puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he had no idea why he was being repelled by the world fruit. At this moment, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the earth shook and a root suddenly stretched out from the ground like a long whip, sweeping towards Yang Kai and the others. This root was the root of the 3,000 world tree. No one had expected such an unforeseen event. In a moment of carelessness, half of the people were swept away and rolled down the mountain. Yang Kai dodged quickly and managed to avoid this blow. Turning his head, he saw that the people who had been swept down the mountain were not in danger of losing their lives, but all of them were in a sorry state. Only then did he relax. Aya! A scream rang out. It turned out that Mangy Head had also been swept down, followed by everyone else. Yang Kai moved left and right, avoiding the root sweep again and again. While he was dodging, he suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. He quickly looked over and couldn't help but be surprised. An old face appeared on the trunk of the Trichiliocosm tree, and it was glaring at him angrily. It was made up of countless tiny insects. Even his dragon form couldn't withstand it. In just a short while, his body was stained with blood, and a lot of his vitality was lost. Figures flashed around him. It was Lang Qingshan and the others who were sent out. Although they were covered in dust, their lives weren't in danger. It should be the result of the World Tree's protection. Otherwise, with the current situation on the mountain, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai's swollen face and bloody body, they couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, it was the first time they saw Yang Kai use the dragon transformation technique. They couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did Lang Qingshan and the others know that Yang Kai actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. Judging from its appearance, this bloodline was quite extraordinary. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at them with a ferocious expression. He was angered by the 3,000 worlds tree. This old tree was too stubborn. It would rather give up one of its roots than give him one last chance. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai roared, "Old shoe! Everyone has only one chance to enter the world fruit field. What do you mean by blocking this mountain and not letting us in? I still have a few dozen people here who want to go in. You can't deprive them of their qualifications. That's unfair." Saying so, he raised his hand and released the remaining people hiding in the small sealed world bead. Lang Qingshan and the others were speechless. They had used Yang Kai's fraudulent means to enter more than a dozen world fruits and obtain them. Now, Yang Kai was actually talking about fairness to the world tree. Yang Kai continued, "At most, I won't go in. You have to let them in, don't you?" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He listened carefully. In the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the heavy fog and screamed. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the person. After taking a closer look, he was stunned. Brother Meng! The one who rushed out of the fog was Meng Hong. Meng Hong was still in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a huge dragon head pointing at him. However, after seeing the appearance of the dragon head, he hesitated. "Brother Yang!" Yang Kai nodded and put him down. He transformed back into his human form and asked in confusion, "Brother Meng, why did you come out at this time?" Meng Hong's appearance was too coincidental. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. Meng Hong said, I don't know. I was training in that world when a force suddenly expelled me. Huh? Is this the world fruit? Saying so, he suddenly looked at his palm and found that he had obtained a world fruit at some point. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but be speechless. He knew that the reason why Meng Hong could withdraw halfway and even obtain a world fruit for free was all because of the world tree. It should have sensed the relationship between Meng Hong and himself, so it directly sent him out. Realizing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the world fruit again. The 3000 world tree was willing to cut off one of its roots, send Meng Hong out, and even give him a fruit for free. It wanted to make Yang Kai give up completely. Meng Hong's luck was pretty good. The world fruit in his hand was a middle-grade one. He had wandered in that world for a few years, fighting alone. He didn't know how to escape. He had thought that he was dead for sure. But who would have thought that there would be such a twist? To be honest, he still couldn't believe it. He felt like he was in the clouds. The two disciples from Great Moon State stepped forward and briefly explained what had happened. Only then did Meng Hong learn that he was able to escape so easily because of Yang Kai's pestering with the 3000 world tree. He couldn't help laughing. He had wanted to take a world fruit and give it to Yang Kai to repay his kindness. But in the end, it was Yang Kai who had saved him once again. Now that he had eaten and drank, it was a bit hard to explain. Brother Yang, please accept this world fruit. Meng Hong handed the fruit in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed and said, Brother Meng, I've already gained a lot. Moreover, you'll need this when you advance to the 5th stage Heaven Splitter. There's no need to give it to me. Chapter 41:17. Yang Kai was not being hypocritical. World fruits were rare, but he had already obtained a lot of them. He had 13 low-rank world fruits and 2 mid-rank world fruits. So there was no need for him to covet Meng Hong's things. Meng Hong shook his head. This time, my 3 brothers were protected by Brother Yang in the Great Void Realm. If it weren't for Brother Yang, my 3 brothers would have been dead by now. Brother Yang also lent us many treasures to help us condense heaven-splitting power. If it weren't for Brother Yang, how could this Meng have achieved what he has today? This Meng has nothing else but this fruit. What's more, this Meng was only able to obtain this fruit thanks to you. Please don't refuse, Brother Yang. Otherwise, this Meng will have no face to see anyone in the future. Seeing that Yang Kai still wanted to say something, Meng Hong pretended to be angry and said, Brother Yang, if you refuse again, it means you are looking down on this Meng Hong, this world fruit. I don't want it. Saying so, he casually threw the world fruit up the mountain. Everyone around him exclaimed. Yang Kai reached out and caught the fruit, speechless. Since Brother Meng has such good intentions, I won't stand on ceremony. I will keep this fruit for now, and if Brother Meng needs it in the future, feel free to ask for it from me. That being said, Yang Kai also knew that since Meng Hong had made his attitude clear today, he would not take this fruit back no matter what. Sure enough, Meng Hong laughed and said, This Meng is confident that he can break through to the 6th grade with his own ability. Seeing the two of them push back and forth over a priceless middle-tier world fruit, the dozens of onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. This was a treasure that even powerful heaven-opening realm cultivators would fight over, but now it was being pushed back and forth by these two, and it had almost been tossed into the fog. After taking everyone back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai checked his harvest. The 16 world fruits could be said to be a bountiful harvest. The 13 low-grade world fruits could be ignored for now. Even if they were valuable, they wouldn't be too valuable. After all, they could only help a low-grade world fruit advance by 1 grade, and the limit was the 3rd grade. However, the 3 mid-grade world fruits were different. The upper limit of a middle-grade world fruit was the 6th grade. In other words, it was best for a 5th grade world fruit to split open the sky. Such a treasure was extremely rare. What made Yang Kai feel slightly regretful was that he didn't get a high-grade world fruit this time. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he was indeed a little greedy. Su Zhen had said that although the 3000 world tree bore 3000 world fruits, Most of them were low-grade, with only a few middle-grade ones. As for high-grade ones, it might or might not. Obtaining 3 middle-grade ones this time was already a great fortune. Apart from these world fruits, there was also an unexpected gain. It was one of the world tree's roots. Yang Kai had previously transformed into a dragon and shamelessly wrapped this root around his waist to bargain with the world tree, angering it. The world tree then cut off its own roots and pulled him down the mountain, resulting in this root falling into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai had casually thrown this root into the sealed world bead before, but when he poured his divine sense into the sealed world bead to investigate it, he couldn't help feeling surprised. This root had actually pierced into the ground of the sealed world bead and turned into a small sapling that swayed gently in the wind. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. This root was worthy of being the root of the world tree. Its vitality was really strong, and after just a short while it had sprouted new branches and leaves. If that was all, Yang Kai could clearly feel that this little sapling was like a bottomless pit. The world energy of the entire sealed world bead was madly pouring into this little sapling. And as the little sapling grew, the world principles of the sealed world bead were rapidly perfecting and stabilizing. Below the ground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the little sapling had soared by more than 100 acres. Tiny roots were still spreading out at an extremely fast speed, showing signs of covering the entire sealed world bead. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this and his throat went dry. The roots of this world tree could perfect the world principles of the sealed world bead and stabilize it, so what would happen if it was transplanted back to the star boundary? Back then, Yang Kai asked the giant divine spirit Ada about the survival of the star boundary, but Ada only mentioned the world tree. Yang Kai had only been in this world for a short time, so his foundation was still unstable, so he hadn't had time to carefully inquire about the world tree. There was a 3,000 world tree in the Elder Land. Was the tree of world the tree of world that Ada had mentioned? When he heard Su Zhen talk about the 3,000 world tree before, Yang Kai had a guess, and now, looking at the situation of this little sapling, he vaguely confirmed it. The world tree that Ada mentioned might really be the 3,000 world tree. If that was the case, then the biggest gain from this trip to the Elder Land wasn't the 3 saint medicines or the 16 world fruits he had just obtained, but the roots of this world tree. Yang Kai couldn't help but have the urge to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. However, he had to wait until he returned to the star boundary to verify this. Previously, he had bought a star in the star market and searched for the location of the star boundary. Comparing the traces he had left along the way and the place where he had parted with Zhang Ruoxi, he already had some ideas, but as for the specific location of the star boundary, he still had to personally investigate it. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai decided not to suppress the growth of the little sapling. Although the growth of the little sapling required a terrifying amount of world energy, the feedback to the sealed world bead was also extremely significant. As a result, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. As for the consumed world energy, Yang Kai had countless source crystals, so he could completely replenish the sealed world bead by exploding them. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai finally took care of everything and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that he had angered the 3,000 world tree, there was no hope for more world fruits. Looking around, there were already a lot of people gathered here. There were more than 30 people that he knew and didn't know. Su Zhen, Ding Yi, and Xiang Ying were also there. These 3 guys had entered the world in the fruit tree like him before, but he had taken advantage of the loopholes and entered and exited the world fruit more than a dozen times, wasting a lot of time. It was natural that they could come out first. To be able to come out of the world in the fruit tree, they must have obtained a world fruit. Not only them, but Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also came. The 2 girls gathered together and whispered something. Seeing Yang Kai, the former's eyes lit up and she waved enthusiastically to Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, over here." Yang Kai smiled slightly, nodded slightly to Su Zhen and others, and fell beside Chu Huashang. Ding Yi was envious of the other side. Chu Huashang is a disciple of Yin and Yang Wonderland. Her cultivation method is special. She is also a disaster-level existence. Ding Yi has long been looking straight at her. He wants to come over and get close to her, but he doesn't have the courage. He is afraid of offending the beauty. Now seeing others so enthusiastic about Yang Kai, he naturally envies and admires. Senior Sister Chu, Junior Sister Gu. Yang Kai said hello. Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of peach blossoms, and the waves were flowing. Little brother Yang, the primordial fruit tree has been born, and it may be chaotic when fighting. Little brother Yang should protect me more. Chapter 41:18. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she was bold and direct, and she did not care about the eyes of others. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't buy this and simply laughed. Senior Sister Chu, you're making things difficult for me. As far as I know, this primordial fruit tree will only produce one primordial spirit fruit each time. When the time comes, everyone will inevitably fight over it. If we don't fight each other, how can we protect each other? It is precisely because there is only one primordial spirit fruit that these bearers must go all out. So even if Sujin has a good relationship with her and Gupan, they do not stand together. This was because every bearer who came here was a competitor. They have been vigorously cultivated by the Holy Spirits behind them and shoulder the expectations of the Holy Spirits. If they fail, it will make the Holy Spirits' plan fail. It is very likely to anger those Holy Spirits, and their lives will be in danger. In history, there were many bearers who failed to win the primordial spirit fruit and died in the hands of the Holy Spirits. The Kuan Sha killed the bearers. The water element treasure moon essence that Yang Kai refined was brought out from the land of no elders by a bearer of the Kuan Sha. After this person was killed, the moon essence was useless to the Kuan Sha and was given to the sea race. Not only the Kuan Sha, but most of the Holy Spirits will do the same, get their benefits but can't satisfy them. How can they give up? Chu Huashang smiled and said, "Why is little brother Yang so unreasonable? My plan is like this. We can join forces to resist the enemy first. Little brother Yang has been in this land of no elders for so many days. You should have met some bearers and know their means. It is always better to work together than to fight alone. As for the primordial spirit fruit, it depends on your own means." Yang Kai heard the words and nodded. Chu Huashang's proposal was also good. Although he was powerful, if he used all his strength, no one present was his opponent. But the tiger couldn't stand the wolf, and the two fists couldn't beat the four hands. If his performance was too strong and caused public anger, he would not get any good. At this time, one or two allies can share some of the pressure. Junior Sister Gu also means this? Yang Kai turned to look at Gu Pan. The little girl was more introverted and kept her head down. She just nodded gently and expressed her attitude. Yang Kai said, "Of course we can work together, but are there only 3 of us? Where are Brother Lin, Brother Su, and Brother Dao Ran?" They were all disciples from the blessed and heavenly enclave, and they had worked together once before. Chu Huashang snorted. "They are a few stinky men who care about their life and death, and at this time, the more people who join forces, the better. Yang little brother, you should also understand." Yang Kai was speechless. "I'm a man too." Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. "You are fragrant, different from them. Let people eat a lot." As she said, she deliberately sniffed Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and nodded solemnly. Then it settled. "Let's work together to defend against the enemy." Chu Huashang, beautiful eyes abright, said The 3 of them joined forces, and naturally others joined forces, but the number was not large. After all, many people did not know the root of the matter. It was better to fight alone and look for a good opportunity than to work with people they did not know. As they talked, more and more people gathered here, and some people quietly lurked and hid their figures. Obviously, they wanted to wait for the opportunity to rob the spirit fruit. Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran also came and gathered with Sujin and soon formed a small group. Yang Kai looked around and found that everyone's eyes were full of wanton light. Obviously, they had all gained something. Without the influence of the atmosphere, the light in everyone's mind gradually subsided, and there was no more enlightenment, which made many people sigh slightly. Yang Kai looked at them, remembering each of their faces in his mind. If he guessed correctly, when these people left the Great Void Realm alive, they would be the overlords of the 3,000 worlds when they really grew up. They were cultivated by the Holy Spirit and gained unimaginable benefits in the Great Void Realm. Now that they had this opportunity to comprehend the mystery, their future achievements would certainly not be bad. The sound of breathing gradually quickened, and pairs of eyes looked at the gradually maturing primordial spirit fruit. Although the scene was calm, anyone could feel the undercurrent hidden under the calmness. The current situation was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Any spark could trigger an unmanageable situation. "It's time to do it," Chu Huashang whispered. Yang Kai remained calm. The bird that stands out dies first. Although he had the law of space, so many bearers were watching, he did not dare to make a move easily. He was still able to restrain himself, but someone else couldn't. A huge net suddenly emerged from the void and flew straight towards the innate fruit tree. From the looks of it, it seemed like the innate fruit tree was going to be taken away along with the fruit. "How dare you!" When an angry roar came out, the overwhelming attack blasted toward the big net, one after another tyrannical. Before the big net could get close to the primordial fruit tree, it was smashed into powder by those attacks. With a muffled groan, a cultivator's figure shook slightly, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This big net was his secret treasure. Although it was extraordinary, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. The secret treasure was destroyed, and he was also implicated. Before he could catch his breath, a beam of sword light flashed behind him. It slashed diagonally and knocked him to the ground. Although he didn't die immediately, he was severely injured. A bloody wound was torn open on his back, and blood flowed out. Another attack came, and the man quickly rolled to the side, and his eyes were about to split. Those who attacked him were all strangers to him, but he also knew that at this time, everyone would not be soft-hearted to others, killing more opponents, and more hope to compete for the primordial spirit fruit. Melee. More than 30 figures rushed to the primordial fruit tree. Before people arrived, they used their own means to take the fruit. For a time, net-like, rope-like secret treasures emerged one after another, and more than a dozen big blue hands grabbed the spirit fruit. However, these methods could not get close to the spirit fruit at all, and all the secret treasures were broken up in midair. More and more people joined the battle group, using their own means. From time to time, some people were injured and some people were killed. Yang Kai stood in the same place, watching the battlefield, and could not help but be amazed. Many of the people here were unknown. The great cosmological realm had been open for more than a decade, but no one had heard of them at all. However, at this moment each of them was extraordinary. Not to mention those strange artifacts. Even the secret techniques they displayed were extraordinary. Almost all of these bearers had condensed the power of at least a 5th grade secret technique, while some had even condensed 6th grade or 7th grade secret techniques. The power of yin and yang and 5 elements swept in a small range, stirring up the light of heaven and earth, and trembling the universe. This was the power of the Holy Spirits. They could use their own resources to cultivate their carriers, and let their strength soar. Ding Yi's performance in the 3000 World Tree before was enough experience, but here it was just above the average level, and there were many people more amazing than him. At this moment, there were not many people who had not taken action. In addition to Yang Kai and the other two, only 7 or 8 people could still keep calm. Perhaps they were also afraid and did not dare to take action at will. Still not taking action? Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai eagerly. "Wait," Yang Kai said lightly. Chu Huashang was speechless. "If you wait, the fruit will be taken away. Then let's snatch it back." Yang Kai smiled. Chu Huashang was stunned and felt that this was also the truth, and now waited in peace. Chapter 41:20. Under the gaze of the pack of wolves, Yang Kai froze in place. Chu Huasheng cried, "What are you doing? Take it away." The three of them came here with great difficulty, and Yang Kai held the fruit and did not pick it. Was he tired of living? Yang Kai didn't want to pick up the fruit and leave, but under this grip, he couldn't catch anything. The primordial fruit tree in front of him and the primordial spirit fruit were all very solid, but they were illusory and there was no real thing. His big hand passed directly through the primordial spirit fruit without any hindrance. Chu Huasheng soon noticed that something was wrong, and her face was stunned. The holy spirits behind them never said this. For a time, both she and Yang Kai didn't know what to do. On second thought, the holy spirits may not mean to hide it, but they don't know the situation here. They only know that if they want to leave the great void realm, they have to rely on the power of the primordial spirit fruit. But over the years, the bearers and holy spirits who have obtained the primordial spirit fruit have left the great void realm for the first time. No one has mentioned to them what is going on in the land of elders. What to do? Chu Huasheng glanced at Yang Kai, full of anxiety. Gu Pan whispered, "Are we still going to stay here?" The people around them also stopped attacking at this moment, staring at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, frowning one by one. No one thought that the thing they fought so hard to get was so strange. Since Yang Kai couldn't pick the primordial spirit fruit, other people might not help. For a time, the scene was peaceful, but being surrounded by so many people, anyone would be uneasy. Yang Kai kept urging his power, but there was nothing in his hand. In a rage, his divine sense surged and he grabbed it fiercely. The next moment, accompanied by a soft sound, in front of everyone's eyes, the primordial spirit fruit was broken and turned into a sky full of spirit light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't help but feel numb. He just tried it casually, urging the power of divine sense, who knew that he touched the key, but he never expected that this primordial spirit fruit was so fragile. Primordial spirit fruit, broken. Dozens of bearers, shouldering the instructions and missions of the holy spirits behind them, fought desperately for this primordial spirit fruit. For this reason, some people were seriously injured, some people died on the spot, and now this fruit was broken by Yang Kai. Shock, confusion, anger, all kinds of emotions surged up, and for a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression. Without the primordial spirit fruit, when they left the land of elders, they couldn't explain it to the holy spirits. However, the strange thing was that after the primordial spirit fruit shattered, the spirit light that filled the air didn't immediately dissipate. Instead, it surged towards the back of Yang Kai's hand. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand, and with the continuous influx of spirit light, an extremely strange and mysterious pattern appeared on the back of his hand. With the formation of the pattern, Yang Kai inexplicably gained a trace of understanding. At this moment, he understood the magical effect of this primordial spirit fruit, and also why the people chosen by the holy spirits were called bearers. The holy spirits needed the bodies of these bearers as carriers, and with the power of this primordial spirit fruit, they could break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm and escape from this place. The primordial spirit fruit was bound to break, and this strange pattern was bound to form. Everything happened naturally. The thousand-leaf stone lotus under his feet rotated faster and faster, almost turning into a spinning top. With a loud bang, a huge black hole appeared in everyone's field of vision. The black hole was a void of chaos, and the rotation of the thousand-leaf stone lotus was also stagnant for a moment, wrapping Feng Yu and retreating. Yang Kai's figure shook at the same time. Although he forced Feng Yu back with a spear, he also suffered a little shock. In this moment of effort, there have been countless attacks coming. Chu Huasheng's face was like dead ash. She stood with Yang Kai, which was equivalent to being in the vortex of attacks. This time, she was afraid that if she did not die, she would be seriously injured. She could not wait to twist off Yang Kai's ears. A round sun suddenly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, and the golden crow cried, flying and playing in the round sun, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air. Golden crow casting sun. As the great sun hung high in the sky, many divine abilities were dissolved before they could even get close, and the remaining ones were greatly weakened. Yang Kai's spear flew out, filling the sky with spear afterimages, blocking all of the incoming attacks. The sound of the roar was endless. After a while, Yang Kai took back his spear and gasped slightly. Everyone looked at him and the big sun behind him, and there was a strong sense of powerlessness in the depths of their hearts. Although I have long heard that the power of the divine technique is boundless, after all, not everyone has seen it and verified it. Until this moment, everyone finally realized the tyranny of the divine technique. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes were full of hope again, and she pulled Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go." Yang Kai patted her hand and smiled, indicating that she should be calm. Chu Huashang frowned and didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Brush, brush, brush. A figure swept over, from all directions, the sky and the earth, surrounding Yang Kai and Chu Huashang tightly. Although Yang Kai has the divine technique and the strength is terrible, it is related to their own survival, and no one is willing to give up. Yang Kai looked around and said slowly, "Who else wants to teach me?" Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew back. He stared at the big sun behind Yang Kai and sighed slightly. He had just tried it. He knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. He really didn't want to go forward and ask for humiliation. Although some people are eager to try, they dare not rashly start the war again. After a while, someone said angrily, "Yang Kai, although your fighting power is unparalleled, you are not the opponent of so many people. Now that you have got the primordial spirit fruit, why are you so aggressive? Is this to see me make a fool of myself? If so, it's not a big deal for us to die together, and no one can take advantage of it." As soon as this remark came out, many people nodded slightly and agreed. Yang Kai glanced at the man and said with a chuckle, "This brother is serious. I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself, but I want to discuss with all of you." Sujin sighed and said, "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it." He and Yang Kai also have a good friendship. Now he doesn't know whether to deal with Yang Kai or not. If he doesn't do it, he can't explain it to Zhu Yan. If he does, he may not be able to take advantage of it. Yang Kai raised his right hand, and the strange pattern on the back of his hand instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although I don't know why the primordial spirit fruit turned into this pattern, what the Holy Spirit wants should be this thing. If I guess right, if any friend can kill me, this pattern should be transferred to him. When the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar, and several eyes suddenly sharpened. Chu Huashang turned to look at Yang Kai and wailed in her heart. It could be said that the strength of a heaven-opening realm cultivator was directly related to the miniature universe world inside their body. Now that Yang Kai had taken out the sealed world bead, many people's eyes lit up, and the fighting spirit and hostility in their hearts greatly dissipated. If they could really use this thing to avoid the pursuit of the Holy Spirits, it might be a good solution. However, everyone was a cautious person. Yang Kai's proposal sounded good, but it was impossible to know what a person's heart was. So who knew what he was thinking? After a long time, someone asked, "What benefits does this bring you? What do you want to gain?" Just as Yang Kai had said before, if he wanted to leave, none of the people present could stop him, but instead, he refused to leave and instead made such a proposal, which was quite suspicious. Yang Kai laughed, "I don't want to gain anything, but if there is any benefit, it would be to end this spirit-seizing war. Moreover, once everyone enters the sealed world bead, they won't spread the news that I obtained the innate spirit fruit. Once I leave the Elder Land, I'll be able to buy some time to escape." Yang Kai had no other choice, but it wasn't that he didn't have selfish motives. If he didn't do that, regardless of whether these people could stop him or not, they would definitely chase him relentlessly. That would be troublesome. Once he left the land of the ancients and reached the outside world, the Holy Spirits would be the first to know about the situation here. At that time, what he would have to face would not be the pursuit of the bearers, but the Holy Spirits. Rather than that, he might as well take them with him. Firstly, he would do them a favor. These guys would definitely achieve great things in the future. Now that he had saved their lives, how could he be afraid of not repaying him in the future? Secondly, as he said, he could buy some time to escape. The spirit-seizing war wouldn't end peacefully after obtaining the innate spirit fruit. It would only end when one could safely leave the great cosmological abyss. If not for this consideration, Yang Kai would have run away the moment he obtained the innate spirit fruit. Why would he stay? Yang Kai's words were sincere, and many people were convinced. Dingy carried his broadsword and stepped toward Yang Kai, saying straightforwardly, "I believe in Brother Yang. I won't participate in this spirit-seizing war." In a few steps, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and turned around. On the other side, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan looked at each other and also leaped and flew over. Although they had an agreement with Yang Kai before to join forces to resist the enemy and make plans after obtaining the innate spirit fruit, now that there was a better way to avoid fighting, they didn't have the heart to compete. Little fatty Sujin pondered for a moment and also came over, followed by Xiang Ying. In an instant, 7 or 8 bearers came to Yang Kai's side. With a good start, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. One after another, people flew over and nodded slightly at Yang Kai, withdrawing their auras and hostility. Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew over with an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Yang, count me in." Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have the intention to argue with him, Fang Yu was relieved. He turned his head and said gloomily to the hesitant bearers, "Brother Yang is benevolent and righteous. He will bring you out safely even if he doesn't care about the past. What are you hesitating for? Could it be that you want to wait until we leave the Elder Land to inform those divine spirits?" These words were too vicious. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of those standing around Yang Kai turned cold and they looked warily at those who were still standing in place. Since they had accepted Yang Kai's proposal, it was tantamount to being tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was safe, they would be safe, but if something happened to Yang Kai, they would definitely suffer. Before, it was Yang Kai who was worried about someone leaking information, but now it had become a group of people. The remaining 20 or so people felt the sharp gazes directed at them and their hearts clenched, realizing that if they didn't take a stand now, they would likely arouse public anger. No longer hesitating, they all rushed over to Yang Kai, cupped their fists, and greeted him as Brother Yang. Yang Kai responded to them one by one with a humble attitude. The situation was clear. None of the bearers were left out. There was nothing much to say. Yang Kai told everyone to relax and put them into the sealed world bead one by one, placing them somewhere in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit-seizing battle had come to an end now. He had obtained the primordial spirit fruit, and the next thing he would have to face were the divine spirits. If he wanted to leave the great cosmological realm safely, he would have to plan carefully. Staring at the strange pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai's eyes turned deep. With this thing in hand, he was sure he could defeat Zhu Jiuyin. It was time for her to pay back some interest. Just as he was pondering, an enormous repulsive force suddenly came from all directions. As far as the eye could see, the nearby innate fruit tree had also collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. This primordial fruit tree had no physical body, but was a pure convergence of energy. Now that the fruit had been plucked by Yang Kai, it no longer had a foundation to exist. The primordial fruit tree collapsed, and the Elder Land was about to close. Yang Kai emptied his mind and allowed the repulsive force to push him away. The next moment, his vision blurred and he appeared outside the Elder Land. Almost without delay, Yang Kai immediately summoned the shadowless gauze to cover himself, concealing his aura and whereabouts. Just as he finished doing all this, an incomparably tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over from all directions and enveloped him. Needless to say, Yang Kai knew that these divine senses belonged to the divine spirits who had been guarding the periphery of the Elder Land. Now that the Elder Land was about to close, they naturally had to search for their bearers as soon as possible to see if they had gained anything. Yang Kai held his breath and remained as still as a rock. Soon, these divine senses left to explore other places. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the shadowless gauze had played a role. In the outside world, an artifact like the shadowless muslin would not be able to escape the detection of a divine spirit. Every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank splitter heaven opening when they matured. The shadowless muslin could only block the detection of a low-rank splitter heaven opening. But how do we solve the current situation? Zhu Juin said anxiously. The land of elders is closed, and there is not much time left. The fog in the great cosmological realm may rise again at any time. When the fog rises again, it will be the time for you to leave. Don't run anymore. Quickly come to me. The great cosmological realm is also closing. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that Zhu Juin would not lie to him at this time. Only then did he know why this woman did not care about hiding her whereabouts and came to find him so anxiously. According to her, the fog in the great cosmological realm could rise again at any time. If he did not hurry, he might lose both the woman and the treasure. After pondering for a moment, he decisively slowed down and waited for Zhu Juin to catch up. With this day as a buffer, she might be able to find a way to get rid of the pursuit of Golden Crow and the others. The key now was whether he could wait for Zhu Juin to arrive. She also said that the land of everlastingness was closed and the fog of the great cosmological abyss could rise again at any time. Once the fog rose again, it would be the time for outsiders like them to leave. If Zhu Juin had not returned by the time the fog rose again, then things would be terrible. Therefore, he had to quickly recover some strength and then go back to look for Zhu Juin. This way, he might be able to save some time. For hours later, Yang Kai pushed the door open and came out. Although his injuries had not healed, at least he had the strength to move. As soon as he came out, he saw two behemoths waiting for him in the courtyard. They were the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. When the land of everlastingness opened, there was no one left in Red Star City. But these two strange beasts stayed here. Both of them were subdued by Yang Kai not long after he entered the great cosmological abyss realm. They had been by Yang Kai's side until now and could be considered loyal. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao's huge eyes revealed a trace of joy. The Earth Dragon, however, did not care. It opened its mouth wide at Yang Kai and kept squirming, spitting saliva everywhere. Yang Kai laughed, took out 2 dragon blood pills, and distributed them to them before raising his head and patting them on the head. All good things must come to an end. I'll be leaving soon, so pay attention to yourselves. I hope we can meet again in the future. These 2 guys had the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai had been feeding them dragon blood pills all these years, so they might have a chance to awaken as holy spirits in the future. If they had the opportunity, they might be able to leave the great cosmological abyss. However, the chances were slim. After all, their competitors were existences like Jin Wu. They had some spirituality, and after being enlightened by Zhu Juin, they could be considered to have some spiritual intelligence. Hearing Yang Kai's words, they suddenly quieted down. The Scarlet Jiao looked at him eagerly, its eyes full of reluctance. 2 black bean-like eyes also appeared on the Earth Dragon's slippery head. Blinking. Let's go, let's go. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He waved at them and soared into the sky. The scarlet Jiao growled and the earth dragon hissed. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly returned. He looked at the two guys up and down, then looked down at the strange pattern on the back of his hand. Yang Kai already understood the purpose of this pattern when he obtained it. Rather than calling it a pattern, it was better to call it a strange space. And this space could carry holy spirits. Holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were branded with the mark of the great cosmological abyss. Even if the fog of the great cosmological abyss rose again and the great cosmological abyss closed, they would not be able to escape the restraint of this place. However, if they hid in this strange space, they could deceive heaven's secret, avoid the detection of heaven and earth, and jump out of the cage of the great cosmological abyss. Other than this, no other method would work. Even if he took the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the earth dragon into the small sealed world, when Yang Kai left the great cosmological abyss, these two guys would still be intercepted by heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Yang Kai did not take them into the small sealed world before. However, since the pattern on the back of his hand could carry holy spirits, it should not be a problem to put the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the earth dragon inside, right? Shaking the pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai poured his strength into it. Yang Kai said angrily, "What time is it now? Are you still guarding against me going back on my word? Now that the great cosmological realm's fog has appeared, there is not much time left. Who else can I cooperate with besides you?" Zhu Juin's face relaxed slightly. "I hope you're not lying to me." Saying so, he let go of he and the others. Kai Yang told them to relax and immediately took out his scepter bag. Wrapping the three of them up, he wrapped them up inside the bag. These three were all at the heaven-opening realm, so the small sealed world could not accommodate them, so he could only put them in the six directions wish pouch. After a while, the surrounding fog had become thicker and thicker, almost turning into a sea of fog. Jin Wu and the others obviously realized that there was not much time left, and all of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Bursts of light burst out from their bodies as they quickly closed the distance between each other, shouting endlessly. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Juin's soft arm, saying in a deep voice, "Let's do it!" Zhu Juin shouted in a low voice, "Hold on tight." As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from her tender body, and the heavenly moon demon spider's Dharma idol reappeared. Its 8 claws danced, and the silver moon mark on its back bloomed with light. Spider silk pierced through the void and struck towards Jin Wu and the others. The divine spirits who were chasing after them were furious and counterattacked. Energy raged and the world changed color. Zhu Juin groaned as his Dharma idol collapsed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. She fought with 7 or 8 divine spirits alone, and suffered a great loss in an instant. Even her source was damaged, and her aura that had reached its peak suddenly fell to the bottom. The result of the fight between the divine spirits was that a gap appeared in the sealed world in an instant. "This is the time, let's go." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he activated the space spirit bead to wrap around himself and Zhu Juin, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, 7 or 8 attacks blasted the place where the two were originally at, shattering the void, but the two were nowhere to be seen. Jin Wu and the others chased after them, and their divine senses swept around, but they found nothing. How could they not know that Yang Kai had escaped again? They could not help but roar angrily at the sky. The other divine spirits also sighed slightly, knowing that the final winner of the opening of the Great Void Realm this time would still be Zhu Juin. In front of the thatched cottage on Crouching Dragon Mountain, 2 figures suddenly appeared and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Kai had once cultivated his spear skills here, and he had spent 2 years there. Naturally, the space spirit bead was left here as well. With a thought, he released all the cultivators in the small sealed world bead. As soon as the dozens of people appeared, some of them did not react. After a while, Su Jun said in surprise, "We're out." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Fortunately, we did not disappoint. The great cosmological abyss has closed, so we left safely." Su Jun turned his head to look at him and could not help but be surprised when he saw his miserable appearance. He sighed and said, "Brother Yang, you've suffered." Although he did not know what Yang Kai had encountered before, he could guess that he must have suffered a lot. After all, so many cultivators entered the land of immortality, but only he came out, so the divine spirits would definitely not let him go easily. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Su Jun cupped his fist solemnly. Everyone also cupped their fists in unison. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." If Yang Kai had not hidden them in the small sealed world, they would have been found by the divine spirits behind them as soon as they left the land of immortality. Many of them might have died because of that. Could be said that Yang Kai's previous actions had saved their lives, so it was a life-saving grace. "It's my duty." Yang Kai returned the gesture. "I haven't returned for many years. The sect must be worried. I'll go first. Brother Yang, if you go to the Carefree territory in the future, please be sure to come to Carefree Blessed Land as a guest. This Ning will welcome you with open arms." Ning Dao Ran put one hand on his chest and invited sincerely. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I have heard of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. If there is a chance, I will go and see it." Ning Dao Ran nodded, turned around, and left. "I have to go back and report, Yang Kai. I will repay this kindness in the future. Don't die too early." Lin Feng snorted coldly, cupped his fists slightly, and chased after Ning Dao Ran. "I'm leaving too. Little brother Yang. Come and play with me when you have time." Chu Huashang said, flicking a token to Yang Kai. "With this token, you can enter and exit the Yin Yang paradise." Yang Kai put away the token and nodded. "Senior Sister Chu, take care." Su Jun and Gu Pan also left after the three of them. They were from the Blessed Enclave, so it was understandable that they were in such a hurry to leave. The opening of the great cosmological realm was a major event, and so many people were involved this time. Everyone who came out alive had a chance encounter, especially the bearers who had gained a lot. Many of them had condensed the strength of level 6 and level 7. They had to hurry back and report this matter to their masters. Perhaps the Blessed Enclave would absorb many people here to enrich their own heritage. This kind of thing should not be delayed. The sooner they act, the better. Once the news completely broke out, it would be too late to recruit. Before leaving, Su Jun and Gu Pan also gave Yang Kai a token, telling Yang Kai that as long as he was near their sect, he could use this token to contact them. Yang Kai naturally put it away carefully. He also wanted to ask Gu Pan to inquire more about Zhang Ruoxi, but there were too many people around. It was not very convenient, so he gave up. Anyway, with the token given by Gu Pan, he could go to Langya Paradise when he was free. In the following time, one by one, the bearers left. Everyone said goodbye to Yang Kai before leaving. They had gained a lot of benefits in the Great Void Realm this time, so naturally, they didn't dare to stay any longer to avoid any accidents. Some of these bearers were unknown, while others were elite disciples of various forces. As a result, Yang Kai had obtained a lot of tokens, as many as 20 to 30 of them. Watching them leave, Yang Kai was soon left with no one around him. Suddenly, his heart moved. This time, although he had obtained unimaginable benefits in the Great Void Realm, not to mention the huge amount of cultivation materials, he had even abducted a holy spirit and reached an agreement with it to protect him for 1,000 years. There was also the harvest in the land of immortality, 3 saint medicines, Tai-E divine purification water, and even 16 world fruits and the root of a world tree. But in addition to these visible benefits, there was also an invisible benefit. That was the friendship of the many bearers. These guys had all been greatly cultivated by the holy spirits in the Great Void Realm. If they could grow up, each of them would become famous and stir up a storm. It was almost foreseeable that in hundreds or thousands of years, The 3,000 realms would definitely be their world. In this era where the winds and clouds gathered, Yang Kai was lucky enough to be a part of it. He couldn't help but feel proud. "Brother Yang, do you have anywhere to go?" A figure flashed over. It was Ding Yi. As soon as this guy came out, he gathered his old subordinates. Di Tian was brought up by him, and there were originally many of them, but they had suffered heavy casualties in the land of immortality. After coming out, many of them were slaughtered by the holy spirits. Moreover, this was originally a loose organization. The cultivator in the Great Void Realm had only joined to seek survival. Now that they had left the Great Void Realm, many people were naturally unwilling to stay. Now, there were only a few hundred people gathered around Ding Yi. These people were not from any sect or background. They had huddled together in the Great Void Realm for warmth. Now that they had nowhere to go after leaving the Great Void Realm, they gathered around Ding Yi again. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, then shook his head. Before being swept into the Great Void Realm by the fog of the Great Void Realm, he could be considered a member of the First Inn. However, at that time, Bai Qi had been plotted against when she was advancing to split open the heavens, and she was almost dead. In a rage, the lady boss had chased after Qi Jin and the others. Now that more than 10 years had passed, he didn't know how the situation was. Ding Yi grinned. "If you have nowhere to go, why don't you team up with me?" Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Ding, what good places do you have to go?" Ding Yi said heroically, "This time, I'll find a place in the spiritual state, establish a sect, and make a name for myself. Good ambition." Yang Kai praised. If it was the previous Ding Yi, he definitely wouldn't be qualified, but he had also obtained great benefits in the Great Void Realm. As long as he could advance to split open the heavens, he would be at least a 5th grade or even 6th grade expert. Such a cultivation base was enough to establish a sect. If I can get Brother Yang's help, great things can be expected. Chapter 41:26. When a cultivator condensed the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, the higher the quality, the better. Instead, the more suitable it was for the cultivator. Everyone had limits. The limits of the physical body, the limits of the Tao seal, and the limits of the foundation. These limits could not be seen or touched, but they limited the development of a cultivator. If the quality of the condensed power exceeded these limits, it might not be a good thing. Although Ding Yi's aptitude was not bad, it was estimated that it would be difficult for him to bear the impact of the 7th grade power. This could be seen from the backlash he suffered when he used the power of fire to attack. Ding Yi was not the only one. Many other bearers would face the same situation as Ding Yi. If they did not solve this problem, they would definitely face a disaster when they advanced to the heavens. However, this was someone else's business after all. So Yang Kai could not care less. He then released Yu He, Lu Shui, Guizian, and the others from the Rui pouch. When the 3 of them learned that they had left the great cosmological abyss and returned to the outside world, everyone was overjoyed. At this time, there was no one around. Those who should have left had already left, and only Yang Kai's group remained. After glancing at Yu He, Yang Kai could only sigh at the fickleness of fate. The reason he had interacted with Yu He was that this woman was afraid that the lady boss would find trouble with her, so she had taken him as a hostage. Who knew that she would be swallowed by the great cosmological abyss's fog in the star market? They had spent more than 10 years together in the great cosmological abyss, helping each other through thick and thin, and the previous grudges had long disappeared. However, since they had left the great cosmological abyss, it was time to part ways. Yu He was obviously aware of this, and the joy of leaving the great cosmological abyss was diluted. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes without saying a word. "Master, where should we go now?" Guizian asked with cupped fists. He used to be the great commander of Crimson Star, but now that the star market was no longer there, he had long broken away from Crimson Star and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. Yang Kai took out the map of the universe, looked at their current location, and then looked for the star market where the First Inn was located. He could not help but be secretly speechless. This was really far. If they wanted to return to the first inn, they would have to cross at least 5 territory. It would take at least a few months to fly there without relying on the Chen Kuan escape technique. Yang Kai turned to Yu He and asked, "Do you want to come with me and admit your wrongs?" Yu He was, and the lady Yu He was. She Yu He and Qi Jin, they should have been very good for many years. But for some reason, they became enemies from time to time, and even caused Yu He Yu and Qi Yu sometimes, but Qi was. Had Yu did not cause, and Yu He Yu. And what mistake? I didn't do anything wrong. Yu He turned her head to the side and pouted. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it, Yang Kai said with a straight face. Since we're sisters, why should we become enemies? Let's sit down and talk it out. The lady boss is not an unreasonable person. Yu He was silent for a while before whispering, "Young master wants me to apologize, so I'll apologize. At worst, I'll be beaten to death by her." Yang Kai laughed. "That's not necessary. Come with me to see the lady boss. If the lady boss really wants to beat you, I'll help you stop her." Yu He nodded. Chapter 41:27. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth in anger. "If I die, you won't have a good ending either. Don't forget your previous oath." As a Dao protector, he should protect Yang Kai's safety. If anything happened to him, Zhu Juin would definitely suffer a backlash. "Zhu Juin, that's why I told you to run. Aren't you quite good at running?" The secret communication with Zhu Juin only took a moment. On the other side, Yu He looked at Zhao Baichuan with a cold face and said in a deep voice, "I wonder why headmaster is blocking the way here?" It was a waste of time to ask this question. The other party had set up an ambush here, so they definitely did not have any good intentions. When she asked, she secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. "I will hold them back later. Hurry up and leave." She had a 5th stage heaven opening cultivation base. Even if she was not a match for this group of people, it would not be easy for Qi Xing to kill her. Zhao Baichuan did not answer and just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Chun Tianfei smiled and stepped out from behind Zhao Baichuan, cupping his fists. "Greetings, Consecrator Yang. Miss Yu He." He lowered his posture very much, as if he was still in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai responded casually and said indifferently, "Is there something, Headmaster Chun?" Chun Tianfei said, "It's nothing. I just want to ask where you are going. If you don't mind, how about traveling with us?" "Where are you going?" Chun Tianfei smiled bitterly. "Star City has been destroyed, and we are now rootless duckweeds. We don't know where to go. Consecrator Yang is also considered a consecrator of Qi Xing. We are all on the same side. If Consecrator Yang has a good place to go, can you help us a little and let us have a place to stay so that we don't have to wander around?" Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but he secretly felt strange in his heart. This group of guys blocking here obviously wanted to harm him. However, even if they had such a great advantage, why didn't they make a move? Instead, they were talking nonsense with him, and looking at Chun Tianfei's expression, he was obviously worried about something. What did they have to worry about? With a thought, Yang Kai came to a realization. Indeed, they should be wary. What he was worried about was Zhu Jin. They also knew that he was the bearer. After all, Zhu Jin had lived in Crimson Star City for several years. Zhao Baichuan had even brought Chun Tianfei and the others to visit that woman. Now that the great cosmological realm was closed, they were not sure if they had brought Zhu Jin out. Although Zhu Jin was nowhere to be seen, he still had to be prepared. If he really brought Zhu Jin out, how would they dare to fall out with him? That was why he was feigning civility. So that's how it was. Understanding the thoughts of Qi Xing's people, Yang Kai calmed down and smiled slightly. "Master Chen's words are reasonable. This king is a foreign elder of Qixing and has received their incense for many years. Now that Qixing is in trouble, this king cannot just stand by and watch. How about this? If you are willing, you can follow me. Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he probed, "Where does foreign elder want to go?" Yang Kai took out the map of the universe and channeled his power into it. A route immediately appeared on the map of the universe, which was the route he had planned before. He reached out and pointed at the end. "There is a star city here. I want to go there." Star City? Chen Tianfei was puzzled. Yang Kai chuckled. "I forgot to tell you, this king was born in the first inn, and my lady boss is Madame Lan of the first inn. She was trapped in the great cosmological realm before, but now that she is free, I should go back and find her." The speed of the 100 tempering peak, which was originally rushing over, also dropped sharply. In less than 10 breaths, it stopped directly in the void. Yang Kai said mockingly, "Doesn't Chief have something to discuss with this foreign elder? Why are you stopping? Are you teasing this foreign elder? Quickly get on the boat and talk." Zhao Baichuan was stunned by his bluff, and almost doubted his own speculation. Was this guy still deliberately mystifying, or was he inviting him into a trap? If his speculation was wrong, if he got on the boat, there would be no good end. For a moment, it was difficult to get off the tiger. Yang Kai urged a few times, but Zhao Baichuan did not move. He could not help but say angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, you are so bold. How dare you tease this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan's face twitched, and he did not make a sound. Yang Kai said bitterly, "This foreign elder has other important matters to attend to, so I will not argue with you this time. If there is a next time, I will not spare you." He turned his head and ordered "Let's go." He was covered in cold sweat, and hurriedly urged the boat to fly away. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Kai Yang's courage. Again and again he had bluffed and bluffed, but Zhao Baichuan had actually been fooled by him. She knew that this was also Zhao Baichuan's cleverness. If it was Chen Tianfei and the others, they would not be so easily fooled. Sometimes it was not a good thing to think too much. "I fell into a trap again." Seeing the boat fly away, Zhao Baichuan's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must pull out that kid's tendons and skin him." Chen Tianfei hurriedly said, "Please calm down, First Master. This brat is indeed cunning, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. Once we catch up to him, I will capture him and let First Master deal with him however he wants." The group immediately urged their power and urged the Bailian Peak to chase. The distance between them quickly closed again. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat and said angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you." Zhao Baichuan did not speak. What responded to Yang Kai was a stream of light from the Bailian Peak. Yang Kai shrank his neck and flashed into the cabin. He maneuvered the boat and nimbly avoided the terrifying attack. "Sigh, I can't scare him anymore." Kai Yang sighed. He knew that he had almost reached his limit. Zhao Baichuan was too cunning. If he didn't show any real skill, then he would only rely on his mouth to make him retreat. It was simply a fantasy. Scaring him twice was already his limit. Now it would be a life or death battle. Yang Kai was extremely resentful. He was chased by the divine spirits in the great cosmological realm, and after leaving the great cosmological realm, he was chased by Qixing. His growth was simply a history of blood and tears. The 100 Tempering Peak was an offensive and defensive artifact, and it was also a flying artifact, so it was very useful. Now that it had several dozen heaven-opening realm masters, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. As they chased, streaks of light shot out from the peak, forcing Yu He to dodge. The small boat was like a vast ocean in the middle of a storm, with the risk of capsizing at any moment. Seeing this, the many heaven-opening realm masters of Qixing were naturally excited. Now that they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked Yang Kai, if Yang Kai really had a way to fight back, he would not hide it. However, he could only dodge and flee. In other words, Zhu Juin was not brought out by him at all. The divine spirit aura released before should have been left on him by Zhu Juin. Everyone's hearts were set, and they poured their strength into the mountain with even more effort. Yu He said, "Young master, why don't you take refuge in my Cuiwei Palace?" Cuiwei Palace was her faction. According to the division of the 3,000 realms, with her, a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm master, it could barely be considered a second-class faction. However, the reality was a bit complicated because she was the only heaven-opening realm master in Cuiwei Palace, and it was only a very small spirit state. Apart from her, the rest were all homeless people from the Emperor Realm or cultivator below Emperor Realm. The entire Cuiwei Palace only had a few hundred people, so strictly speaking, Cuiwei Palace wasn't a second-class faction. Because even if there was a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm master, without the power of inheritance, it would disappear sooner or later. Even so, Yu He had been running Cuiwei Palace for many years, so it had a certain amount of defensive power. As long as they could reach Cuiwei Palace, they didn't need to fear Qixing and the others. "Where is Cuiwei Palace?" Yang Kai asked. Yu He took out the universal map and poured her power into it, pointing at a location. "Here." Yang Kai checked and slowly shook his head. "It's too far. We still have to pass through 7 large territory. We can't make it in time." If he wanted to pass through 7 large territory, there would be too many unforeseen events on the road. Then what should we do? Yu He had no idea. Yang Kai said, "I have a place to go, but I need to take a risk." He originally wanted to escape back to the first inn, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. The first inn was also very far away, and he had to pass through several large territory. Rather than that, it was better to take a risk. At the very least, he could only take refuge in the Universal Palace. 3 days later, the two passed through the territory gate and entered the next large territory. In less than 2 hours, Bai Lian Peak chased after them, showing how fast they were. If Yang Kai didn't rely on the space divine technique, he would have been cornered long ago. This time, Zhao Baichuan had learned his lesson. He immediately had his subordinates head to the various territory gates and seal off the main roads to prevent Yang Kai from escaping again. Along the way, the dozens of heaven-opening realm subordinates under him had scattered quite a few, but along the way, some of them had regrouped with him, so there were still more than 30 subordinates he could use. Yang Kai had Yu He, a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, by his side. Other than him, no one else in Crimson Star was a match, but there were quite a few fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. As long as they were distributed properly, it wouldn't be a problem to tie down Yu He. Immediately, Chen Tianfei and Madame Qin led several low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators away. The Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan led another group away, and Zhao Baichuan personally chased after Yang Kai. A few days later, the fleeing Yang Kai and Yu He suddenly stopped, standing quietly in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't know what schemes Yang Kai had, but he made up his mind. This time, no matter how eloquent he was, he would ignore him and capture him first. Urging Bai Lian Peak to quickly rush over, Zhao Baichuan sneered, "Run? Why aren't you running?" "I can't run anymore." Yang Kai grinned. Zhao Baichuan snorted. "Since that's the case, then obediently surrender and you'll suffer less physical pain." Yang Kai said, "Boss, aren't you afraid that Madame Lan will investigate you for making a move on me? My lady boss is very protective. If you make her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Everyone knew that the lady boss was protective. When Lao Bai's breakthrough to heaven-opening realm was interfered with, She swore to destroy the forces behind Qi Jin in a fit of anger. Otherwise, she would never advance to rank 7 in her life. What can our 7 openings land offer to move them and make them work? If the benefits are too little, they won't care. If there are too many benefits, our 7 openings land will definitely be at a disadvantage. Earth Venerable Yang Ling said, but Heavenly Monarch and Chen Tianfei are old friends. If Heavenly Monarch comes out, have you cultivated until you're stupid? Venerable Wood Spirit said disdainfully. Let's not talk about whether or not Chen Tianfei will be willing to get involved in this mess because of their old friendship. Moreover, Chen Tianfei is not the master of Crimson Star, but Zhao Baichuan. If Heavenly Monarch comes out and is rejected, where will our 7 openings land put our face? Earth Venerable Yang Ling was fuming, but he had to admit that this bastard's words made sense. He was speechless for a moment. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings sat up high and looked coldly at his 2 capable subordinates arguing. Only then did he say, Miao Yu, since you refuted his words, you must have a plan in mind? Let's hear it. Miao Yu was the name of Earth Venerable Wood Spirit. Earth Venerable Yang Ling was amused when he heard this. He looked at Miao Yu with schadenfreude, eager to see him make a fool of himself in front of the Heavenly Monarch. Unexpectedly, Miao Yu smiled and looked confident. Heavenly Monarch, please allow me to report. I do have some ideas. If this can be done, not only will our 7 openings land be able to get Crimson Star as foreign aid without any cost, we will also have a chance to get rid of Yu Shoshan. However, this matter still requires Heavenly Monarch to personally take action to show our sincerity. Earth Venerable Yang Ling glared. Bullshit. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land was interested. Let's hear it. Miao Yu's narration caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to light up. They were extremely excited. Even though Venerable Yang Ling was unhappy, he couldn't help but admire this fellow's quick thinking. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a simple matter, allowing this fellow to steal the limelight. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land also laughed. Good job, Miao Yu. What a good move to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. This plan is brilliant and it's an open scheme. Even if Crimson Star's people see it, they will definitely be moved. Good, good, good. If this matter succeeds, Miao Yu, you'll be credited. Miao Yu smiled reservedly. It's my duty to share Heavenly Monarch's burden. I dare not be greedy. He glanced sideways at Earth Venerable Yang Ling with a smug look, disgusting the latter. Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. We don't know when that Yu Shoshan will attack again. I'll go find Zhao Baichuan to discuss this matter." Miao Yu said, "Heavenly Monarch, about the great cosmological realm." Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. "Send some people out to investigate." He had suffered heavy injuries in the great cosmological boundary and was then pursued by Qi Xing. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, he naturally had to make the best use of this opportunity to recover. While recuperating, Yang Kai also took stock of his gains in the great cosmological boundary. Although he had been trapped in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, the resources he had accumulated were terrifying. Disregarding everything else, the trip to the Yuan-Ci mountain alone made him rich overnight. The pieces of 4th grade, 5th grade, and even 6th grade Yuan-Ci divine stones were the hard currency of the 3000 great cosmological boundary. There was also the Yuan-Ci divine gourd that little fatty Suzhen had refined for him, which contained 6th grade Yuan-Ci divine light. Once this kind of artifact was released, even a low-rank opening heaven pill would find it difficult to resist. Opening heaven pills were calculated in the hundreds of millions. When he had gone to the star market where Sword Pavilion was located, Sword Pavilion had been massacred. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings, and the materials in those space rings were a huge fortune. Not to mention that he had been receiving 70% of Qi Xing's profits over the years. Qi Xing had developed rapidly under his wings, and 70% of the profits had fallen into Yang Kai's pocket. Could be said that in the past decade, Yang Kai alone had accumulated the foundation of a second-class force for more than 100 years or even hundreds of years. There were countless materials. Yang Kai himself did not know how much wealth he had. Perhaps only Yu He knew a little. After all, she had been the one to deal with Qi Xing's people over the years. In addition, the harvest from the land of ancients was also the biggest. 3 sacred herbs, 16 world fruits, the Tai divine purification water, the roots of the world tree, and not to mention the agreement with Zhu Juin to protect him for 1,000 years. This agreement was made by Zhu Juin with her own origin. Within 1,000 years, she would protect Yang Kai's safety even if she had to die. It was a pity that this woman's origin was damaged and had fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be chased around the world by Qi Xing's group? There was also the Red Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. These two fellows could fight against a 4th-stage heaven splitter in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai did not know how strong they would be in the outside world, but it would not be too bad. In addition to these visible benefits, Yang Kai's own strength had also skyrocketed. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, he obtained the remains of a giant dragon, refined the Earth Dragon's dragon pearl, obtained the power of the Earth element, obtained countless dragon blood flowers, refined the dragon blood pill, and improved his own dragon race bloodline. Yuhi said, "Logically speaking, this great protective array is not ordinary, so it shouldn't have been worn down so quickly. I originally thought that the great protective array would be able to last 10 days to half a month, but now it seems that it won't even last 5 days. So fast." Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he said thoughtfully, "Perhaps it wasn't your feeling that was wrong." Yuhi looked at him. "Then what is it? What if Heavenly Lord Qiqiao deliberately reduced the power of the Great Protective Array to show weakness to the enemy?" Yuhi was not an idiot. For better or worse, she had cultivated to the 5th stage heaven splitter. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes lit up. Young master means. Yang Kai laughed heartily. The flying smoke hall is probably out of luck. Qi Xing's people had definitely reached some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once Heavenly Lord Qiqiao let the flying smoke hall's people in, Zhao Baichuan would definitely attack. At that time, with the combined power of the two forces, how could the flying smoke hall be a match? It was just that this matter could not be done too obviously. So Heavenly Lord Qiqiao weakened the power of the Great Protective Array without leaving a trace, trying to make it look like it could not be resisted, in order to make Yu Shoshan lower his guard. Understanding this point, Yang Kai could not help but admire Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. Letting the enemy into his own home required a lot of courage. If an accident happened, the Qiqiao land's losses would be great. And in such a battle, what could he do? Could he intervene and take advantage of the situation? If he took the opportunity to kill Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, then he could let Yu He control the Great Protective Array here. However, it was useless to only control the Great Protective Array. Zhao Baichuan and Yu Shoshan were both fifth-stage heaven splitters. If he did not deal with them, he would only be making a wedding dress for others. Thinking about it, he gave up and obediently hid here, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai had guessed, the power of the Qiqiao land's Great Protective Array was continuously weakened by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. In less than 5 days, a huge hole was blasted open in the Great Protective Array. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's angry and helpless roar resounded throughout the 7 spirit provinces. Under the leadership of Yu Shoshan, many elites of the Flying Smoke Hall rushed into the Qiqiao land through the hole. Once the two sides came into contact, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were mid-tier forces with countless years of accumulation. Originally, their strength was not much different. However, more than 10 years ago, Su Huang had wreaked havoc in the Qiqiao land, heavily injuring Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and even killing 3 Earth Protectors. Understanding this point, Chun Tianfei's worries were all removed. I'm going to seclusion, so you will be in charge of the affairs here, Zhao Baichuan said, put down the power in his hand, and left. For so many years, Qi Xing had been managed by Chun Tianfei, and he was still very confident in this fatty. Chun Tianfei and the others bowed to see him off. What followed was a period of bustle, cleaning up the battlefield, burying the corpses and repairing the broken formation. The people of Qi Xing were in full swing. Qi Xing had been developing rapidly in the great cosmological realm, and the number of disciples under their command had exceeded 10,000, but countless people had died in the land of the ancients, and now there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 left. These people weren't fast enough to keep up with Zhao Baichuan and the others, and chased them all the way through several large territory. Now that more than 2 months had passed, they naturally met up with Bei Yushan and the others early. The Qiqiao land was very large, and the 7 spirit continents were vast and boundless, and it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Throwing 3,000 to 4,000 people in was like throwing a basin of water into the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Rebuilding this place was a big project, and it would take hundreds of years of hard work. After all, Qi Xing had too few people, but because there was hope, the people of Qi Xing were full of enthusiasm and didn't hesitate to work hard. Chun Tianfei personally went out to inspect various places. Although he had visited some places in the Qiqiao land with Wei Hua before, that was only as a guest. Now, from the perspective of the owner, Qiqiao land was very different. One could conceal one's aura and figure, while the other could change one's appearance, making them the most suitable for sneaking around. Yang Kai was no stranger to Kikikyo land. For better or worse, he had lived here for a long time, but he was only familiar with the city and the Fire Spirit Land and had never been to the other 6 spirit provinces. After identifying the direction, he went straight to the Earth Spirit Land. In the Earth Spirit Land, the Ouyang brothers led a group of disciples to patrol the territory. Kikikyo land had 7 spirit provinces, and now there were only 5 people left in Crimson Star except for the Great Master. Originally, according to Chun Tianfei's plan, everyone would be in charge of one spirit province, and everything in the spirit province would be taken care of by them. However, the Ouyang brothers' situation was special. They had always been inseparable, so the 2 of them only took one spirit province. From today onwards, the Earth Spiritual Land would be the territory of the 2 brothers. The Ouyang brothers were also quite excited. After cultivating for so many years, they had never controlled such a large piece of land. As they patrolled, they chatted and imagined a beautiful future. Just as they were talking, the 2 suddenly turned their heads and looked in one direction. They saw a stream of light rushing over and landing in front of them, turning into a young man with a fair complexion. The Ouyang brothers were stunned for a moment, because this person looked very unfamiliar, as if they had never seen him before. However, before they could carefully consider it, that person had already cupped his hands and said, "My lords, Master Chun has a message for you. Please take a look." Saying so, he handed over a jade slip with both hands. Ouyang Lai frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "What is Chun Tianfei up to now?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Ouyang Bing frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell what. Just as he hesitated, Ouyang Lai had already taken the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. At this moment, a sensational aura suddenly filled the air. This aura was so terrifying that it made the Ouyang brothers, 4th grade heaven opening realm masters, feel cold all over, and the other disciples' faces changed drastically. "Divine Spirit!" Ouyang Bing exclaimed. This aura was the aura of a divine spirit, and it was the aura of Zhu Jun. It was a trap. Ouyang Bing's hair stood on end, and he finally understood where the sense of wrongness in his heart came from. However, before he could even react, 2 figures had already appeared like ghosts without any warning. Both of them were women. One of them raised a palm and lightly pressed it towards Ouyang Lai's chest, while the other shook a cold water long sword, which turned into a sword light that covered the sky and enveloped Ouyang Bing. At the same time, 2 behemoths also appeared, one spitting out raging flames towards Qi Xing and the others while the other wriggled, releasing a stinky mucus that corroded the void. The aura of world force rippled. With a light crack, Ouyang Lai's eyes bulged and his chest caved in. Caught off guard, Yuhi's palm had almost taken his life. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 was only a single minor realm, and under normal circumstances, Ouyang Lai was not Yuhi's opponent, not to mention that he was first deterred by the aura of a divine spirit and then ambushed by a sneak attack. However, after taking Yuhi's palm, Ouyang Lai still did not die. A 4th grade heaven opening realm master's vitality was tenacious, so it was not so easy to kill him. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar exploded. Behind Yuhi, a long spear appeared out of nowhere. Using Yuhi's figure as a cover, the spear peeked out from her shoulder and stabbed into Ouyang Lai's head.